Citizen and subject. Contemporary Africa and the legacy of late colonialism. Mahmood Mamdani. Underscore 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 chapter 1 underscore 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 underscore. Introduction. Thinking through Africa's impasse. Discussions on Africa's present predicament revolve around two clear tendencies, modernist and communitarian. Modernists take inspiration from the East European uprisings of the late 80s, communitarians decry liberal or left Eurocentrism and call for a return to the source. For modernists, the problem is that civil society is an embryonic and marginal construct in Africa. For communitarians, it is that real flesh and blood communities that comprise Africa are marginalized from public life as so many tribes. The liberal solution is to locate politics in civil society, and the Africanist solution is to put Africa's age-old community ties at the center of African politics. One side calls for a regime that will champion rights, and the other stands in defense of culture. The impasse in Africa is not only at the level of practical politics. It is also a paralysis of perspective. The solution to this theoretical impasse between modernists and communitarians, Eurocentrists and Africanists does not lie in choosing a side and defending an entrenched position. Because both sides to the debate highlight different aspects of the same African dilemma, I will suggest that the way forward lies in sublating both, through a double move that simultaneously critiques and affirms. To arrive at a creative synthesis transcending both positions, one needs to problematize each. To do so, I will analyze in this book two related phenomena: how power is organized and how it tends to fragment resistance in contemporary Africa. By locating both the language of rights and that of culture in their historical and institutional context, one hoped to underline that part of our institutional legacy that continues to be reproduced through the dialectic of state reform and popular resistance. The core legacy, I will suggest, was forged through the colonial experience. In colonial discourse, the problem of stabilizing alien rule was politely referred to as the native question. It was a dilemma that confronted every colonial power and a riddle that preoccupied the best of its minds. Therefore it should not be surprising that when a person of the stature of General Jan Smuts, with an international renown rare for a South African Prime Minister, was invited to deliver the prestigious Rhodes Memorial Lectures at Oxford in 1929, the native question formed the core of his deliberation. The African, Smuts reminded his British audience, is a special human type with some wonderful characteristics, which he went on to celebrate. It has largely remained a child type, with a child psychology and outlook. A childlike human cannot be a bad human, for are we not in spiritual matters bidden to be like unto little children? Perhaps as a direct result of this temperament the African is the only happy human I have come across. Even if the racism in the language is blinding, we should be wary of dismissing Smuts as some South African oddity. Smuts spoke from within an honorable Western tradition. Had not Hegel's philosophy of history mythologized Africa proper as the land of childhood? Did not settlers in British colonies call every African male, regardless of age, a boy housey boy, shamba boy, office boy, ton boy, mine boy, no different from their counterparts in Francophone Africa, who used the child familiar too when addressing Africans of any age? The Negro, opined the venerable Albert Schweitzer of Gabon fame, is a child, and with children nothing can be done without authority. In the colonial mind, however, Africans were no ordinary children. They were destined to be so perpetually, in the words of Christopher Fife, Peter Pan, children who can never grow up, a child race one. Yet this book is not about the racial legacy of colonialism. If I tend to de-emphasize the legacy of colonial racism, it is not only because it has been the subject of perceptive analyses by militant intellectuals like Frantz Fanon, but because I seek to highlight that part of the colonial legacy, the institutional, which remains more or less intact. Precisely because deracialization has marked the limits of post-colonial reform, the non-racial legacy of colonialism needs to be brought out into the open so that it may be the focus of a public discussion. The point about General Smuts is not the racism that he shared with many of his class and race, for Smuts was not simply the unconscious bearer of a tradition. More than just a century standing guard at the cutting edge of that tradition, he was, if anything, its standard bearer. A member of the British War Cabinet, a confidant of Churchill and Roosevelt, a one-time Chancellor of Cambridge University, Smuts rose to be one of the framers of the League of Nations Charter in the post-World War I era. To the very image of an enlightened leader, Smuts opposed slavery and celebrated the principles of the French Revolution which had emancipated Europe, but he opposed their application to Africa, for the African, he argued, was of a race so unique that nothing could be worse for Africa than the application of a policy that would de-Africanize the African and turn him either into a beast of the field or into a pseudo-European. And yet in the past, he lamented, we have tried both alternatives in our dealings with the Africans. First we looked upon the African as essentially inferior or subhuman, as having no soul, and as being only fit to be a slave. Then we changed to the opposite extreme. The African now became a man and a brother. Religion and politics combined to shape this new African policy. The principles of the French Revolution which had emancipated Europe were applied to Africa. Liberty, equality, and fraternity could turn bad Africans into good Europeans. 3 Smuts was at pains to underline the negative consequences of a policy formulated in ignorance, even if coded in good faith. The political system of the natives was ruthlessly destroyed in order to incorporate them as equals into the white system. The African was good as a potential European, his social and political culture was bad, barbarous, and only deserving to be stamped out root and branch. In some of the British possessions in Africa, the native just emerged from barbarism was accepted as an equal citizen with full political rights along with the whites. But his native institutions were ruthlessly proscribed and destroyed. The principle of equal rights was applied in its crudest form, and while it gave the native a semblance of equality with whites, which was little good to him, it destroyed the basis of his African system which was his highest good. These are the two extreme native policies which have prevailed in the past, and the second has been only less harmful than the first. If Africa has to be redeemed so as to make her own contribution to the world, then we shall have to proceed on different lines and evolve a policy which will not force her institutions into an alien European mold but will preserve her unity with her own past and build her future progress and civilization on specifically African foundations. Smuts went on to champion the new policy in bold. The British Empire does not stand for the assimilation of its peoples into a common type, it does not stand for standardization, but for the fullest freest development of its peoples along their own specific lines. The fullest freest development of its peoples as opposed to their assimilation into a common type required, Smuts argued, institutional segregation. Smuts contrasted institutional segregation with territorial segregation then in practice in South Africa. The problem with territorial segregation, in a nutshell, was that it was based on a policy of institutional homogenization. Natives may be territorially separated from whites, but native institutions were slow but surely giving. 6. Way to an alien institutional mold. As the economy became industrialized, it gave rise to the color problem, at the root of which were urbanized or detribalized natives. Smuts's point was not that racial segregation, territorial segregation, should be done away with, rather it was that it should be made part of a broader institutional segregation and thereby set on a secure footing. Institutional segregation carries with it territorial segregation. The way to preserve native institutions while meeting the labor demands of a growing economy was through the institution of migrant labor, for so long as the native family home is not with the white man but in his own area, so long native organization will not be materially affected. It is only when segregation breaks down, when the whole family migrates from the tribal home and out of the tribal jurisdiction to the white man's farm or the white man's town, that the tribal bond is snapped, and the traditional system falls into decay. and it is this migration of the native family, of the females and children, to the farms and the towns which should be prevented. As soon as this migration is permitted, the process commences which ends in the urbanized detribalized native and the disappearance of the native organization. It is not white employment of native males that works the mischief, but the abandonment of the native tribal home by the women and children. Point 4. Put simply, the problem with territorial segregation was that it rendered racial domination unstable. The more the economy developed, the more it came to depend on the urbanized or detribalized natives. As that happened, the beneficiaries of rule appeared an alien minority and its victims evidently an indigenous majority. The way to stabilize racial domination, territorial segregation, was to ground it in a politically enforced system of ethnic pluralism, institutional segregation, so that everyone, victims no less than beneficiaries, may appear as minorities. However, with migrant labor providing the day-to-day institutional link between native and white society, native institutions fashioned as so many rural tribal composites may be conserved as separate but would function as subordinate. At this point, however, Smuts faltered, for, he believed, it was too late in the day to implement a policy of institutional segregation in South Africa. Urbanization had already proceeded too far. But it was not too late for less developed colonies to the north to learn from the South African experience. The situation in South Africa is therefore a lesson to all the younger British communities farther north to prevent as much as possible the detachment of the native from his tribal connection, and to enforce from the very start the system of segregation with its conservation of separate native institutions. 7. The Broederbond, however, disagreed, to this brotherhood of Boer supremacists. To stabilize the system of racial domination was a question of life and death, a matter in which it could never be too late. What Smuts termed institutional segregation the Broederbond called apartheid. The context in which apartheid came to be implemented made for its particularly harsh features. For to rule natives through their own institutions, one first had to push natives back into the confines of native institutions. In the context of a semi-industrialized and highly urbanized South Africa, this meant, on the one hand, the forced removal of those marked unproductive so they may be pushed out of white areas back into native homelands and, on the other, the forced straddling of those deemed productive between workplace and homeland through an ongoing cycle of annual migrations. To effect these changes required a degree of force and brutality that seemed to place the South African colonial experience in a class of its own. But neither institutional segregation nor apartheid was a South African invention. If anything, both idealized a form of rule that the British Colonial Office dubbed indirect rule and the French Association. 3 decades before Smuts, Lord Lugard had pioneered indirect rule in Uganda and Nigeria. And 3 decades after Smuts, Lord Haley would sum up the contrast between forms of colonial rule as turning on a distinction between identity and differentiation in organizing the relationship between Europeans and Africans. The doctrine of identity conceives the future social and political institutions of Africans as designed to be basically similar to those of Europeans. The doctrine of differentiation aims at the evolution of separate institutions appropriate to African conditions and differing both in spirit and in form from those of Europeans. 5. The emphasis on differentiation meant the forging of specifically native institutions through which to rule subjects, but the institutions so defined and enforced were not racial as much as ethnic, not native as much as tribal. Racial dualism was thereby anchored in a politically enforced ethnic pluralism. To emphasize their offensive and pejorative nature, one put the words native and tribal in quotation marks. But after first use, I have dropped the quotation marks to avoid a cumbersome read, instead relying on the reader's continued vigilance and good sense. This book, then, is about the regime of differentiation, institutional segregation, as fashioned in colonial Africa and reformed after independence and the nature of the resistance it bred. Anchored historically, it is about how Europeans ruled Africa and how Africans responded to it. Drawn to the present, it is about the structure of power and the shape of resistance in contemporary Africa. 3 sets of questions have guided my labors. To what extent was the structure of power? 8. In contemporary Africa shaped in the colonial period rather than born of the anti-colonial revolt? Was the notion that they introduced the rule of law to African colonies no more than a cherished illusion of colonial powers? Second, rather than just uniting diverse ethnic groups in a common predicament, was not racial domination actually mediated through a variety of ethnically organized local powers? If so, is it not too simple, even if tempting, to think of the anti-colonial, nationalist, struggle as just a one-sided repudiation of ethnicity rather than also a series of ethnic revolts against so many ethnically organized and centrally reinforced local powers, in other words, a string of ethnic civil wars? In brief, was not ethnicity a dimension of both power and resistance, of both the problem and the solution? Finally, if power reproduced itself by exaggerating difference and denying the existence of an oppressed majority, is not the burden of protest to transcend these differences without denying them? I have written this book with 4 objectives in mind. My first objective is to question the writing of history by analogy, a method pervasive in contemporary Africanist studies. Thereby, I seek to establish the historical legitimacy of Africa as a unit of analysis. My second objective is to establish that apartheid, usually considered unique to South Africa, is actually the generic form of the colonial state in Africa. As a form of rule, apartheid is what Smuts called institutional segregation, the British termed indirect rule, and the French association. It is this common state form that I call decentralized despotism. A corollary is to bring some of the lessons from the study of Africa to South African studies and vice versa, and thereby to question the notion of South African exceptionalism. A third objective is to underline the contradictory character of ethnicity. In disentangling its 2 possibilities, the emancipatory from the authoritarian, my purpose is not to identify emancipatory movements and avail them for an uncritical embrace. Rather, it is to problematize them through a critical analysis. My fourth and final objective is to show that although the bifurcated state created with colonialism was deracialized after independence, it was not democratized. Post-independence reform led to diverse outcomes. No nationalist government was content to reproduce the colonial legacy uncritically. Each sought to reform the bifurcated state that institutionally crystallized a state-enforced separation, of the rural from the urban and of one ethnicity from another. But in doing so, each reproduced a part of that legacy, thereby creating its own variety of despotism. These questions and objectives are very much at the root of the discussion in the chapters that follow. Before sketching in full the outlines of my argument, however, I find it necessary to clarify my theoretical point of departure. 9. Beyond a history by analogy. In the aftermath of the Cuban Revolution, dependency theory emerged as a powerful critique of various forms of unilinear evolutionism. It rejected both the claim that the less developed countries were traditional societies in need of modernization and the conviction that they were backward pre-capitalist societies on the threshold of a much-needed bourgeois revolution. Underdevelopment, argued proponents of dependency, was historically produced, as a creation of modern imperialism. It was as modern as industrial capitalism. Both were outcomes of a process of accumulation on a world scale. 6. Its emphasis on historical specificity notwithstanding, dependency soon lapsed into yet another form of ahistorical structuralism. Alongside modernization theory and orthodox Marxism, it came to view social reality through a series of binary opposites. If modernization theorists thought of society as modern or pre-modern, industrial or pre-industrial, and orthodox Marxists conceptualized modes of production as capitalist or pre-capitalist, dependency theorists juxtaposed development with underdevelopment. Of the bipolarity, the lead term modern, industrial, capitalist, or development was accorded both analytical value and universal status. The other was residual. Making little sense without its lead twin, it had no independent conceptual existence. The tendency was to understand these experiences as a series of approximations, as replays not quite efficient, Understudies that fell short of the real performance. Experiences summed up by analogy were not just considered historical latecomers on the scene, but were also ascribed a predestiny. Whereas the lead term had analytical content, the residual term lacked both an original history and an authentic future. In the event that a real-life performance did not correspond to the prescribed trajectory, it was understood as a deviation. The bipolarity thus turned on a double distinction, between experiences considered universal and normal and those seen as residual or pathological. The residual or deviant ease was understood not in terms of what it was, but with reference to what it was not. Pre-modern thus became not yet modern, and pre-capitalism not yet capitalism. But can a student, for example, be understood as not yet a teacher? Put differently, is being a professional teacher the true and necessary destiny of every student? The residual term in the evolutionary enterprise pre-modern, pre-industrial, pre-capitalist, or underdeveloped really summed up the etc. of unilinear social science, that which it tended to explain away. A unilinear social science, however, involves a double maneuver. If it tends to caricature the experience summed up as the residual term, it 1-0 also mythologizes the experience that is the lead term. If the former is rendered ahistorical, the latter is ascribed a suprahistorical trajectory of development, a necessary path whose main line of development is unaffected by struggles that happened along the way. There is a sense in which both are robbed of history. The endeavor to restore historicity, agency, to the subject has been the cutting edge of a variety of critiques of structuralism. But if structuralism tended to straitjacket agency within iron laws of history, a strong tendency in post-structuralism is to diminish the significance of historical constraint in the name of salvaging agency. The dependent entry of African societies into the world system is not especially unique, argues the French Africanist Jean-François Bayart, and should be scientifically dedramatist. 7 On one hand, inequality has existed throughout time, and it should be stressed ad nauseam does not negate historicity. On the other hand, deliberate recourse to the strategies of extroversion has been a recurring phenomenon in the history of the continent. Dependency theory is thereby stood on its head as modern imperialism is, shall I say, celebrated, as the outcome of an African initiative. Similarly, in another recent historical rewrite, slavery too is explained away as the result of a local initiative. The African role in the development of the Atlantic, promises John Thornton, would not simply be a secondary one, on either side of the Atlantic, for we must accept both that African participation in the slave trade was voluntary and under the control of African decision-makers on this side of the Atlantic, and that the condition of slavery, by itself, did not necessarily prevent the development of an African-oriented culture on the side of the Atlantic. It is one thing to argue that nothing short of death can extinguish human initiative and creativity, but quite another to see in every such gesture evidence of a historical initiative. Even the inmates of a concentration camp are able, in this sense, to live by their own cultural logic, remarks Talal Assad. But one may be forgiven for doubting that they are therefore making their own history. 9 To have critiqued structuralist-inspired binary oppositions for giving rise to walled-off sciences of the normal and the abnormal, the civilized and the savage, is the chief merit of post-structuralism. To appreciate this critique, however, is not quite the same as to accept the claim that in seeking to transcend these epistemological oppositions embedded in notions of the modern and the traditional, post-structuralism has indeed created the basis of a healthy humanism. That claim is put forth by its Africanist adherents. Scholarship, they say, must de-exoticize Africa and banalize it, the swing from the exotic to the banal. Yes, banal Africa exoticism be damned. 10 is from one extreme to another, from seeing the flow of events in Africa as exceptional to the general flow of world history to 11. Seeing it as routine, as simply dissolving in that general flow, confirming its trend, and in the process presumably confirming the humanity of the African people. In the process, African history and reality lose any specificity, and with it, we also lose any but an invented notion of Africa. But it is only when abstracted from structural constraint that agency appears as lacking in historical specificity. At this point, abstract universalism and intimate particularism turn out to be two sides of the same coin, both see in the specificity of experience nothing but its idiosyncrasy. The patrimonial state. Whereas post-structuralists focus on the intimate and the day-to-day, shunning meta-theory and meta-experience, the mainstream Africanists are shy of neither. The presumption that developments in Africa can best be understood as mirroring an earlier history is widely shared among North American Africanists. Before the current preoccupation with civil society as the guarantor of democracy, a notion I will comment on later, Africanist political science was concerned mainly with two issues: a tendency toward corruption among those within the system and toward exit among those marginal to it. The literature on corruption makes sense of its spread as a reoccurrence of an early European practice, patrimonialism or prebendalism. 11. Two broad tendencies can be discerned. Point 12. For the state-centrists, the state has failed to penetrate society sufficiently and is therefore hostage to it. For the society-centrists, society has failed to hold the state accountable and is therefore prey to it. I will argue that the former fail to see the form of power, how the state does penetrate society, and the latter the form of revolt, of how society does hold the state accountable, because both work through analogies and are unable to come to grips with a historically specific reality. Although I will return to the society-centrists, the present-day champions of civil society as the guarantor of democracy, it is worth tracing the contours of the state-centrist argument. Overwhelmed by societal pressures, its institutional integrity compromised by individual or secessional interest, the state has turned into a weak leviathan, one isus pended above society. 14. Whether plain soft 11 or in decline and decay, 1 asterisk. This creature may be omnipresent but is hardly omnipotent. 1. Then follows the theoretical conclusion, variously termed as the early modern authoritarian state, the early modern absolutist state, or the patrimonial autocratic state. This form of state power is likened to its ancestors in 17th century Europe or early post-colonial Latin America, often underlined as a political feature of the transition to capitalism. 1-2. What happens if you take a historical process unfolding under concrete conditions, in this case, of 16th to 18th century Europe as a vantage point from which to make sense of subsequent social development? The outcome is a history by analogy rather than history as process. Analogy seeking turns into a substitute for theory formation. The Africanist is akin to those learning a foreign language who must translate every new word back into their mother tongue, in the process missing precisely what is new in a new experience. From such a standpoint, the most intense controversies dwell on what is indeed the most appropriate translation, the most adequate fit, the most appropriate analogy that will capture the meaning of the phenomenon under observation. Africanist debates tend to focus on whether contemporary African reality most closely resembles the transition to capitalism under 17th century European absolutism or that under other third-world experiences. 18. Or whether the post-colonial state in Africa should be labelled Bonapartist or absolutist. 19. Whatever their differences, both sides agree that African reality has meaning only insofar as it can be seen to reflect a particular stage in the development of an earlier history. Inasmuch as it privileges the European historical experience as its touchstone, as the historical expression of the universal, contemporary unilinear evolutionism should more concretely and appropriately be characterized as a Eurocentrism. The central tendency of such a methodological orientation is to lift a phenomenon out of context and process. The result is a history by analogy. The uncaptured peasantry. Whereas the literature on corruption is mainly about the state in Africa, that on exit is about the peasantry. Two diametrically opposed perspectives can be discerned here. One looks at the African countryside as nothing but an ensemble of transactions in a marketplace, the other sees it as a collection of households enmeshed in a non-market milieu of kin-based relations. For the former, the market is the defining feature of rural life. For the latter, the intrinsic realities of village Africa have little to do with the market. The same tendency can appear clothed in sharply contrasting ideological garb. Thus, for example, the argument that rural Africa is really pre-capitalist, with the market an external and artificial imposition, was first put forth by the proponents of African socialism, most notably Julius Nyerere. Largely discredited in the mid-70s, when dependency theory reigned supreme, this thesis was resurrected in the 80s by Goran Haydn II, who echoed Nyerere, once again relying on empirical material from Tanzania that the intrinsic realities of Africa have little to do with market relationships. Instead, he argued, 13. They are a unique expression of a pre-market economy of affection. Market theories were championed by IMF theorists who claimed that the rationality of ground-level markets was being simultaneously suppressed and distorted by clientele-ridden but all-powerful states. The argument was given academic respectability by Robert Bates's widely circulated study Markets and States in Africa. Whereas the latter tendency continues to enjoy the status of an official truth in policy-making circles, the former survives as a marginal but fashionable preoccupation in academia. My interest is in the method that guides these contending perspectives. With market theorists, the method is transparent. They presume the market to exist, as an ahistorical and universal construct. Markets are not created, but freed. African countries are market societies, like those in Europe, period. Goran Haydn, however, claims to be laying bare the intrinsic realities of Africa. Yet he proceeds not by a historical examination of these realities but by formal analogies. Searching for the right analogy to fit Africa, he proceeds by dismissing, one after another, those that do not fit. In the process, he establishes his main conclusion: Africa is not like Europe, where the peasantry was captured through wage labor, nor is it like Asia or Latin America, where it was captured through tenancy arrangements. But this search stops at showing what does not exist. It is the argument of this book, writes Haydn, that Africa is the only continent where the peasants have not been captured by other social classes. 21 In hot pursuit of the right historical analogy, the point will become clear later. Haydn misses precisely the relations through which the free peasantry is captured and reproduced. In this book, I seek neither to set the African experience apart as exceptional and exotic nor to absorb it in a broad corpus of theory as routine and banal. For both, it seems to me, are different ways of dismissing it. In contrast, I try to underline the specificity of the African experience, or at least of a slice of it. This is an argument not against comparative study but against those who would dehistoricize phenomena by lifting them from context, whether in the name of an abstract universalism or of an intimate particularism, only to make sense of them by analogy. In contrast, my endeavor is to establish the historical legitimacy of Africa as a unit of analysis. Civil society. The current Africanist discourse on civil society resembles an earlier discourse on socialism. It is more programmatic than analytical, more ideological than historical. Central to it are two claims: civil society exists as a fully formed construct in Africa as in Europe, and the driving force of democratization everywhere is the contention between civil society and the state. 22 To come to grips with these claims requires a historical anal asteriskis, for these conclusions are arrived at through analogy seeking. The notion of civil society came to prominence with the Eastern European uprisings of the late 1980s. These events were taken as signaling a paradigmatic shift, from a state-centered to a society-centered perspective, from a strategy of armed struggle that seeks to capture state power to one of an unarmed civil struggle that seeks to create a self-limiting power. In the late 1980s, the theme of a society-state struggle reverberated through Africanist circles in North America and became the new prismatic lens through which to gauge the significance of events in Africa. Even though the shift from armed struggle to popular civil protest had occurred in South Africa a decade earlier, In the course of the DUR band strikes of 1973 and the Soweto uprising of 1976, the same observers who tended to exceptionalize the significance of these events eagerly generalized the import of later events in Eastern Europe. For the core of post-Renaissance theory, 23 civil society was a historical construct, the result of an all-embracing process of differentiation, of power in the state and division of labor in the economy, giving rise to an autonomous legal sphere to govern civil life. It is no exaggeration to say that the Hegelian notion of civil society is both the summation and the springboard of main currents of Western thought on the subject. 24 Sandwiched between the patriarchal family and the universal state, civil society was for Hegel the historical product of a two-dimensional process. On one hand, the spread of commodity relations diminished the weight of extra-economic coercion, and in doing so, it freed the economy and broadly society from the sphere of politics. On the other hand, the centralization of means of violence within the modern state went alongside the settlement of differences within society without direct recourse to violence. With an end to extra-economic coercion, force ceased to be a direct arbiter in day-to-day life. Contractual relations among free and autonomous individuals were henceforth regulated by civil law. Bounded by law, the modern state recognized the rights of citizens. The rule of law meant that law-governed behavior was the rule. It is in this sense that civil society was understood as civilized society. As a meeting ground of contradictory interests, civil society in Hegel comprises two related moments, the first explosive, the second integrative, the first in the arena of the market, the second of public opinion. These two moments resurface in Marx and Gramsci as two different septions of civil society. For Marx, civil society is the ensemble of relations embedded in the market, the agency that defines its character is the bourgeoisie. For Gramsci, as for Polanyi, Talcott Parsons, and later Habermas, the differentiation that underlies civil society is triple and D. 15. Not double, between the state, the economy, and society. The realm of civil society is not the market but public opinion and culture. Its agents are intellectuals, who figure predominantly in the establishment of hegemony. Its hallmarks are voluntary association and free publicity, the basis of an autonomous organizational and expressive life. Although autonomous of the state, this life cannot be independent of it, for the guarantor of the autonomy of civil society can be none other than the state, or, to put matters differently, although its guarantor may be a specific constellation of social forces organized in and through civil society, they can do so only by ensuring a form of the state and a corresponding legal regime to undergird the autonomy of civil society, the Gramscian notion of civil society as public opinion and culture has been formulated simultaneously as analytical construct and programmatic agenda in Jürgen Habermas's work on the public sphere. 25 Habermas accents both structural processes and strategic initiatives in explaining the historical formation of civil society. In the context of a structural change embedded in the transformation of state and economy, the strategic initiatives of an embryonic bourgeois class shaped an associational life along voluntary and democratic principles. 26 At first, this public sphere was largely apolitical, revolving around literary and art criticism. The French Revolution, however, triggered a movement leading to its politicization, thereby underlining its democratic significance. Critics of Habermas have tried to disentangle the analytical from the programmatic strands in his argument by relocating this movement in its historical context. Thus, argues Jeff Ely, the public sphere was from the very outset an arena of contested meanings, both in that different and opposing publics maneuvered for space within it and in the sense that certain publics, women, subordinate nationalities, popular classes like the urban poor, the working class, and the peasantry, may have been excluded altogether from it. This process of exclusion was simultaneously one of harnessing public life to the interests of one particular group. 27 The exclusion that defined the specificity of civil society under Colorado Nile rule was that of race. Yet it is not possible to understand the nature of colonial power simply by focusing on the partial and exclusionary character of civil society. It requires, rather, coming to grips with the specific nature of power through which the population of subjects excluded from civil society was actually ruled. This is why the focus in this book is on how the subject population was incorporated into and not excluded from the arena of colonial power. The accent is on incorporation, not marginalization. By emphasizing this nor as an exclusion but as another form of power, I intend to argue that no reform of 1.6. Contemporary civil society institutions can by itself unravel this decentralized despotism. To do so will require nothing less than dismantling that form of power. The bifurcated state. The colonial state was in every instance a historical formation. Yet its structure everywhere came to share certain fundamental features. I will argue that this was so because everywhere the organization and reorganization of the colonial state was a response to a central and overriding dilemma, the native question. Briefly put, how can a tiny and foreign minority rule over an indigenous majority? To this question, there were two broad answers, direct and indirect rule. Direct rule was Europe's initial response to the problem of administering colonies. There would be a single legal order, defined by the civilized laws of Europe. No native institutions would be recognized. Although natives would have to conform to European laws, only those civilized would have access to European rights. Civil society, in this sense, was presumed to be civilized society, from whose ranks the uncivilized were excluded. The ideologues of a civilized native policy rationalized segregation as less a racial than a cultural affair. Lord Milner, Tyre colonial secretary, argued that segregation was desirable no less in the interests of social comfort and convenience than in those of health and sanitation. Citing Milner, Luggard concurred. On the one hand, the policy does not impose any restriction on one race which is not applicable to the other. A European is as strictly prohibited from living in the native reservation, as a native is from living in the European quarter. On the other hand, since this feeling exists, it should in my opinion be made abundantly clear that what is aimed at is a segregation of social standards, and not a segregation of races. The Indian or the African gentleman who adopts the higher standard of civilization and desires or partake in such immunity from infection as segregation may convey, should be as free and welcome to live in the civilized reservation as the European, provided, of course, that he does not bring with him a concourse of followers. The native peasant often shares his hut with his goat, or sheep, or fowls. He loves to drum and dance at night, which deprives the European of sleep. He is skeptical of mosquito theories. God made the mosquito larvae, said a Muslim delegation to me, for God's sake let the larvae live. For these people, sanitary rules are necessary but hateful. They have no desire to abolish segregation. 28. 1.7. Citizenship would be a privilege of the civilized, the uncivilized would be subject to an all-round tutelage. They may have a modicum of civil rights, but not political rights, for a propertied franchise separated the civilized from the uncivilized. The resulting vision was summed up in Cecil Rhodes's famous phrase, "Equal rights for all civilized men." Colonies were territories of European settlement. In contrast, the territories of European domination but not of settlement were known as protectorates. In the context of a settler capitalism, the social prerequisite of direct rule was a rather drastic affair. It involved a comprehensive sway of market institutions, the appropriation of land, the destruction of communal autonomy, and the defeat and dispersal of tribal populations. In practice, direct rule meant the reintegration and domination of natives in the institutional context of semi-servile and semi-capitalist agrarian relations. For the vast majority of natives, that is, those uncivilized who were excluded from the rights of citizenship, direct rule signified an unmediated centralized despotism. In contrast, indirect rule came to be the mode of domination over a free peasantry. Here, land remained a communal customary possession. The market was restricted to the products of labor, only marginally incorporating land or labor itself. Peasant communities were reproduced within the context of a spatial and institutional autonomy. The tribal leadership was either selectively reconstituted as the hierarchy of the local state or freshly imposed where none had existed, as in stateless societies. Here political inequality went alongside civil inequality. Both were grounded in a legal dualism. Alongside received law was implemented a customary law that regulated non-market relations, in land, in personal, family, and in community affairs. For the subject population of natives, indirect rule signified a mediated decentralized despotism. Even historically, the division between direct and indirect rule never coincided neatly with the one between settler and non-settler colonies. True, agrarian settler capital did prefer direct rule premised on freeing land while bonding labor, but indirect rule could not be linked to any specific fraction of capital. It came to mark the inclination of several fractions of the bourgeoisie, mining, finance, and commerce. The main features of direct and indirect rule, and the contrast between them, are best illustrated by the South African experience. Direct rule was the main mode of control attempted over natives in the 18th and early 19th centuries. It is a form of control best exemplified by the ape experience. The basic features of indirect rule, however, emerged through the experience of Natal in the second half of the 19th century. The distinction is also captured in the contrast between the experience of the 19th century coastal enclaves, colonies, of Lagos, Freetown, and Dakar, and the 20th century inland protectorates acquired in the course of the scramble. The Cape Natal divide over how to handle the native question was resolved in favor of the Natal model. Key to that resolution was the emergence of the Cape as the largest single reserve for migrant labor in South Africa, for the dominance of mining over agrarian capital in late 19th century South Africa and elsewhere posed afresh the question of the reproduction of autonomous peasant communities that would regularly supply male, adult, and single migrant labor to the mines. Debated as alternative modes of controlling natives in the early colonial period, direct and indirect rule actually evolved into complementary ways of native control. Direct rule was the form of urban civil power. It was about the exclusion of natives from civil freedoms guaranteed to citizens in civil society. Indirect rule, however, signified a rural tribal authority. It was about incorporating natives into a state-enforced customary order. Reformulated, direct and indirect rule are better understood as variants of despotism, the former centralized, the latter decentralized. As they learned from experience of both the ongoing resistance of the colonized and of earlier and parallel colonial encounters, colonial powers generalized decentralized despotism as their principal answer to the native question. The African colonial experience came to be crystallized in the nature of the state forged through that encounter. Organized differently in rural areas from urban ones, that state was Janus-faced, bifurcated. It contained a duality, two forms of power under a single hegemonic authority. Urban power spoke the language of civil society and civil rights, rural power of community and culture. Civil power claimed to protect rights, customary power pledged to enforce tradition. The former was organized on the principle of differentiation to check the concentration of power, the latter around the principle of fusion to ensure a unitary authority. To grasp the relationship between the two, civil power and customary power, and between the language each employed rights and custom, freedom, and tradition, we need to consider them separately while keeping in mind that each signified one face of the semi-bifurcated state. Actually existing civil society. The rationale of civil power was that it was the source of civil law that framed civil rights in civil society. I have already suggested that this idealization also shared by contemporary Africanist discourse on civil. 19. Society reminds one of an earlier discourse on socialism. More programmatic than analytical, more ideological than historical, its claims call for a historical analysis. Thus the need, as I have already suggested, for an analysis of actually existing civil society so as to understand it in its actual formation, rather than as a promised agenda for change. To grasp major shifts in the history of the relationship between civil society and the state, one needs to move away from the assumption of a single generalizable moment and identify different and even contradictory moments in that historical flow. Only through a historically unchawed query is it possible to problematize the notion of civil society, thereby to approach it analytically rather than programmatically. The history of civil society in colonial Africa is laced with racism. That is, as it were, its original sin, for civil society was first and foremost the society of the colons. Also, it was primarily a creation of the colonial state. The rights of free association and free publicity, and eventually of political representation, were the rights of citizens under direct rule, not of subjects indirectly ruled by a customarily organized tribal authority. Thus, whereas civil society was racialized, native authority was tribalized. Between the rights-bearing colons and the subject peasantry was a third group, urban-based natives, mainly middle and working-class persons, who were exempt from the lash of customary law but not from modern, racially discriminatory civil legislation. Neither subject to custom nor exalted as rights-bearing citizens, they languished in a juridical limbo. In the main, however, the colonial state was a double-sided affair. Its one side, the state that governed a racially defined citizenry, was bounded by the rule of law and an associated regime of rights. Its other side, the state that ruled over subjects, was a regime of extra-economic coercion and administratively driven justice. No wonder that the struggle of subjects was both against customary authorities in the local state and against racial barriers in civil society. The latter was particularly acute in the settler colonies, where it often took the form of an armed struggle, but it was not confined to settler colonies. Its best-known theoretician was Frantz Fanon. This then was the first historical moment in the development of civil society, the colonial state as the protector of the society of the colons. The second moment in that development saw a marked shift in the relation between civil society and the state. This was the moment of the anti-colonial struggle, for the anti-colonial struggle was at the same time a struggle of embryonic middle and working classes, the native strata in limbo, for entry into civil society. That entry, that expansion of civil society, was the result of an anti-state struggle. Its consequence was the 2-0 creation of an indigenous civil society. A process set into motion with the post-war colonial reform. This development was of limite significance, it could not be otherwise, for any significant progress in the creation of an indigenous civil society required a change in the form of the state. It required a deracialized state. Independence, the birth of a deracialized state, was the context of the third MOM, and in Dea's history, independence tended to deracialize the state but not civil society. Instead, historically accumulated privilege, usually racial, was embedded and defended in civil society. Wherever the struggle to deracialize civil society reached meaningful proportions, the independent state played a central role. In this context, the state-civil society antagonism diminished as the arena of tensions shifted to within civil society. The key policy instrument in that struggle was what is today called affirmative action and what was then called Africanization. Politics of Africanization was simultaneously unifying and fragmenting. Its first moment involved the dismantling of racially inherited privilege. The effect was to unify the victims of colonial racism. So the second moment, which turned around the question of redistribution and divided that same majority along lines that reflected the actual process of redistribution, regional, religious, ethnic, and at times just familial. The tendency of the literature on corruption in post-independence Africa has been to detach the two moments and thereby to isolate and decontextualize MOM and of redistribution, corruption, from that of expropriation, redress, through ahistorical analogies that describe it as the politics of patrimonialism, prebendism, and so on. The effect has been to caricature the practices under investigation and to make them unintelligible. Put back in the context of an urban civil society encircled by a countryside under die sway of so many customary powers thus subject to the twin pressures of demoralization and retribalization. Patrimonialism, as we will see, was in fact a form of politics that restored an urban-rural link in the context of a bifurcated state, albeit in a top-down fashion that facilitated the quest of bourgeois fractions to strengthen and reproduce their leadership. There is also a second contextualized lesson one needs to draw from that period. The other side of the politics of affirmative action was the struggle of the beneficiaries of the colonial order, mainly colons in the settler colonies and immigrant minorities, from India and Lebanon, in non-settler colonies to defend racial privilege. This defense, took a historically specific form, for with the deracialization of the state, the language of that defense could no longer be racial. Racial privilege not only receded into civil society, but defended itself in the language of civil rights, of individual rights and institutional autonomy. To victim s. 21. Of racism. The vocabulary of rights rang hollow, a lullaby for perpetuating racial privilege. Their demands were formulated in the language of nationalism and social justice. The result was a breach between the discourse on rights and the one on justice, with the language of rights appearing as a fig leaf over privilege and power appearing as the guarantor of social justice and redress. This is the context of the fourth moment in the history of actually existing civil society. This is the moment of the collapse of an embryonic indigenous civil society, of trade unions and autonomous civil organizations, and its absorption into political society. It is the moment of the marriage between technism and nationalism, of the proliferation of state nationalism in a context where the claims of the state, both developmentalist and equalizing, had a powerful resonance, particularly for the fast-expanding educated strata. It is the time when civil society-based social movements became demobilized and political movements statized. 29 To understand the limits of deracialization of civil society, one needs to grasp the specificity of the local state, which was organized not as a racial power denying rights to urbanized subjects, but as an ethnic power enforcing custom on tribespeople. The point of reform of such a power could not be deracialization, it could be only detribalization. But so long as the reform perspective was limited to deracialization, it looked as though nothing much had changed in the rural sphere, whereas everything seemed to have changed in the urban areas. We will see that wherever there was a failure to democratize the local state, post-independence generations had to pay a heavy price. The unreformed native authority came to contaminate civil society, so that the more civil society was deracialized, the more it took on a tribalized form. True, the deracialization of the central state was a necessary step toward its democratization, but the two could not be equated. To appreciate what democratization would have entailed in the African context, we need to grasp the specificity of tribal power in the countryside. Customary authority. Late colonialism brought a wealth of experience to its African pursuit. By the time the scramble for Africa took place, the turn from a civilizing mission to a law and order administration, from progress to power, was complete. In the quest to hold the line, Britain was the first to marshal authoritarian possibilities in native culture. In the process, it defined a world of the customary from which there was no escape. Key to this was the definition of land as a customary possession, for in non-settler Africa. 2. The Africa administered through native authorities, the general rule was that land could not be a private possession, of either landlords or peasants. It was defined as a customary communal holding, to which every peasant, household had a customary access, defined by state-appointed customary authorities. As we will see, the creation of an all-embracing world of the customary had three notable consequences. First, more than any other colonial subject, the African was containerized, not as a native, but as a tribes person. Every colony had two legal systems, one modern, the other customary. Customary law was defined in the plural, as the law of the tribe, and not in the singular, as a law for all natives. Thus, there was not one customary law for all natives, but roughly as many sets of customary laws as there were said to be tribes. The genius of British rule in Africa, we will hear one of its semi-official historians claim, was in seeking to civilize Africans as communities, not as individuals. More than anywhere else, there was in the African colonial experience a one-sided opposition between the individual and the group, civil society and community, rights and tradition. Second, entire late 19th century African context, there were several traditions, not just one. The tradition that colonial powers privileged as the customary was the one with the least historical depth, that of 19th century conquest states. But this monarchical, authoritarian, and patriarchal notion of the customary, we will see, most accurately mirrored colonial practices. In this sense, it was an ideological construct. Unlike civil law, customary law was an administratively driven affair, for those who enforced custom were in a position to define it in the first place. Custom, in other words, was state-ordained and state-enforced. I wish to be understood clearly. I am not arguing for a conspiracy theory whereby custom was always defined from above, always invented or constructed by those in power. The customary was more often than not the site of struggle. Custom was often the outcome of a contest between various forces, not just those in power or its on-the-scene agents. My point, though, is about the institutional context in which this contest took place. The terms of the contest, its institutional framework, were heavily skewed in favor of state-appointed customary authorities. It was, as we will see, a game in which the dice were loaded. It should not be surprising that custom came to be the language-ol force, masking the uncustomary power of native authorities. The third notable consequence of an all-embracing customary power was that the African colonial experience was marked by force to an unusual degree. Where land was defined as a customary possession, the market could be only a partial construct. Beyond the market, there was only one way of driving land and labor out of the world of the customary, force. The day-to-day violence of the colonial system was embedded in customary. 23. Native authorities in the local state, not in civil power at the center. Yet we must not forget that customary local authority was reinforced and backed up by central civil power. Colonial despotism was highly decentralized. The seat of customary power in the rural areas was the local state, the district in British colonies, the circle in French colonies. The functionary of the local state apparatus was everywhere called the chief. One should not be misled by the nomenclature into thinking of this as a holdover from the pre-colonial era. Not only did the chief have the right to pass rules, bylaws, governing persons under his domain, he also executed all laws and was the administrator in his area, in which he settled all disputes. The authority of the chief thus fused in a single person all moments of power, judicial, legislative, executive, and administrative. This authority was like a clenched fist, necessary because the chief stood at the intersection of the market economy and the non-market one. The administrative justice and the administrative coercion that were the sum and substance of his authority lay behind a regime of extra-economic coercion, a regime that breathed life into a whole range of compulsions, forced labor, forced crops, forced sales, forced contributions, and forced removals. Ethnicity and the anti-colonial revolt. To understand the nature of struggle and of agency, one needs to understand the nature of power. The latter has something to do with the nature of exploitation but is not reducible to it. I started writing this book with a focus on differentiated agrarian systems on the continent. From the perspective that has come to be known as political economy, I learned that the nature of political power becomes intelligible when put in the context of concrete accumulation processes and the struggles shaped by these. 31 From this point of view, the starting point of analysis had to be the labor question. I began to question the completeness of this proposition when I came to realize that the form of the state that had evolved over the colonial period was not specific to any particular agrarian system. Its specificity was, rather, political. More than anything else, the form of the state was shaped by the African colonial experience. More than the labor question, it was the native question that illuminated this experience. My point is not to set up a false opposition between the two. One do maintain that political analysis cannot extrapolate the nature of power from an analysis of political economy. More than the labor question, the organization and reorganization of power turned on the imperative of 24. Maintaining political order. This is why to understand the form of the state forged under colonialism one had to place at the center of analysis the riddle that was the native question. The form of rule shaped the form of revolt against it. Indirect rule at once reinforced ethnically bound institutions of control and led to their explosion from within. Ethnicity, tribalism, thus came to be simultaneously the form of colonial control over natives and the form of revolt against it. It defined the parameters of both the native authority in charge of the local state apparatus and of resistance to it. Everywhere, the local apparatus of the colonial state was organized either on an ethnic or on a religious basis. At the same time, one finds it difficult to recall a single major peasant uprising over the colonial period that has not been either ethnic or religious in inspiration. Peasant insurrectionists organized around what they claimed was an untainted, UN-compromised, and genuine custom, against a state-enforced and corrupted version of the customary. This is so for a simple but basic reason. The anti-colonial struggle was first and foremost a struggle against the hierarchy of the local state, the tribally organized native authority, which enforced the colonial order as customary. This is why everywhere, although the cadres of the nationalist movement were recruited mainly from urban areas, the movement gained depth the more it was anchored in the peasant struggle against native authorities. Yet tribalism as revolt became the source of a profound dilemma because local populations were usually multi-ethnic and at times multi-religious. Ethnicity, and at times religion, was reproduced as a problem inside every peasant movement. This is why it is not enough simply to separate tribal power organized from above from tribal revolt waged from below so that we may denounce the former and embrace the latter. The revolt from below needs to be problematized, for it carries the seeds of its own fragmentation and possible self-destruction. I have already suggested that the fragmentation is not just ethnic. Rather, the inter-ethnic divide is in effect of a larger split, also politically enforced, between town and country. Neither was this double divide, urban-rural and inter-ethnic, fortuitous. My claim is that every movement against decentralized despotism bore the institutional imprint of that mode of rule. Every movement of resistance was shaped by the very structure of power against which it rebelled. How it came to understand this historical fact, and the capacity it marshaled to transcend it, set the tone and course of the movement. I will make this point through an analysis of two types of resistance, the rural in Uganda and urban in South Africa. We are now in a position to answer the question, what would democratization have entailed in the African context? It would have entailed 25. The deracialization of civil power and the detribalization of customary power, as starting points of an overall democratization that would transcend the legacy of a bifurcated power. A consistent democratization would have required dismantling and reorganizing the local state, the array of native authorities organized around the principle of fusion of power, fortified by an administratively driven customary justice and nourished through extra-economic coercion. In addition to setting die pace in tapping authoritarian possibilities in culture and in giving culture an authoritarian bent, Britain led the way in fashioning a theory that claimed its particular form of colonial domination to be marked by an enlightened and permissive recognition of native culture. Although its capacity to dominate grew through a dispersal of its own power, the colonial state claimed this process to be no more than a deference to local tradition and custom. To grasp the contradiction in this claim, I have suggested, needs the analysis of the institutions within which official custom was forged and reproduced. The most important institutional legacy of colonial rule, I argue, may lie in the inherited impediments to democratization. Varieties of despotism. As post-independence reform. Clearly, the form of the state that emerged through post-independence reform was not the same in every instance. There was a variation. If we start with the language that power employed to describe itself, we can identify two distinct constellations, the conservative and the radical. In the case of the conservative African states, the hierarchy of the local state apparatus, from chiefs to headmen, continued after independence. In the radical African states, though, there seemed to be a marked change. In some instances, a constellation of tribal-defined customary laws was discarded as a single customary law transcending tribal boundaries was codified. The result, however, was to develop a uniform, countrywide customary law, applicable to all peasants regardless of ethnic affiliation, functioning alongside a modern law for urban dwellers. A version of the bifurcated state, forged through the colonial encounter, remained. Whereas the conservative regimes reproduced the decentralized despotism that was the form of the colonial state in Africa, the radical regimes sought to reform it. The outcome, however, was not to dismantle despotism through a democratic reform, rather it was to reorganize decentralized power so as to unify the nation through a reform that tended to centralization. The antidote to a decentralized despotism turned out to be a centralized despotism. In the back and forth movement between 2-6, a decentralized and centralized despotism, each regime claimed to be reforming the negative features of its predecessor. This, we will see, is best illustrated by the seesaw movement between civilian and military regimes in Nigeria. The continuity between the form of the colonial state and the power fashioned through radical reform was underlined by the despotic nature of power. For inasmuch as radical regimes shared with colonial powers the conviction to effect a revolution from above, they ended up intensifying the administratively driven nature of justice, customary or modern. If anything, the radical experience built on the legacy of fused power enforcing administrative imperatives through extra economic coercion except that, this time, it was done in the name not of enforcing custom but of making development and waging revolution. Even if there was a change in the title of functionaries, from chiefs to cotters, there was little change in the nature of power. If anything, the fist of colonial power that was the local state was tightened and strengthened. Even if it did not employ the language of custom and enforce it through a tribal authority, the more it centralized coercive authority in the name of development or revolution, the more it enforced and deepened the gulf between town and country. If the decentralized conservative variant of despotism tended to bridge the urban-rural divide through a clientelism whose effect was to exacerbate ethnic divisions, its centralized radical variant tended to do the opposite, de-emphasizing the customary and ethnic difference between rural areas while deepening the chasm between town and country in the pursuit of an administratively driven development. The bifurcated state that was created with colonialism was deracialized, but it was not democratized. If the two-pronged division that the colonial state enforced on the colonized between town and country, and between ethnicities was its dual legacy at independence, each of the two versions of the post-colonial state tended to soften one part of the legacy while exacerbating the other. The limits of the co-conservative states were obvious, they removed the sting of racism from a colonially fashioned stronghold but kept in place the native authorities, which enforced the division between ethnicities. The radical states went a step further, joining deracialization to detribalization. But the deracialized and detribalized power they organized put a premium on administrative decision-making. In the name of detribalization, they tightened central control over local authorities. Claiming to herald development and wage revolution, they intensified extra economic pressure on the peasantry. In the process, they inflamed the division between town and country. If the prototype subject in the conservative states bore an ethnic mark, the prototype subject in the radical states was Sim. 2-7. Ply the rural peasant. In the process, both experiences reproduced one part of the dual legacy of the bifurcated state and created their own distinctive version of despotism. South African exceptionalism. The bittersweet fruit of African independence also defines one possible future for post-apartheid South Africa. Part of my argument is that apartheid, usually considered the exceptional feature in the South African experience, is actually its one aspect that is uniquely African. As a form of the state, apartheid is neither self-evidently objectionable nor self-evidently identifiable. Usually understood as institutionalized racial domination, apartheid was actually an attempt to soften racial antagonism by mediating and thereby refracting the impact of racial domination through a range of native authorities. Not surprisingly, the discourse of apartheid in both General Smuts, who anticipated it, and the Broederbond, which engineered it, idealized the practice of indirect rule in British colonies to the north. As a form of rule, apartheid, like the indirect rule colonial state, fractured the ranks of the ruled along a double divide, ethnic on the one hand, rural-urban on the other. The notion of South African exceptionalism is a current so strong in South African studies that it can be said to have taken on the character of a prejudice. I am painfully aware of the arduous labor of generations of researchers that has gone into the making of South African studies. Someone new to that field must tread gingerly and modestly. Yet we all know of the proverbial child who combines audacity with the privilege of seeing things anew. Perhaps this child's only strength is to take notice when the emperor has no clothes on. My claim, simply put, is that South Africa has been an African country with specific differences. The South African literature that has a bearing on the question of the state comprises three related currents. The first is a body of writings largely kenomistic. It focuses on the rural-urban interface and the diminishing significance of the countryside as a source of livelihood for its inhabitants. Its accent is on the mode of exploitation, not of rule. With its eye on an irreversible process of proletarianization, it sees rural areas as rapidly shrinking in the face of a unilinear, rend. Because it treats rural areas as largely residual, it is unable fully to explain apartheid as a form of the state. It is only from an kenomistic perspective, one that highlights levels of industrialization and proletarianization one-sidedly, that South African exceptionalism makes sense. Conversely, the same exceptionalism masks the colonial nature of the South African experience. 2.8. The point is worth elaborating. It is only from a perspective that cuz singy-mindedly on the labor question that the South African experience appears exceptional. For the labor question does illuminate that which sets South Africa apart more or less in a category of it $own, semi-industrialization, semi-proletarianization, semi-urbanization, capped by a strong civil society. This is why it takes a shift of focus from the labor question to the native question to underline that which is African and unexceptional in the South African experience. That monolity, I argue, lies not in the political economy but in the form of the state, the bifurcated state. Forged in response to the ever-present dilemma of how to secure political order, the bifurcated state was like a spidery beast that sought to pin its prey to the ground, using a minimum of force judicious, some would say, to keep in check its most dynamic tendencies. The more dynamic and assertive these tendencies, as they inevitably were in a semi-industrial setting like South Africa, the greater the force it unleashed to keep them in check. Thus the bifurcated state tried to keep apart forcibly that which socio-economic processes tended to bring together freely, the urban and the rural, one ethnicity and another. There is a second body of scholarship, which is on the question of chiefship and rural administration. It is a specialized and ghettoized literature on a particular institutional form or on local government. WHOSE findings and insight are seldom integrated into a comprehensive analysis of the state. And then, finally, there is a corpus of general political writings that is holistic but lacks in depth and explanatory power. This is the literature on internal colonialism, colonialism of a special type, and settler colonialism. No longer in vogue in academia, This kind of writing has tended to become increasingly moralistic. It is preoccupied with the search for a colonizer, not the mode of colonial control. With a growing emphasis on non-racialism in the mainstream of popular struggle in South Africa, it appears embarrassing at best and divisive at worst. As a failure to analyze apartheid as a form of the state, TH's triple legacy is simultaneously a failure to realize that the bifurcated state does not have to be tinged with a racial ideology. Should that analytical failure be translated into a political one, it will leave open the possibility for such a form of control and containment to survive the current transition. The specificity of the South African experience lies in the strength of its civil society, both white and black. This is in spite of the artificial Durbanization attempted by the apartheid regime. The sheer numerical weight of white settler presence in South Africa sets it apart from settler minorities elsewhere in colonial Africa. Black urbanization, however, lies 29. Been a direct byproduct of industrialization, first following the discovery of gold and diamonds at the end of the 19th century, then during the decades of rapid secondary industrialization under Boer and nationalist rule. One testimony to the strength of black civil society was the urban uprising that built wave upon wave following Soweto 1976, and that was at the basis of the shift in the paradigm of resistance from armed to popular struggle. The strength of urban forces and civil society-based movements in South Africa meant that, unlike in most African countries, the center of gravity of popular struggle was in the townships and not against native authorities in the countryside. The depth of resistance in South Africa was rooted in urban-based worker and student resistance, not in the peasant revolt in the countryside. Whereas in most African countries the formation of an indigenous civil society was mainly a post-independence affair, following the deracialization of the state, in South Africa it is both cause and consequence of that deracialization. Yet civil society-based movements in apartheid South Africa mirror the key weakness of similar pro-democracy movements to the north, shaped by the bifurcated nature of the state. They lack an agenda for democratizing customary power gelled in indirect rule authorities and thereby a perspective for consistent democratization. The contemporary outcome in South Africa reflects both features, those generically African and those specifically South African. The situation leading to the non-racial elections of 1994 is a confluence of 5 historical developments. The first is the shift to apartheid rule in the late 1940s. Most analysts have seen this as an exception to the wind of change then blowing across the continent, a wind that in its wake brought state independence to non-settler colonies. In retrospect, though, apartheid, the upgrading of indirect rule authority in rural areas to an autonomous status combined with police control over an native movement between the rural and the urban, an attempt to convert a racial into an ethnic contradiction, was the National Party's attempt to borrow a leaf from the history of colonial rule to the north of the Limpopo. What gave apartheid its particularly cruel twist was its attempt artificially to deurbanize a growing urban African population. Plus required the introduction of administratively driven justice and fused power in African townships. The experience can be summarized in 2 words: forced removals, which must chill a black South African spine even today. Second, forced removals notwithstanding, the processes of urbanization and proletarianization continued. The repression that administratively driven justice and fused power made possible, particularly in the decade of peace that followed the Sharpeville Sea massacre of I-960. 30. Created a climate of great investor confidence. As rates of capital accumulation leaped ahead of previous levels, so did rates of African proletarianization and urbanization. Third, the decade of peace ended with the Durban strikes of 1973 and the Soweto uprising of 1976. For the next decade, South Africa was in the throes of a protracted and popular urban uprising. The paradigm of resistance shifted from an exile-based armed struggle to an internal popular struggle. Fourth, the original and main social base of independent unionism that followed the Durban strikes of 1973 was migrant labor. The trajectory of migrant labor politics illuminates the broad contours of the politics of resistance in apartheid South Africa. From being the spearhead of rural struggles against newly upgraded native authorities in the 1950s, migrant labor provided the main energy that propelled forward the independent trade union movement in the decade following the Durban strikes. But by the close of the next decade, hostel-based migrants had become marginal to the township-based revolt. As tensions between these two sectors of the urban African population exploded into antagonism in the Reef Violence of 1990-91, hostels were exposed as the soft underbelly of both unions and township civics. Seen in the 1950s as urban-based militants spearheading a rural struggle and explosion of the urban in the rural, by 1990 migrants appeared to many an urban militant as tradition-bound country bumpkins bent on damming the waters of urban township resistance, the rural in the urban. If my objective in looking at the South African experience were simply to bring to it some of the lessons from African studies, the result would be a one-sided endeavor. If it is not to turn into a self-serving exercise, the objective must be, and indeed is also, to bring some the strengths of South African studies to the study of Africa. For if the problem of South African studies is that it has been exceptionalized, that of African studies is that it was originally exoticized and is now banalized. But unlike African studies, which continues to be mainly a turnkey import, South African studies has been more of a homegrown import substitute. In sharp contrast to the rustic and close-to-the-ground character of South African studies have tended to take on the character of a speculative vocation indulged in by many a stargazing academic perched in distant ivory towers. This lesson was driven home to me with the forceful impact of a dramatic and personal realization in the early 1990s, when it became possible for an African academic to visit South Africa. At those quarters, apartheid no longer seemed a self-evident exception to the African colonial experience. As the scales came off, one realized that the notion of South African exceptionalism could not be an exclusively South African. 3.1. Creation. The argument was also reinforced regularly from the northern side of the border, both by those who hold the gun and by those who wield the pen. This is why the creation of a truly African studies, a study of Africa whose starting point is the commonality of African experience, seems imperative at this historical moment. To do so, however, requires that we proceed from a recognition of our shared legacy which is honest enough not to deny our differences. If the reader should wonder why I have devoted so much space to South African material, I need to point out that the South African experience plays a key analytical and explanatory role in the argument I will put forth. It is precisely because the South African historical experience is so different that it dramatically underlines what is common in African colonial experience. Its brutality in a semi-industrialized setting notwithstanding, apartheid needs to be understood as a form of the state, the result of a reform in the mode of rule which attempted to contain a growing urban-based revolt, first by repackaging the native population under the immediate grip of a constellation of autonomous native authorities so as to fragment it, and then by policing its movement between country and town so as to freeze the division between the two. Conversely, it is precisely because black civil society in South Africa is that much stronger and more tenacious than any to the north that it illustrates dramatically the limitations of an exclusively civil society-based perspective as an anchor for a democratic movement. The urban uprising that unfolded in the wake of Durban 1973 and Soweto 1976 lacked a perspective from which to understand and transcend the inter-ethnic and the urban-rural tensions that would mark its way ahead. Finally, the seesaw struggle between state repression and the urban uprising had reached a stalemate by the mid-1980s. It was as if the waters of the protracted uprising had been cheeked and frustrated by the walls of indirect rule native authorities. The uprising remained a predominantly urban affair. At the same time, the international situation was changing fast with glasnost coming to the Soviet Union and the Cold War thawing. In this context, the South African government tried to recoup a lost initiative through several dramatic reforms. The first was the 1986 removal of influx control and the abolition of pass laws, thereby reversing the legacy of forced removals. Two was as if the government, by throwing open the floodgates of urban entry to rural migrants, hoped they would flock to townships and put out the fires of urban revolt. And so they flocked. By 1993, according to most estimates, the shanty population encircling many townships was at around 7 million, nearly a fifth of the total population. Many were migrants from rural areas. The second initiative came in 1990 with the release of political prisoners and the unbanning of exile-based organizations. The government had identified a force highly credible in the urban uprising but not born of it and sought to work out the terms of an alliance with it. That force was the African National Congress, ANC, in exile. Those terms were worked out in the course of a 4-year negotiation process, called the Convention for a Democratic South Africa, CODESA. The resulting constitutional consensus ensured the National Party substantial powers in die state for at least 5 years after the non-racial elections of 1994. Many critiques of the transition have focused on this blemish, but the real import of this transition to non-racial rule may turn out to be the fact that it will leave intact the structures of indirect rule. Sooner rather than later, it will liquidate racism in the state. With free movement between town and country, but with native authorities in charge of an ethnically governed rural population, it will reproduce one legacy of apartheid in a non-racial form. If that happens, this deracialization without democratization will have been a uniquely African outcome. Scope and organization. This book is divided into 2 parts. The first focuses on the structure of the state. Following this introduction is a chapter that reconstructs the moment of the late 19th century scramble as a confluence of 2 interrelated developments. The first was the end of slavery, both in the Western Hemisphere and on the African continent. This shift of historical proportions both underlined the practical need for a new regime of compulsions and cleared the ground for it. The second contributory factor was the set of lessons that late colonialism drew from its Asian experience. The historical context illuminates what was distinctive about the nature of colonial power in Africa. The political history of indirect rule, from its genesis in Equatorial Africa to its completion in South Africa, is traced in Chapter 3. I should perhaps clarify at this point that I do not claim to have written a book that is encyclopedic and panoramic in its empirical reach. The point of the examples I narrate is illustrative. As a mode of rule, decentralized despotism was perfected in Equatorial Africa, the real focus of the late 19th century scramble. Only later did its scope extend north and south, parts of the continent colonized earlier. The examples I use from the colonial period are clustered around the period of incubation of indirect rule in Equatorial Africa, with an extended discussion of South Africa, which is usually presumed to be an exception to the African Expo. 3.3. Written C, and which I contend was the last to implement a version of decentralized despotism. As its pioneers, the British theorized the colonial state as less a territorial construct than a cultural one. The duality between civil and customary power was best described in Legal Ideology, Die Subject of Chapter 4. Legal dualism juxtaposed received, modern, law with customary law. But customary law was formulated not as a single set of native laws but as so many sets of tribal laws. Conversely, colonial authorities defined a tribe or an ethnic group as a group with its own distinctive law. Referred to as custom, this law was usually unwritten. Its source, however, was the native authority, those in charge of managing the local state apparatus. Often installed by the colonizing power and always sanctioned by it, this native authority was presented as the traditional tribal authority. Where the source of the law was the very authority that administered the law, there could be no rule-bound authority. In such an arrangement, there could be no rule of law. This first part of the book closes with a chapter, 5, on the relation basic to decentralized despotism, that between the free peasant and the native authority. Through an illustrative exploration of extra-economic coercion, Chapter 5 sums up the distinctive feature of the economy of indirect rule. Together, Chapters 3, 4, and 5 sum up the institutional triad through which this decentralized mode of rule operated: a fusion of power, an administratively driven notion of customary law, and a range of extra economic compulsions. Each chapter also closes with a discussion of the variety and the overall limit of post-independence reform. The second part of the book explores the changing shape of oppositional movements as they grow out of the womb of the bifurcated state. I focus on 2 paradigm cases to illuminate the rural and urban contexts of resistance, Uganda and South Africa. Within the context of exploring different ways of bridging the urban-rural divide, my objective is twofold: first, to counterpose the earlier discussion of authoritarian possibilities in culture, customary law, to a discussion of emancipatory possibilities in ethnicity; second, to problematize ethnicity as resistance, precisely because it occurs in multi-ethnic contexts. The Ugandan material forms the bulk of case studies in Chapter 6 on rural-based movements in Equatorial Africa. My primary accent is on movements that seek to reform customary power in rural areas, so as to bring out both their creative moments and their limitations. The South African material in Chapter 7 focuses on urban-based movements, organized the first time as trade unions and the second time as political parties. Through a combination of secondary source material and primary. 34. Interviews, mainly in some of the violent hostels in Johannesburg, Soweto, and Durban, I explore the dialectics of migrant politics, the rural in the urban, through the turning points of the 1970s and the early 1990s in the overall context of politics of South Africa. The conclusion, Chapter 8, is a reflection on how oppositional movements and post-independence states have tried to come to terms with tensions that the structure of power tends to reproduce in the social anatomy. My point is that key to a reform of the bifurcated state and to any theoretical analysis that would lead to such a reform must be an endeavor to link the urban and the rural, and thereby a series of related binary opposites such as rights and custom, representation and participation, centralization and decentralization, civil society and community in ways that have yet to be done. Part one part one The structure of power / decentralized despotism Chapter 2 THIRD of the late 19th century European scramble was Equatorial Africa. Prior to that, the European colonial presence in Africa was mainly to the north, Algeria, and the south, South Africa. Otherwise, it was restricted to a few coastal enclaves. It is not in the early Colorado Nice, but in Equatorial Africa that the African form of the colonial state was forged, first and foremost by Britain, with other powers following suit. The lessons of Equatorial Africa would then be applied to colonies with an earlier history. The purpose of this chapter is, first, to reconstruct the moment of the scramble as a confluence of several developments. Together, these set the parameters within which colonial policy in the newly acquired possessions evolved. Second, it is to sketch the contours of the form of power that emerged by the end of the colonial period. I describe this state form as a decentralized despotism. The moment of the scramble was a meeting point of several interrelated developments, both internal and external. The end of slavery in the Western Hemisphere underlined the practical need for organizing a new regime of compulsions, except this time within newly acquired African possessions. From being a humanitarian impulse, the movement to abolish the slave trade gained practical immediacy in the aftermath of the American Civil War. A direct effect of that war which rerouted the supply of southern cotton to the north was an acute shortage of cotton for textile production elsewhere, the cotton famine, as it came to be known. To address the dilemma this vital shortage posed for its leading industry, the British Cotton Growing Association was formed in 1902. By 1904, the cotton question had become sufficiently important to be included in the King's Speech. The insufficiency of the supply of raw material upon which the great cotton industry depends has inspired me with deep concern, noted His Majesty, and then drove the point home. I trust that the efforts which are being made in various parts of the empire to increase the area under cultivation may be attended with a large measure of success. 1. This changing context helped swing important sections of manufacturing opinion against slavery and in favor of colonization, so that Africans who yesterday were transported to the New World could now stay at home in both instances to produce cotton for the satanic mills. Colonial crops ranged beyond cotton, from sugar and sisal to rubbed and coffee. All of them tropical agricultural products, their significance was either strategic or simply economic. Yet in this constellation of RA/V materials that would feed European manufacturing, the pride of place one belonged to cotton. The three C's that Livingstone claimed would together rejuvenate Africa were cotton, Christianity, and civilization. THD prototype organization lobbying for an official policy that would encourage the cultivation of industrial crops in the equatorial colonies, the British Cotton Growing Association in London. If the end of slavery in the American South underlined the practical need for a regime of compulsions in equatorial Africa, the human and organizational fabric from which to fashion such a regime could be made available only by actual developments on the African continent. Key to these developments was the defeat of 19th-century slave-based conquest states. As this development brought to a close the regime of formal slavery on the continent, it opened the possibility of a new era of compulsions short of formal slavery. Every colonial power with experience understood that a colony was not akin to a blank slate. There was no choice but to work with the material available on the ground. This practical limitation, however, did not mean the absence of choice. For developments in pre-colonial Africa were not uniform and consistent, but heterogeneous and even contradictory. The choice that colonial powers did make from a limited menu was a result of both practical necessity and vision shaped by experience. If the nature of practical necessity was underlined most acutely by the cotton famine following the American Civil War, the vision of late colonialism was marked by its experience in older 19th-century colonies, particularly in Asia. More than any other influence, it is the nature of developments in late 19th-century Africa and the experience of late colonialism in Asia that made for how colonial powers pursued practical necessity in their equatorial possessions. In what follows, I will try to disentangle these two influences. When it comes to 19th-century African developments, I will sketch these as a mixed menu that offered different possibilities to conquering powers, before going on to sketch the alternative that colonial powers actually built on and privileged as customary and traditional Africa. I say built on because at no point did colonial powers simply reproduce a 19th-century mix. If the starting point of a colonial initiative was a possibility actually on the ground, what colonial powers made of it the scope and force they gave to the customary and to tradition was shaped by the lessons late colonialism drew from its primarily Asian experience. The customary, in this sense, was neither just arbitrarily invented like the Christian God creating the 39 world in 6 days and resting on the 7th, nor faithfully reproduced. It was crafted out of raw material on the ground and in contention with it. Out of this process, this statecraft, was forged the decentralized despotism that came to be the hallmark of the colonial state in Africa. Pre-colonial antecedents. Like all colonial powers, the British worked with a single model of customary authority in pre-colonial Africa. That model was monarchical, patriarchal, and authoritarian. It presumed a king at the center of every polity, a chief on every piece of administrative ground, and a patriarch in every homestead or kraal. Whether in the homestead, the village, or the kingdom, authority was considered an attribute of a personal despotism. To what extent does this conception reflect actual developments in pre-colonial Africa? To begin with, one needs to realize that notions of a pre-colonial tradition are far more constraining than illuminating. How far back do we have to go, asks Catherine Kokorevitrovich, to find the stability alleged to be characteristic of the pre-colonial period, before the Portuguese conquest, before the Islamic invasion, before the Bantu expansion. 2. She then answers, each of these great turning points marked the reversal of long-term trends, within which a whole series of shorter cycles might in turn be identified. In short, she concludes, the static concept of traditional society cannot withstand the historian's analysis. I will confine myself to the backdrop to the scramble and argue that the tendencies that went into the making of 19th century Africa were multiple rather than singular, diverse rather than uniform, contradictory rather than consistent. Of these, the one that came closest to echoing these notions was also the least traditional, itself being a product of 19th century conquest history. More than reflecting a slice of reality in the collage that was 19th century Africa, the colonial notion of the pre-colonial was really a faithful mirror reflection of the decentralized despotism created under colonial rule. To bring out the diversity of the pre-colonial experience is important, if only because of a widespread tendency to present that experience as uniform, whether the point is to demonize or to idealize it. Counter to notions of a tyranny-ridden dark continent, one can find characterizations of a continent where noble savages lived freely and without restraint. Africa, argues a study, Blank Darkness, Africanist Discourse in French, has been made to bear a double burden of monstrousness and nobility, for throughout the history of Africanist writing there is a striking tendency towards dual, polarized evaluations which are 2.40. Often hastily ascribed to this or that historical trend. 3. One example from Anglophone literature will suffice to make the point. In his recent summation of decades of research on the subject, Basil Davidson has argued that although the historical paths to state formation and the resulting state forms were various, a common feature underpinned the political life of African states, the quest for a unifying force, depending on a system of participation that must not only work, but must publicly be seen to work, combined with a systematic distrust of power, for together, these amounted to an insistence on the distribution of executive power, a theme that Davidson argues regulated the life of pre-colonial political institutions in every African region where stable societies produced one or other form of central government. The statements are categorical, and Davidson goes on to build a general theory on one set of experiences while ignoring discordant notes. His account accurately sums up the historical experience of the Alcan states, as it does the main tendency in instances where state formation was the result of internal differentiation, but it is difficult to find in the text a single reference to the conquest states of 19th century Africa or to the experience of degrees of unfreedom that was the lot of a growing number of Africans in the time of turmoil that was the 19th century. The fact that these states hardly exemplified a deeply rooted African tradition or that the colonial powers built on that 19th century tradition of administratively appointed chiefs keeping in place a regime of force is hardly reason enough to remain silent about it. To understand the historical roots of unfreedom in the African experience, one needs to recognize that experience as not just diverse but also contradictory. State power was built not only as a consequence of processes of internal differentiation, but also as the direct result of conquest. Similarly, pre-colonial chiefship was not only the traditional variant constrained by kin-based obligations, there were also administrative chiefs who acted relatively independently of these restraints. Just as conquest did not begin with colonialism, administrative chiefship was not confined to the conquest states. Yet the point about colonialism was that it generalized both the conquest state and the administrative chiefship, and in doing so it wrenched both free of traditional restraint. Stateless communities. Mamdani recently has underlined the need to appreciate the contradictory character of the African experience. 5 In an effort to grasp the flux of gender relations in pre-colonial Africa and the colonial impact on it, she has argued for the need to move away from an understanding of matriarchy and patriarchy as two mutually exclusive systems of descent and inheritance, with associated implications of king or queen rule, toward a conceptualization of them as systems of power and ideology that could and did coexist in tension. Matriarchy, in this sense, was a system of autonomous female organization and an associated ideology that crystallized and defended this autonomy and so coexisted with semi-largely autonomous forms of male organization, as in Igbo land. This autonomous space was uniformly destroyed by colonial rule. And in this sense the world historical defeat of the female gender was experienced in Africa not as much with the onset of state organization as with the consolidation of the colonial state. In the political literature on Africa, Igbo land is the prototype of not only a non-monarchical order but also of a non-state one. The decentralized village self-government characteristic of Igbo land is, in this sense, representative of similar decentralized and democratic forms of organization operative in other contexts, for example, among the slash-and-burn agriculturalists of northern Uganda 7 or the extensively grazing pastoral communities of Karamoja and the East African Rift Valley. 8 In these stateless communities, colonial imposition could not resonate with any aspect of tradition. Often tribes were created on the basis of territorial contiguity as villages were brought together under a single administrative authority. Chiefship was similarly manufactured and chiefs were imposed. If marginal men who shifted alliances at the sight of a more powerful invader could not be found, others were brought in from the outside. The two great revolts against the imposition of a state hierarchy in the colonial period was the Maji Maji Rebellion in Tanganyika and the Great Revolt against the warrant chiefs in Igbo land, so called because these were chiefs created by warrant of the colonial governor. Similar revolts echoed across the range of stateless communities, even if the protest did not always break into the open with an equivalent force. 4.1. Traditional chiefs. The transition from tribal to state organization has often been conceptualized as one from a kinship to a territorially based authority. Although tribes organized under the domination of elders, they contained redistributive mechanisms that thwarted tendencies to reproduce inequalities in a cumulative fashion. The nature of the relationship between elders on the one hand and juniors and women on the other is still the subject of debate. Was it an exploitative relationship? If so, did elders constitute a class? 6. 4.2. The conflict between the clan, kinship, and the administrative, territorial, mode of organization is brought out by studies on the intra-Equestrian region of Eastern Africa. 10 They conclude not only that the conflict between the two modes of political organization existed at varying degrees of intensity, but also that the outcome varied. In the midst of variation, one needs to keep in mind a distinguishing feature of the African landscape. To the extent that kin groups were able to defend their custodianship over land and keep it from being turned into private property, and this was the overwhelming tendency, continentally-state authority remained significantly circumscribed by that of clans and lineages. Similarities notwithstanding, each outcome had a unique dimension. Contrast, for example, the cases of Buganda and Bunyoro, where the centralizing tendency had gone the furthest. In Buganda, the king emerged supreme with control over land but with an administrative hierarchy whose personnel came from both humble and noble origins. The line of chiefs recruited from ordinary citizens predominated over hereditary chiefs. 11 Traditional chiefs, those in office by right of descent, had been eclipsed by administratively appointed commoner chiefs. In Bunyoro, however, the tendency was toward the consolidation of a landed aristocracy with heritable wealth. The landed nobility continued to check the centralizing ambitions of the king, in the most extreme case leading to secession, as in Toro. But even when centralization had gone far as in Buganda, the organized power of clans continued to function as a popular check on both the king and the appointed administration. The tension between administrative authority and kin groups gave rise to a differentiation within the institutions of chiefship, between kinbast, hereditary traditional chiefs and state-appointed administrative chiefs. Both were in turn checked by clan and lineage-based councils that in most places retained the right of access to land and all other natural resources. Village councils made and enforced rules of access that regulated the balance between livestock, water, and forage, ensuring a sustainable use of sustainable resources. Local councils regulated the movement of herds and the protection of crops, others organized vast markets and sustained long-distance trade, still others regulated bride wealth and obligations between families and spouses, ensuring persona, rights for the children and the aged. 12 These were the traditional institutions of traditional Africa through which village-based communities regulated social and economic affairs, but they were not its only institutions. This is particularly clear with the 19th century, which was hardly a period of stable reproduction of customary relations. Ngoni conquest in Central Africa, for example, was experienced as dominance of patriarchal over matriarchal societies, leading to a proliferation of internal slavery, including slave marriages, terms put in quotation marks because they refer to a diversity of relations embodying degrees of personal unfreedom contained within familial and clan relations, but none a subjugation as total as the market-driven slavery unleashed by the acute demand for labor in New World mines and plantations organized along capitalist lines. The West African counterpart to the Ngoni Mfasane was the Fulani Jihad, which subjugated peasant societies to a range of similarly enforced tributary relations. 43. Administrative chiefs. The rise of 19th-century conquest states gave a fillip to the administrative variant of chiefship, but it was not until the colonial period that the administrative chief emerged as the full-blown village-based despot, shorn of rule-based restraint. Restraint on pre-colonial authority flowed from two separate though related tendencies, one from peers, the other from people. The first was a tendency internal to state organization, exemplified by the tension between kings and chiefs, particularly traditional chiefs, who were not likely to be royal appointees. This tension was the driving force behind the kings trying to offset hereditary traditional chiefs with a hierarchy of appointed administrative chiefs. To the extent that they could claim a 19th-century precedent, the chiefship that the colonial powers created was built on the administrative variant, not the traditional. Even then, what is impressive is not the continuity in tradition, even if a 19th-century one, but the break in continuity. To begin with, even if 19th-century administrative chiefs were the king's appointees who could not stay in office without the king's pleasure, their power was not just circumscribed by the will and capacity of the king. It was also constrained by tradition as embodied in the traditional chiefs alongside whom they functioned in Tanzania. Besides this peer restraint, there was also a popular constraint, that of the people, the result of the second tendency that shaped developments in the 19th century. This was the tension between state authority in all its forms, traditional and administrative, and clan organization. By undermining both popular, clan, cheeks on state authority and traditional constraints as embodied in traditional chiefs, the Colorado Nile state really liberated administrative chiefs from all institutionalized constraint, of peers or people, and laid the basis of a decentralized despotism. In what follows, I will try to illustrate the two forms of constraint on 19th century administrative chiefs. MV examples will be 44. Taken from South Central, Zulu, Xhosa, Swazi, and Tswana, and Western, INT and Ashanti, African state formations. The Zulu kingdom is often held up as an instance of the most centralized and despotic form of political authority in 19th century Africa. In 1881, the Cape Native Laws and Customs Commission interviewed Sitshwayo, the former king of the Zulus, on the position of the Zulu monarch. 13 The line of questioning suggests that the interviewers expected their prejudices regarding an absolutist kingship in Africa to be confirmed. The answers are even more revealing. We can divide the questions into two sets, those which probe the relation between the king, supreme chief, and his chiefs, and those which concern relations with peasants. The king and the chiefs. 144. As the king of the Zulus, was all power invested in you, as king, over your subjects? In conjunction with the chiefs of the land. 145. How did the chiefs derive their power from you as king? The king calls together the chiefs of the land when he wants to elect a new chief, and asks their advice as to whether it is fit to make such a man a large chief, and if they say yes, the chief is made. 146. If you had consulted the chiefs, and found they did not agree with you, could you appoint a chief by virtue of your kingship? In some cases, if the chiefs don't approve of it, the king requires their reasons, and when they have stated them he often gives it up. In other cases he tries the man to see whether he can perform the duties required of him or not. 147. In fact, you have the power to act independently of the chiefs in making an appointment, although you always consult them. No, the king has not the power of electing an officer as chief without the approval of the other chiefs. They are the most important men. But the smaller chiefs he can elect at his discretion. The king and the subjects. 90. Is compassing the death of a chief a crime punishable with death? No, only a fine of cattle. 91. Is a man killed for trying to kill a king? He is simply fined cattle, and is talked to very severely. 92. Is a man punished with death for disobeying a direct order of the king? He is simply fined when he has committed the offense twice before. 93. What is the punishment for a man deserting from his tribe? If the chief of his district had given him any property, he would be asked by the chief to return that property, and then he would be at liberty to go. The parameters of the questions are clearly narrow, reflecting the interest of the Commission in such issues as what happens when authority is challenged, disobedience, desertion, up to regicide, by ordinary persons not in their rights. But even this limited query shows that, when defied, power could not respond with impunity. A recent document prepared by a Transkei-based community organization contrasts the nature of traditional chiefship in the pre-conquest period with the one under colonial rule. 14. Notwithstanding its tendency to equate the pre-colonial with the traditional and the colonial with the administrative, the document illuminates the contrast between the two forms of chiefship. The traditional chief functioned in an advisory and consultative context, unlike the bureaucratic model imposed under colonialism. The administrative power of such a chief consisted mainly in the right to allocate land, but it was a right exercised through a doubly consultation, with his, sometimes her, counselors, but primarily in consultation with the wider community, for the chief was the custodian of the land, not its proprietor. And custody could only be exercised through a consensus of the community as a whole. The ultimate popular sanction against a despotic chief was desertion. You tried to increase your following, rather than encouraging desertion to a neighboring chief, or to a rival relative. Colonial conquest built on the administrative powers of the chief, introducing a highly bureaucratic command and control system. Under apartheid, the administrative powers of the chief were systematically strengthened but were made accountable to a new consensus, one that emphasized the state as the determiner of the consensus. The check on administrative authority by one's peers was perhaps more highly developed in Swazi than in any other Ngoni society. 15. The distribution of authority, leading to a form of checks and balances, was practiced at every level, from the royal house to the village. The Queen Mother, Indlovukeze, came to occupy a position both independent of the king in Jajwinyama, and strategic enough to act as a cheek on any absolutist royal pretensions. The king controlled the armv, and the commander-in-chief resided at the Queen Mother's village. The king's centralizing ambitions led to the creation of an administratively appointed hierarchy of princes. Based in the provinces, their function was to oversee the activities of traditional local chiefs and their headmen. The king ruled with the advice of an inner council, the Likako. 4.5. 4.6. Though appointed by the king himself, it was drawn primarily from members of the royal clan, as well as principal headmen and trusted commoners. This whole state structure, the community of peers, the king and his council, right Queen Mother, the princes, chiefs and headmen, was constrained by a popular institution called the Libandla. A national council chaired by a senior prince from the Likako. The Libandla's membership comprised both commoners and nobles. The difference lay in this: whereas attendance for commoners was voluntary, it was compulsory for the entire state hierarchy, the king and Queen Mother, all chiefs, princes and headmen. Its sanction was required on all important matters. These structures did not function just at the center, both the Likako and the Libandla were mirrored at local levels, requiring the traditional chief to consult the corresponding council on various aspects of local importance. But the assembly's limitations are also clear: it was limited to adult males among commoners, and it met only once a year. 16. The changing relationship between popular, clan, and administrative, state, organs through the colonial period is well illustrated by the example of Botswana. Alongside administration by state officials, there developed in the pre-colonial period the institution of the Kagatla, a place where the community meets to discuss openly issues of common interest with the chief. As a clan-based institution, the Kagatla, like the Libandla in Swaziland, had one clear shortcoming. Neither women nor subject nationalities were allowed to participate in its deliberations. Yet this popular institution of Tswana adult males represented a check on the authority of the chief. It was a public assembly that could discuss any public issue, one where administration by public officials was subject to public scrutiny, including strong criticism in the highly stylized form of songs or poems. 17. At the same rhyme, the Kagatla also functioned as a judicial court where the community as a whole could participate in the process of adjudication. 18. In the colonial period, this public assembly was turned into a forum where decisions were announced but not debated. A reform was initiated in 1920. Its point was not to restore the powers of the Kagatla but to reduce the autonomy of chiefs vis-a-vis the colonial power. Once this was achieved, the Hayat's powers over the local population were reinforced in phases, starting in 1938. The 1938 law allowed chiefs to appoint a finance committee to supervise the local treasury. It also gave them powers to make bylaws with the agreement of the Kagatla. The 1954 African Administration Proclamation gave the chiefs legislative and executive authority, as long as they exercised it with the consent of the Kagatla. The consent of the Kagatla was by now a euphemism. For the veto power the colonial state exercised over all chiefly decisions. 19. For it was colonial authority that had the ultimate power to decide what the real interests of the Kagatla, the people, were. In relation to the peasant, however, the chiefs were all-powerful. They had the powers to allocate land and administer schools, to approve the appointment of clerks, police, and messengers, to make bylaws, and to adjudicate cases. 20. At the other extreme of the conquest states of 19th century Africa were the loose confederations arrived at among the Alcan peoples of West Africa, particularly the Ashanti and the Fanti. Rattray argued that at the heart of the whole success and wonder of this loosely bound confederacy was the practice of decentralization. 21. Over time, the authority of the chief had come to be so limited and severely defined that a whole series of injunctions were publicly recited before him on his installment. The most important of these was never to act without the advice and full concurrence of his councillors, who were in turn subject to similar restraints. Policy was discussed at various levels, in the old Oman or national councils as in the Omansan, sub-tribal division, before a final decision could be taken constitutionally. At such gatherings, a paramount chief and such of his councillors as attended with him were never anything more than vehicles of communication. Should a chief make the least attempt to act on his own initiative, it was considered a legitimate cause for distolment. The community of freemen, for there were others who lived in degrees of unfreedom, among the Akan constituted a genuine public opinion. Both the Ashanti and the Fanti confederations were subordinated to British power by the last quarter of the 19th century. But before that happened, the Fanti made an extraordinary attempt to safeguard their independence as a people by reforming the constitution of government so as to cement a national alliance between the traditional chiefs and the elite educated in Western institutions. The Fanti Confederation assumed a political nature in 1871 with the promulgation of the Mankesum Constitution. Based on the blueprint set out by Dr. James African Usbale Horton in his Letters on the Political Condition of the Gold Coast published in London in 1871, This document provided law a legislative assembly in which both the traditional and educated elements would be represented. 22 When the British proclaimed a formal protectorate over farmland in 1874 and assumed the right to dismiss chiefs, a right which traditionally belonged to the Oman Council of Chiefs or the people, resentment grew among the traditional leadership and the Western educated stratum. Indeed, once this violation of tradition was formalized in the 1883 Native Jurisdiction Ordinance, the Western educated elite saw it as imperative to study and interpret the 4.7, 4.8 traditional institutions and customs for the purpose of defending them effectively against British encroachment. Perhaps the most notable expression of that effort was the 1897 Treatise on Fanti Customary Law by John Mensa Sarba, the first indigenous barrister of the Gold Coast. Sarba called for the dispensing of customary law, which he defined in the Augustinian sense as having sprung from usage, as well as laws or commands made by chiefs or rulers, headmen, the village council, headmen of clans, and company captains. 23 He called for its enforcement either by means of the village council sitting and acting judicially as a local tribunal or by invoking the silent force of the popular sanction according to an usage long established or well known. 24 Just as the colonial state usurped the erstwhile right of the people or peers to distill an errant chief, so it now replaced the village council with the administratively appointed village chief as local tribunal. The impact of this shift was enormous. For nowhere in Africa did there exist centralized judicial institutions with exclusive jurisdiction over an area, something that colonialism created as customary. Like with rights over land and natural resources, jurisdiction over persons was likely to be multiple and not exclusive. Certainly, the jurisdiction over family disputes was a matter for lineage members and elders, not really for chiefs. There was nothing customary about a native authority whose rights extended to settling domestic disputes. To sum up this discussion, we need to bear in mind that pre-colonial Africa comprised neither just pristine stateless communities nor only tyranny-ridden conquest states. Even in the 19th century, the conquest states did not exhaust the experience in state formation. External conquest was one route to state formation, and the other was through internal differentiation. The latter and not the former experience is the more fruitful ground for recapitulating custom and tradition. We will see that although it abolished formal slavery, colonialism crystallized, formalized, and built on the range of unfreedoms unleashed in 18th century conquest states, only to generalize them. From African tradition, colonial powers salvaged a widespread and honored practice, one of a decentralized exercise of power, but freed that power of restraint, of peers or people. Thus they laid the basis for a decentralized despotism. Lessons of late colonialism. Creating a free peasantry. The division between the citizen and the subject, the non-native and native, was characteristic of all colonial situations. It was not unique to Africa. Specific to Africa, though, was the closeting of the subject popu. Jashin in a series of separate containers, each under the custody of a native authority said to be the rightful bearer and enforcer of an age-old custom and tradition. Britain, more than any other power, keenly glimpsed authoritarian possibilities in culture. Not simply content with salvaging every authoritarian tendency from the heterogeneous historical flow that was pre-colonial Africa, Britain creatively sculpted tradition and custom as and when the need arose. In this endeavor, other European powers followed it. By this dual process, part salvage and part sculpting, they crystallized a range of usually district-level native authorities, each armed with a whip and protected by the halo of custom. 4.9. Defining the customary. In his influential African survey, published in 1938, Lord Hailey attempted to put Britain's Africa policy in a broad historical perspective. Inspired by a suggestion of General Smuts in his 1929 Rhodes Lecture, funded by the Carnegie Corporation of New York and the Rhodes Trustees and officially endorsed by a Government of United Kingdom white paper of 1940. An African survey took on the status of a quasi-official document. Point 26 as prelude to a discussion of the system of law in colonial Africa, Haley provided a sum-up of the evolution of law in the Roman and British empires. Expressed in the briefest of terms, the chief problem of Rome was one of assimilation, and in this respect the Latin mind tended to regard identity of legal rights as a more important element than equality of political powers. The problem of the British in India was primarily to find a system of law which would avoid emphasizing the fact that the country was passing under the dominion of a power professing an alien faith. Point 26 This, argued Haley, was why the British were strongly moved by the need for maintaining a customary law based on the religious and social life of India. But emphasis on the customary did not run like an even thread through the course of British rule in India. Rather, British rule at its inception was more a repudiation of the customary, more a commitment to a civilizing mission through which to rejuvenate society. The shift from rejuvenating to conserving society, from repudiating to confirming tradition, was really a latter-day development. In the history of British rule in India, there were several dividing lines between the emphasis on rejuvenating and conserving society, but none as decisive as the Indian Mutiny of 1857. In a scries of writings, the best known of which is Ancient Law, Sir Henry Maine, law member of the Government of India between 1862 and 1869, put forth the view that subject peoples should be ruled through their own customs. The notion of the so customary was part of the continuity in British colonial thinking in its transcontinental sweep, from Asia to Africa. Wherein, then, lay the specificity of the African colonial experience. Africa, after all, was Europe's last colonial possession. To that venture, European powers brought a wealth of experience. This was truer of Britain than of any other power. British thinking about Africa was much more closely related to British thinking about India than is generally realized, sums up a careful historian of British rule in Asia and Africa, and then goes on to qualify, if there was a difference, perhaps it was this: in India the actions which the British took to prevent the dissolution of society were essentially curative, in Africa preventive. 27 The shift in perspective from the curative to the preventive was really one from rejuvenating to conserving society. It was rather a turnaround, from a conviction that Europe had a civilizing mission in the colonies to a law and order obsession with holding the line. This change in preoccupation from progress to power took place early in Africa's colonial history. The shift from the curative to the preventive involved both continuity and discontinuity. It is the latter that defines the specificity of the African colonial experience. European rule in Africa came to be defined by a single-minded and overriding emphasis on the customary. For in the development of a colonial customary law, India was really a halfway house. Whereas in India the core of the customary was limited to matters of personal law, in Africa it was stretched to include land. Unlike the variety of land settlements in India, whether in favor of landlords or of peasant proprietors, the thrust of colonial policy in Africa was to define land as a communal and customary possession. Just as matters like marriage and inheritance were said to be customarily governed, so procuring basic sustenance required getting customary access to communal land. With this development, there could be no exit for an African from the world of the customary. In other words, although the notion of die customary was not unique to the African encounter with Western colonialism, distinctive about that encounter was the scope of the customary. Including both personal relations, marriage, succession, movement, and access to productive resources, land, the realm of the customary was rounded into a full circle. Lest one think that the tag customary was a shorthand for letting things be as they always had been, that this was a permissive gesture of powers tired and reluctant to execute a mission, we need to bear in mind that there was nothing voluntary about custom in the colonial period. More than being reproduced through social sanction, colonial custom was enforced with a whip, by a constellation of customary authorities and, if necessary, with the barrel of a gun, by the forces of the central state. Said to have the breadth of community sanction and the depth of historical usage, the customary was given precedence over any received law, provided it was not repugnant. This benign term, we will see, was a concession more to power than to polite society. The bearer of custom was said to be the tribe. Defined and marked as a member of a tribe, the colonized African was more fully encapsulated in customarily governed relations than any predecessor or, for that matter, any contemporary in the colonized world. The more custom was enforced, the more the tribe was restructured and conserved as a more or less self-contained community, autonomous but not independent as it never had been before. Encased by custom, frozen into so many tribes, each under the fist of its own native authority, the subject population was, as it were, containerized. That imperative, the containerization of a subject people, was the core lesson that Britain learned from its Indian encounter and France from its Indo-Chinese experience. It was the preventive aspect of colonial rule in Africa. This dimension, which differentiated colonial rule in Africa from other experiences, was often explained away by sympathetic observers as a necessary paternalism. The objective of African customary law, claimed Lord Haley, citing the authority of anthropologists and legal scholars from Dryburgh, Radcliffe Brown, and Malinowski to Hogben, Siegel, and Peyton, is primarily designed to maintain the social equilibrium. Dame Marjorie Parham, another quasi-official historian of indirect rule, congratulated British rulers on having corrected the 19th century complacency about the universal superiority of our own ideas and institutions. 28 While frankly acknowledging the comprehensive despotism allowed the political officer in a colony as the father of his people, she hailed the district officer who supervised the native authority as one of those supreme types which history throws up when the opportunity and the genius of a race combine. The preservation of native law and custom is not an end in itself, she counseled, but a transitional stage by which Africans may in their own right become members of the civilized world, not as individuals, but as communities. To be civilized not as individuals but as communities, to be subject to a process that one-sidedly opposed the community to the individual, and thereby encapsulated the individual in a set of relations defined and enforced by the state as communal and customary, indeed summed up the opportunity and the genius of British colonialism in Africa. Key to this enterprise was the question of land. Everywhere we will look at the few exceptions later, land was defined as a customary and communal possession. Instead of becoming a peasant freehold or a possession of landed classes, access to land came to be controlled by customary. 51. 5.2. Authorities. To the extent that this remained the case, land remained outside the scope of the market. To the extent that peasant households remained in customary possession of land, without the right to alienate it, the sway of market forces was limited. Beyond that limit, nothing short of force could push labor and its products into the realm of the market. Rather than being its antithesis, force came to be complementary to the market. Customary access to land defined the free peasantry in colonial Africa, and a regime of compulsion simultaneously breached and marked the limits of that freedom in the name of indirect rule. We will see that colonial experience in Africa was marked by force to an unusual degree. More than the force of tradition, the colonial legacy came to signify a tradition of force. The decentralized arm of the colonial state was the native authority, comprising a hierarchy of chiefs. It is the regime of extra-economic coercion, the compulsion by which free peasants with customary access to land may otherwise be conscripted, forced to labor, or to cultivate, that makes intelligible the powers chiefs wielded over peasants. We will see that without native courts that enabled native administrations to turn their writ into law, the native authority would have been emasculated as an active agent. The scope of this agency was sometimes defined in formal agreements or codes issued at the onset of colonial rule, but mostly evolved through practice. As early as 1891, the Natal Native Code in South Africa had specified the ends to which the powers of the chief may be used. Prominent among these was forced labor, the prompt supply of men for purposes of defense, or to suppress disorder or rebellion, or as laborers for public works, or for the general needs of the colony, as and when ordered by the Supreme Chief to supply the same. 46, b. J. Clause 9 of the Buganda Agreement of 1900 specified the upkeep of the main roads as a task to be supervised by the chief, alongside the assessment and collection of taxes, administering justice amongst the natives, and the general supervision of native affairs. Clause 13 explained how this may be done, for it gave every chief powers to call upon one laborer for every 3 households for up to a month in a year to assist in keeping the established roads in repair. In his study of indirect rule in Nigeria, Padmar observed that so long as the chiefs collect the amount of taxes assigned to them and supply labor when ordered to do so, the European officials seldom interfere. 2y. Jean-Cirque Canale has put together the duties of a chief in French colonies. Collection of taxes, requisitioning labor, compulsory crop cultivation, and provision of military recruits. 30 From the time of company rule, it was part of the duty of chiefs in Belgian-controlled Congo to enforce such measures as forced labor, compulsory cultivation, conscription, labor recruitment, and other state requirements. 31 The first step in building a regime of indirect rule, counseled its architect, Lord Luggard, is to endeavor to find a man of influence as chief, and to group under him as many villages or districts as possible, to teach him to delegate powers, and to take an interest in his native treasury, to support his authority, and to inculcate a sense of responsibility. 32 In the edifice of native authority, the chief was the pillar. The tendency was to define the customary powers of the chief in a way so embracing as to fortify him from any external threat. If the native authority was akin to a colonial fortress in a hostile wilderness, the chief was its knight whose armor must not be allowed to be breached at any point. Consider the 1891 Natal Native Code, which empowered the chief to demand respect and obedience, s. 57, and to try all civil cases, divorces excepted, between natives, s. 49, to impose a fine within limits, s. 51, and to arrest, s. 55, those who transgress orders, or chiefs in colonial Mozambique whose jurisdiction over residents aired the usual range of practices, from petty theft to drunkenness, from tax evasion to adultery. Padmar wrote of the chief in Nigeria, "The chief is the law, subject to only one higher authority, the white official stationed in his state as advisor. The chief hires his own police. He is often the prosecutor and the judge combined, and he employs the jailer to hold his victims in custody at his pleasure. No Oriental despot ever had greater power than these black tyrants, thanks to the support which they receive from the white officials who quietly keep in the background." 33 As an institution, the native authority bore little resemblance to a local administration authority, say in Britain. Its personnel functioned without judicial restraint and were never elected. Appointed from above, they held office so long as they enjoyed the confidence of their superiors. Their powers were diffuse, with little functional specificity. The 3 pillars that Luggard claimed as upholding the system of indirect rule, native courts, native administration, and a native treasury, together crystallized the ensemble of powers merged in the office of the chief. As we will see, these powers also included a 4th, making rules. The central fact about political power as it confronted and still confronts the peasant producer is the single and fused nature of authority, the chief. Place yourself in the position of a poor peasant in the rural Uganda of the early 1980s, confronted by the chief at the time of tax collection, or for that matter at any of several occasions when a compule. 5.3. 54 R. Zion is decreed. It is the chief who has the right to make a bylaw governing his locality, who assesses the value of your petty property and therefore how much tax you must pay, who comes to collect that tax, who fines you if you fail to pay that tax, who jails you if you fail to pay the tax and the fine, who decides where you labor when in jail, and who releases you upon termination of the sentence. The chief is the petty legislator, administrator, judge, and policeman all in one. Every moment of power, legislative, executive, judicial, and administrative, is combined in this one official. Here there is no question of any internal check and balance on the exercise of authority, let alone a check that is popular and democratic. The chief is answerable only to a higher administrative authority. An unwritten norm of indirect rule was that the lower authority must never be short-circuited. To entertain any complaints behind the chief's back would be to humiliate him. To so weaken a subordinate officer and compromise his prestige would be to endanger patiently accumulated gains in years of administrative labor. Therefore nothing must be done that would bring disrespect to authority. It is the agent of this fused authority, this clenched fist, who is usually called the chief. To the peasant, the person of the chief signifies power that is total and absolute, unchecked and unrestrained. No doubt such a fusion of power in the person of a state functionary was bound to lend itself to abuse, often considerable and repeated. Early colonial legislation had invited chiefs most likely out of practical consideration to share with government authorities whatever dues, fines, and fees they had collected. Like every instance of tax farming, this too turned out to be an invitation to chiefs to add personal demands to systemic ones on the peasantry. As instances of abuse came to light and accumulated, concern focused on how to discipline the functionaries of native authorities from above. The twofold answer to this question sums up the internal history of indirect rule between the two world wars. 1. If a native treasury was created and chiefs paid a regular salary from its proceeds, they would not have to resort to exacting tribute, and 2. If chiefs were subject to appointment and dismissal, the few bad ones could be replaced and the rest kept in check. Luggard argued that the creation of a native treasury, from which the salaries of native administration personnel would be paid, would put an end to such abuse. The tax which supersedes all former tribute, regular imposts and forced labor is, in a sense, the basis of the whole system, since it supplies the means to pay the emir and all officials, explained Luggard with reference to northern Nigeria, held up as a path-breaking success in indirect rule. It is obvious, he argued in his influential 1919 report on the amalgamation of northern and southern Nigeria, that the system depends essentially on the principle of direct taxation, which provides the means whereby native administration can pay salaries to the paramount chief and all other officials, and so put an end to the unlimited exactions on which they had previously lived, and reduce their number to those actually required for the service of the native administration. 34 But abuse continued and fueled popular discontent. In response, the central state implemented yet another so-called reform. In addition to being salaried, the position of a chief was made subject to appointment, transfer, and dismissal, thereby reducing to a minimum his individual autonomy vis-a-vis the colonial power. Even the British, the high priests of indirect rule through traditional authority, asserted that the agent of tradition be not a hereditary but a colonial appointment. Once the colonial order stabilized, even the position of pre-colonial kings and native aristocracies was made subject to appointment and dismissal. In Uganda, for example, the struggle over the right of the Kabaka's government to appoint chiefs reached a climax in 1926, when the Kadikiro, prime minister, was compelled to resign over the issue. The case of Sir Apollo Kagwa is instructive, for he was no ordinary native official. The Colonial Office file on the subject recognizes that he rendered invaluable help to the British during the perilous days of the mutiny, as well as, finally, against the remnants of the Sudanese, and goes on to confirm, it is no overstatement to say that had his prestige and authority been cast at that time into the balance against the British Raj, European influence would have been entirely, if not temporarily, eclipsed. 35 As the court ruled in a key case in Rhodesia a decade later. The Native Affairs Act 1927 gave the governor-in-council an unqualified right to appoint whomsoever he considered suitable to a chiefship, and accordingly, hereditary rights of succession to the chiefship under African law and custom have been expressly abolished. 36 Compare this with French practice. For example, in Fouta Djallon in Guinea, where the French set up an assembly of chiefs under the Protectorate Treaty signed in 1897. Article 2 of that treaty specified that France pledged to respect the existing constitutions of Fiat-Ungalen. But the assembly functioned under the direct supervision of the Resident, who removed all ambiguity from the nature of this pledge. The chief will attend to the tax and furnish manpower, or lie will he smashed like a glass. 37 The point was that, no matter what the official claims about the traditional nature of native authority were, its officials VVC reconsidered the lowest rung of the colonial administrative ladder. Though they practiced decentralized administration in all oilier mailers, both the British and the French reserved the right to appoint the right man whether white or native to every spot. In this matter, there was no concession to tradition. 5. 56. Once the appointment was made, central supervision over local administration and local officials was effected mainly through the organization of financial relations between the two. Both the British and the French practiced a policy of fiscal autonomy. So long as a colony could balance its books, its administration remained a highly decentralized affair. If it failed to do so, a British colony, for example, would pass under the supervision of the Treasury. 38 Every line item would be carefully screened, and every excess mercilessly cut so as to balance the budget. This practice held in relations between the colonial office and the governor in council, as it did between the central state in the colony and local officialdom. District-level autonomy at times reached the level of a fetish, as we will see with the food policy in the British colonies. The result was a pervasive revenue hunger all along the chain of command, from the central to the local state, leading to efforts to tax or impose fees on anything that moved. Even the performance of chiefs was judged and their salary levels established on the basis of the tax revenue they were able to collect, not the number of persons under their administration. This was true even in the poorest districts, such as Karamoja in Uganda. Not surprisingly, chiefs used their customary powers to keep order and exact labor to help themselves along the way. In German times, the chiefs in Tanganyika collected tribute in various forms: labor, cattle, meat, and beer, all in addition to what a peasant was required to give to the government. A German missionary estimated that the chief was paid 7 times as much as the colonial government in the process. What disturbed this observer greatly was the extremes to which the chiefs took the custom of using the children of commoners as servants in their households. If the chief requested, he always had the right to the third child of a man. 39 In the French-controlled parts of Cameroon, a researcher recently collected stories of not only the ruthlessness of the chiefs in levying labor on government's orders but also the practice of putting them to work on their plantations. But the main theme in the stories about the chiefs, he found, is the ruthless way they appropriated women throughout their area of 40 in colonial Mozambique. Peasants who failed to meet their tax obligations often ended up working the personal plantation of the chief. My father had 8 hectares of cotton, reminisced the son of a chief, worked entirely by convicted criminals and widows who were unable to pay their taxes. 41 More than forced labor, forced contributions were the real stuff of extra-legal extortion that chiefs resorted to for personal enrichment. Take, for example, the range of compulsions the chiefs of Futa, Guinea, levied on the population in 1953, 50 francs per family for each feast day, 25 per head for July 14th and November 11th, and 15 per head on the occasion of the census. In addition, a death levy on all persons above the age of 7, but for an adult over 25, a levy of 10,000 francs or 2 oxen to confirm the right of succession, failing which the lands of the deceased were confiscated, and sometimes the empty granaries, without anything being left for the surviving spouse. The point was to ensure that the chief in question be able to purchase a house and an American car and finance a pilgrimage to Mecca. 42 In her review of case reports from native authority courts in Kilimanjaro from a period when chiefs were already paid regular salaries, Sally Faulkmore concluded that to an important extent the court must be seen as having once been an arm of personal chiefly power. For instance, a man who failed to come to the baraza, public assembly, to pay tax was sentenced to 5/43 that same year, 1936, when a casebook recorded that a village headman was fined 5 shillings for not having seized the property of a tax defaulter when ordered to do so. The district officer wrote in red in the margin, "Do not enter such cases in this register. This case is neither civil nor criminal." The combination of financial autonomy for local units and administrative absolutism for its agents created a decentralized despotism. Their salaried status made for little change in the relation between the chief and the peasant under his jurisdiction. The most effective way for local officials to exact additional revenues from subjects was to tighten the regime of extra economic coercion. This is the reason, Luggard's stated intentions notwithstanding, that chiefs continued to be able to exact and extort benefits from peasants. This is why, wherever the power of a local authority remained fused, chiefs or cottars were in a position to coerce favors from peasants. So long as the fused powers of chiefs remained intact, this continued to be the case, as much after colonial reforms that paid chiefs regular salaries as before it, as much after chiefs were abolished and replaced with another category of personnel as before it. The point can be illustrated with a few contemporary instances, from Uganda, South Africa, and Zaire. In the Uganda of Amin and Obatu, it was customary for chiefs to hire out tax defaulters as labor gangs to commercial farmers and pocket their payment as personal gain. 44 The 1987 Commission of Inquiry into the Local Government System in Uganda found that peasants traveling but 10 miles to markets in the capital had to pay market dues at least 3 times, twice when crossing a district boundary and a third time upon entering the market, for the same commission noted a direct link between the incredible range of imposition, Luganda, from to impose, levied by cash-starved local authorities and extra-legal extortion by its on-the-ground officials. Take, for example, the compulsion to contribution you to a hospitality fund because a state official, from the higher chief. 57. 58. To the minister to the president himself, was coming to visit ONE's area or because a presidential lodge needed to be constructed in the region. One such instance occurred in October 1993, when, overwhelmed by the prospect of a presidential visit, local officialdom in a poor district in northeastern Uganda ended up spending more than 7 million shillings, $6,000. When the president left after a few days, the district FERS were in the red. 7 months later, the same district was in the throes of a famine. After a survey of these systems of contribution and imposition observed during field research in a village west of Ibadan in Nigeria, a researcher concluded, all in all, the value of the resources devoted by ordinary citizens to issues that in other systems would fall within the purview of the local state are far in excess of the official tax rate. *6 Legal and extra-legal, systemic, and individual. These exact ions serve not only to beef up the lean purses of the local authority but also to line the pockets of its individual functionaries. The debates in the KwaZulu Legislative Assembly give revealing information on how matters stood in Zululand in the 1970s. As the eviction of labor tenants from white-owned farms increased, chiefs cashed in on the displaced people's hunger for land. Legislative records from 1975 contain warnings to chiefs not to continue with the unlawful practice of receiving money or kind in return for the allocation of a site. In 1978 newspapers reported Buthelezi attacking chiefs for fleecing the people, that is, charging for sites, arable land, and services such as collecting pension checks. In a research carried out in the early 1980s, Paulus Zulu concluded that 9 out of every 10 respondents who acquired a site on which to build a house had to make some monetary payment either to the chief or to the local induna, headman. In some cases, they even had to pay an annual rent. 40% of those he interviewed had to pay for an induna to approve pension or disability grant applications. Chiefs demanded contributions as a common practice for anything, even purchasing a new car, or a new building, or a son's marriage. 47 As late as 1987, Buthelezi could complain to chiefs in the KwaZulu Legislative Assembly, someone was informing me that he had to pay 1,000 rand for a site and Bottles of whiskey. 48. In the absence of democratic forms of accountability, autonomy, and decentralization turned into a license for on-the-ground functionaries freely to augment the local treasury and supplement their own meager salaries through extortion from local residents. In independent Zaire, for example, it became customary for local officials to extort levies from residents in the 800 collectivities of the reformed local administration. This financial autonomy was legally abolished with Tyre territorial reform enacted on January 5, 1973. But the law was never implemented, for the center never had funds to take over the financial administration of Zaire's more than 800 collectivities. 49. The collectivities continued to enjoy financial autonomy, meaning they continued to levy a diverse panoply of taxes on residents with the consent of the sub-regional commissioner. In the city of Lisala in 1974-75, for example, a series of incidents of taxation put together by a researcher from a long list. Illustrative of the general pattern included taxes pertaining to birth, marriage, and divorce certificates, transit permits, land tax, water consumption tax, social tax, and even a boutique tax. The range of taxes would expand, but seldom contract, in a fashion to tally arbitrary. Thus, for example, in 1975 the city set up barricades on main roads leading into it and required a supplementary road tax from all those coming into town either to sell produce or to visit the hospital. A neighboring collectivity imposed a tax on all cassava, manioc, sellers, another imposed a tax on concubinage. 50 Financial autonomy also provides the framework in which lower-level functionaries such as chiefs, police officers, and party youth, often not even paid their meager salaries because of high-level corruption, resort to violence to extract money from the population. One chief defined education work to mean forced labor on his own plantation. The most opportune time for extra-legal extortion is when the tax is due. Tax collection in Zaire, concludes the author of the study from which I have been quoting extensively, is a brutal affair in which the police and party youth wing often collaborate with great gusto. In no society is the tax collector a well-liked figure. In Zaire, however, people literally run when they see him approach. Once again, the vantages of the chief results in brutality by the bureaucrats and suffering for the people. 51 Yet this collectivity chief is beyond the reach of any legally initiated accession. For the Ordonnance Loi No. 74-255 of November 6, 1974 stipulates that collectivity chiefs cannot be brought to justice without the express written consent of the State Commissioner for Political Affairs. 52 Such is the banal violence of indirect rule in its day-to-day operation. We will see that the weaker, the less resourceful, and the less experienced a colonial power was, the harsher was the reality of its rule, as in the Belgian possessions of the Congo and Rwanda-Urundi or the Portuguese possessions of Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau. But everywhere, the minute order faced opposition, power shifted gear, from a normal to a crisis-driven response. The tendency for cadres of the decentralized structure of administrative coercion was to turn into foot soldiers run amok. One has only to turn to an account of colonial pacification, say, of the man to fill in the grisly details. In the event of a crisis, the routine violence of indirect rule exploded like the fragments of a cluster bomb, leaving in its wake blood-soaked homes and fields. No matter how gruesome they were, one needs to understand. 59. 60. Such events as an extreme manifestation of the crisis of indirect rule and not as exceptional episodes. We will see that indirect rule was never just a common sense, pragmatic, and cost-efficient administrative strategy that utilized local personnel to fill its lowest tiers. Its point was to create a dependent but autonomous system of rule, one that combined accountability to superiors with a flexible response to the subject population, a capacity to implement central directives with one to absorb local shocks. The distinction between civic and customary power appeared at all levels. Institutionally, civic power was organized along the principle of differentiation, the customary on the basis of the fusion of power. Ideologically, civic power claimed to defend rights, and customary power to enforce custom. Economically, civic power regulated market transactions and ensured the reproduction of market relations, and customary power was located at the interstices of the market and non-market relations, mediating the link through extra-economic coercion. Yet civic and customary power were always joined under the same overall colonial authority. Without taking into account the backing of civic power, one cannot understand the stamina of customary power. This is why the contradiction between the two was not quite synonymous with the one between the local and decentral state. The contradiction appeared within each. The local state, for example, was not just the native authority. It also included the representative of the central power, the British District Commissioner or the French Surety Commander. The local state, in turn, both functioned as a conveyor belt for central state policies and possessed a degree of autonomy. As representatives of the center in the local, the district commissioner and the circle commander stood in charge of the local state apparatus. Yet neither could be confused with the chiefly hierarchy that was the native authority and its autonomy. The contradiction similarly appeared within the central state. Take, for example, the contemporary organization of the central state in Uganda, which is said to be along modern functional lines, with each ministry of the state designed to execute a specialized function, but in most instances with a scope strictly urban. Thus, the Ministry of Education is responsible for all post-primary education, whereas primary education remains the responsibility of the Ministry of Local Government. The Ministry of Health takes responsibility for all hospitals, leaving pre-hospital services the responsibility of the Ministry of Local Government. Similarly, the Ministry of Transport looks after the main arteries of communication, whereas feeder roads are left with the Ministry of Local Government, and so on. Although an administrative division in the central government has created a number of functionally based line minis. Tries as would be the case in the government of any modern state, the domain of most ministries is by and large urban. Correspondingly, a single central ministry presides over all affairs concerned with peasants. This octopus-like structure is a state apparatus complete in itself, only it is subordinate, it is autonomous but not independent. In apartheid South Africa, this ministry used to be called the Ministry of Bantu Affairs. In the Africa of Free Peasants, it bears a name far more anesthetized, the Ministry of Local Government or an equivalent. In both, it watches over a constellation of native authorities. To stretch reality, but without stepping outside the bounds of right real, the Africa of Free Peasants is trapped in a non-racial version of apartheid. What we have before us is a bifurcated world, no longer simply racially organized, but a world in which the dividing line between those human and the rest less human is a line between those who labor on the land and those who do not. This divided world is inhabited by subjects on one side and citizens on the other. Their life is regulated by customary law on one side and modem law on the other. Their beliefs are dismissed as pagan on this side but bear the status of religion on the other. The stylized moments in their day-to-day lives are considered ritual on this side and culture on the other. Their creative activity is considered crafts on this side and glorified as the arts on the other. Their verbal communication is demeaned as vernacular chatter on this side but elevated as linguistic discourse on the other. In sum, the world of the savage is barricaded, indeed as in word, from the world of the civilized. Does not this divided world on one side free peasants closeted in separate ethnic containers, each with a customary shell guarded over by a native authority, on the other a civil society bounded by the modern laws of the modern state reflect the general contours of apartheid? Was not the colonial state the basic form of the apartheid state? Has not the deracialization of that state structure through independence failed to come to terms fully with the institutional legacy of colonialism? It is in this sense that independent Africa shows apartheid South Africa one possible outcome of a reformed state structure, racialized but not democratized, whether achieved through armed struggle or through negotiations, through independence from a foreign colonial power or through strategic engagement with an erstwhile colonizing resident minority, a deracialized but decentralized despotism. 61. Indirect rule. The politics of decentralized despotism. Underscore 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 chapter 3 underscore 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 KY2UNDERSTANDING. The state in contemporary Africa is the historical fact that it was forged in the course of a colonial occupation. The form of the state that contained the free peasant was comprehensively thought through by Lord Luggard, the architect of indirect rule. But this system did not spring full-blown from the mind of a colonial architect, for although Luggard theorized it as the British colonial system, its origins predated Luggard's reflection on it. Also, the practice it summed up was not confined to British colonies. The creation of a separate but subordinate state structure for natives first developed in the southern African colonies and not in West Africa. Here, first and foremost in the colony of Natal, was created a dual system, one for colonizers, the other for natives, one modern, the other customary. The system emerged through trial and error. It was a good half-century before it could be codified as law in Natal, 1891, and another 3.5 decades before it was generalized to the rest of South Africa, 1927. As we will see, this system of control did not yet conform to a full-fledged regime of indirect rule. It lacks certain key features: an autonomous native administration with powers to make bylaws or rules, and a native treasury to pay its personnel and finance its activities. In sum, a native state apparatus that was not only dependent but also autonomous. It lacked these, at least until the creation of homelands under apartheid. In this chapter, I will trace the development of institutions of indirect rule, from their South African genesis to their equatorial African completion, returning to the belated South African reform. Apartheid-THAT was the final step in a long and drawn-out deepening of indirect rule institutions in that country. The chapter doses with a discussion of post-war and post-independence attempts to reform the institutions of indirect rule. South African genesis. Great Britain annexed the colony of Natal in 1843. And 1846 is Zion summed up with alarm the existing state of affairs, the natives. 6.3. Own laws are superseded, the restraints which they furnish are removed. The government of their own chiefs is at an end, and, although it is a fact that British rule and law have been substituted in their stead, it is not less true that they are almost as inoperate as if they had not been proclaimed, from a want of the necessary representatives and agents to carry them out. The danger of such a state of things, the Commission concluded, scarcely needs our pointing out. One, practical as they were, the Commission's recommendations formed the starting point of a decades-long search for an inexpensive but efficient mode of control over natives. The Commission's core recommendations were twofold: aggregating the natives in separate locations and administering their day-to-day activities under a system of justice that should conform as much to their own law as is compatible within the principle of ours. The roughly 100,000 natives were brought together in 10 separate locations. The residential and farming land of these locations, amounting to more than 2.25 million acres, was brought under the control of the Natal Native Trust, set up in 1864 under the control of the Governor and his Executive Council. Here, in embryonic form, was the first of two legs on which would stand the policy of native control, segregation. The Colonial Secretary directed that within the locations customary law would hold, provided it was not repugnant to the general principles of humanity, recognized throughout the whole civilized world. Because the colonial power held itself to be the representative of the civilized world and the custodian of general principles of human ity, this proclamation, reproduced in some form in every colonial context, underlined the legitimacy of its claim to modify and even remake the customary. Together, segregation and customary law would create something more than just territorial segregation between the colonizer and the colonized, the settler and the native. It would create an embryonic institutional segregation. The agents administering customary law would be the chiefs, but with newly defined powers and accountability. So, Ordinance 3 of 1849 defined the Lieutenant Governor as the supreme or paramount native chief, with full powers to appoint all subordinate chiefs, or other authorities among them, Clause 3. To codify customary law, the second leg of the policy of native control that came to be called native administration, a commission was appointed. The Code of Native Law it recommended was adopted as a set of guidelines in 1878 and then made legally binding in 1891. Known as the Natal Code of Native Law, the 1891 statute was a draconian piece of legislation by any standard. The powers it defined for the Supreme Chief, according to S.5, the officer for the time being administering the government of the colony of Natal, far exceeded 6.4. those of any pre-colonial despot. He could fix the least number of houses which shall compose a kraal, S.42, or forcibly move any tribe, portion thereof, or individual to any part of the colony, S.37. He could amalgamate or divide any tribe, S.33, appoint all chiefs, S.33, or remove any for political offense, or for incompetency, or other just cause, S.34. He had absolute power to call upon all natives to supply armed men or levies to defend the colony from external aggression or internal rebellion, S.35, and to supply labor for public works or the general needs of the colony, S.36. The regime of total control Die 1891 Code laid out applied from top to bottom. It laid out the legal basis for not only absolute authority over natives in the colony, but also patriarchal control over minors and women in each kraal. The code specified that the kraal head was to be the absolute owner of all property belonging to his kraal, and it was his duty to settle all disputes within, S.68. It laid out as a general rule that all the inmates of a kraal are minors in law, the exception being married males or widowers or adult males not related to the kraal head, S.72. The section on personal status ordained that unless exempted by the High Court, females are always considered minors and without independent power, S.94. They can neither inherit nor bequeath, S.143. All income was to be controlled by the head of the kraal, S.138, who was given powers to disinherit any son who may disobey him, S.140. Short of that, kraal heads were to rank as constables within the precincts of their own kraals and are authorized to arrest summarily any person therein, S.74. To complete this declaration by which general principles of humanity, recognized throughout the civilized world, were to be brought to natives, kraal heads were also given powers to inflict corporal punishment upon inmates of their kraals for any just cause. So routinely and completely was the native to be subjugated that the code even specified the type of absolute natives must give to and the emana in which they must hail each category of officialdom, from the white supreme chief to the native headman, S.219. The totality of subjection was spelled out in the powers of the supreme chief. The supreme chief possessed not only rule-making but also judicial powers, the authority to punish by fine or imprisonment or both, S.39, and yet stood above any law. The supreme chief is not subject to the Supreme Court, or to any other court of law for any action done either person ally or in council, S.40. This then was the essence of colonial absolutism, rule by decree, rule without judicial or parliamentary restraint. When South Africa was unified in 1910, Section 147 of the South Africa Act vested control and administration of native affairs throughout the Union in the Governor-General, who was to act with the advice of 6.5. The Executive Council, not Parliament. The Union was forged around one key principle, rule by decree over natives. In the person of the Governor, the Union was like an armed fist over native heads. In the evolution of native policy in South Africa, 1910, 1927, and 1951 stand out as three pivotal points. each the bearer of a key principle in a growing consensus that would eventually be summed up under apartheid as a unified and generalized policy of native control. IF 1910 was an agreement to subject natives to a rule by decree. 1927 generalized customary law as die form that rule must take throughout the Union of South Africa, and 1951 crystallized the final point of that consensus, that native control must be mediated at the level of the tribe, not the village, not through headmen but through a full-fledged, even if subordinate, state apparatus organized around the institution of chiefship. At the same time, the movement from 1910 to 1951 reflected a shift in perspective, from one of direct to indirect rule. The Cape versus Natal. In die intervening period, from 1910 to 1951, a spirited tug-of-war was waged between two different legal and administrative philosophies, that of the Cape and that of Natal, that of direct and indirect rule. Because much has been made of the liberalism of the Cape system, it is important to underline the parameters that both shared and point out where difference was the result of principle and where of circumstance. It would be a mistake to think of the Cape experience as marking an exception in the general flow of native policy in South Africa. Although the pace at which the shift took place was slower in the Cape, the trend was ultimately not different. To underline that shift is to illustrate the main contours of the flow and to define the conditions that shaped its trend and pace. The thrust of native policy in the Cape is marked by three phases. As the mode of control shifts from one to another, the overall framework of policy shifts from the race model of the early Cape to the tribal option exemplified by the natal model all along, from a direct to an indirect mode of rule. When the English took charge of the Cape, it was a multiracial society marked by a single legal order. In this first phase, the colonized were the indigenous Khoikhoi and the imported Malay slaves, forming a small minority of the Cape population. But the colonized swelled into an overwhelming majority in the second phase, which began with the conquest of the Xhosa people. It was a conquest that took a century to make, from what the victors termed the First Kaffir War to the west of the Fish River in 1779 to the Ninth Kaffir War against the Galka in the 66. Treiskai in 1877–78. Up to the Seventh Kaffir War, the British had tried to force natives off the land into remote areas. In 1847, they abandoned the attempt, annexed the territory west of the Great K, and gave it the highly illuminating name British Kaffraria. 3 The trauma of 8 decades of colonial aggression was vividly registered in the prophecy that led to a generalized cattle killing, breaking the back of the Xhosa and Thumbu peoples who lived in British Kaffraria. In this context Sir George Grey, that torchbearer of Cape liberalism who was then the governor of the Cape, marked in flesh and blood the essentials of legal integration in a multiracial colonial society. Taking advantage of the changed situation, Grey confiscated much of the Xhosa and Thumbu people's land and settled thousands of whites on farms between scattered reserves. The authority of chiefs was undermined, as all judicial and administrative functions were transferred to white magistrates. Thus was established the social prerequisite of a single legal order in a colonial settler society, appropriation of land, destruction of communal autonomy, and establishment of the freedom of the individual to become a wage worker. 4 Also, the single legal order was confined to matters of personal law. In the public realm, natives were ruled by proclamation and magistrates held absolute power. This was direct rule. The policy of legal integration was shaped by both the long history of colonial wars and the eventual defeat and dispersal of the natives. The background of armed resistance had stiffened the resolve of masters of the Cape, proverbially once bitten, twice shy, in favor of a policy of non-recognition of native institutions. At the same time, defeat and dispersal made it possible to integrate and dominate natives within a single legal order. In this, there was little difference between the Boers and the early British settlers. The zeal of a civilizing mission combined with the very real threat that tribes were seen to represent, not only to the civilizing mission, but to the civilizers themselves. For the tribe not only signified the territorial parameter of defense, but was also the ideological reference point for an independent way of life. After all, it had taken Cape settlers more than a century to tame the tribes. Tribalism was rightly perceived as the anchor of native resistance. If the military capacitof the tribes had to be eroded, the chiefs would have to go, so went settler logic of the time. 3 The institutional backbone of the tribe had to be smashed, and so it was. Yet we must remember that this smashing could never be complete. Even when the Cape Parliament is said to have reluctantly annexed Kaffraria in 1865 and resolved to maintain a single legal system for all its inhabitants, its prerequisite capitalist relations and the sway of market relations did not quite obtain. In the scattered reserves that punctuated the space between one settler farm and another, tribal courts 6-7 and tribal law continued to operate under makeshift arrangements. 6 In spite of prevailing notions that contrast direct rule in the Cape with indirect rule in Natal, it never was possible for the colonists to rule directly over natives. The smashing was more a lobbing off of the political superstructure of the tribes. The settlers ruled through village-based headmen instead of tribal chiefs. Although the control over natives remained indirect, the consequence was to fragment the nature of the mediating native authority on the ground, confining each to a village. In this second phase, then, the claim to legal integration was partly a fiction. The point was to be driven home 7 years later, in 1871, when the Cape annexed Basutoland. Official policy changed dramatically and ushered in the third phase in the evolution of native policy in the Cape. Arguing that its inhabitants were not yet sufficiently advanced in civilization and social progress to assume full responsibility as citizens, the Cape authorities rejected legal assimilation for the natives of Basutoland. For the first time, then, dualism in personal law and political inequality went hand in hand. But the Soto petitioned for a parliamentary franchise in 1872. The governor's response was revealing. Rejecting the appeal, he warned them of the entire range of consequences if legal assimilation were to hold. Colonial law would have to supersede Soto law, the unoccupied land would be appropriated and sold, and whites be allowed to acquire land and settle in Basutoland. 7 The wisdom of the new policy was to be confirmed in the following decade. Resistance to colonial occupation did not cease. The Ninth Kaffir War took place in 1877–78 against the Galka and the Nkika in the Transkei, not to mention the defeat suffered at the hands of the Soto in the Disarmament War of 1880–81. The lesson was clear: it was not possible to scatter and break peasant communities, and without that, it would not be possible to break their will and their capacity to resist outright imperial occupation. The Cape Native Laws and Customs Commission of 1880–83 warned the government against excessive interference in the affairs of recently conquered communities. From across the Natal border, Shepstone also offered advice. The main object of keeping natives under their own law, he told the Cape Commission of 1883, is to ensure control of them. To drive the point home, he reminded the Commission that Natal's African population has never taken up arms against us, while your people have, and that, in my opinion, alters the position of things very much. These lessons were formalized in law when the Cape annexed the Transkei and Griqualand Bast, 1879, the Galkaland and Thumbuland, 1884, and Pondoland, 1894. The pace was set by the Transkeian Annexation Act of 1877, which gave the governor the power to legislate. 6-8. By proclamation, no Cape statute was to hold within its borders unless specifically extended. The courts, even if operated by white commissioners, were to apply tribal law to all cases between natives, subject to the proviso that it not be repugnant to justice and equity or contrary to good policy and public morals. Unlike in the other provinces of South Africa, where magistrates were predominantly officials of the Department of Justice, in the Transkei they were set apart under the control of the Native Affairs Department, an administrative agency of the central state. The lessons of war were clear: among the colonized, there was not to be even the formal pretense to a rule of law. Though chiefship was abolished, local administration was to be mediated through a corps of native headmen. In other words, whereas the writ of headman held over one or several villages, chiefs with a writ over the entire tribe would not be tolerated. Broken at the tribal level, native authority would be harnessed at tier village level. Through having to establish control in the face of anti-colonial resistance, the governors of the Cape had arrived at a form of rule that would closely approximate French-style indirect rule. But political wisdom alone could not fully explain the shift from direct to indirect rule. The changing realities of the political economy of the Cape, and with it a rapidly expanding demand for mine labor, had also much to do with it. For whereas white farmers called for the breaking up of tribes to release labor that could be absorbed and controlled on settler farms, the mines required the retention of tribal reserves from which labor would be released when required and to which it could be returned when not needed. The requirements of settler farms called for the appropriation of native lands to release land and labor for settler agriculture, whereas that of the mines called for its retention so that peasant farms would continue to function as productive family units, releasing and reabsorbing single male labor fit an ongoing series of migration cycles. The difference is clear if we see how the pass system functioned with reference to settler farms and mines. 9 The pass system was introduced on the Cape following the abolition of the slave trade. The Colonialism Code of 1908 made it compulsory for a Khoisan to have a fixed and registered place of residence and to carry a pass when moving within or between districts of a colony. As in all other British colonies where some version of the Masters and Servants Act was in effect, it required the compulsory registration of labor contracts and treated their breach as a penal offence. It further legitimized a system of child labor through compulsory apprenticeship of children born to farm laborers under service contracts. Compulsory attachment of servants to masters and of their children to an obligatory apprenticeship suited the 69 needs of labor-starved settler farms. But the pass system, the mines fashioned through the Native Labor Regulation Act of 1911, sought to tie family labor not to a single employer, but to the reserve. The difference between settler farms and mines in how each perceived the significance of the pass system lay in this: whereas the pass system was for settler farms a way of tying family labor to employer, for the mines it was a way of preventing the permanent settlement of African families on their property by maintaining worker ties with the reserves. Unlike settler farms, who saw the survival of peasant agriculture as mainly a threat, its reproduction in the reserves was for the mines the sine qua non of a continuing migrant labor system. The two ends of the system of temporary migration were the reserve and the compound, both, as we will later see, organized expressions of indirect rule. It seems to me that for Cape liberalism to flourish in a colonial context required an all-embracing capitalist market, combining civil inequality based on market differentiation with legal equality based on the rule of law. Equal rights for all civilized men south of the Zambezi, that clarion call of Cecil Rhodes, was inscribed in a propertied franchise, one that would naturally exclude that vast majority of natives on grounds of their propertyless civil status, not on the basis of any legally inscribed racial discrimination. The precondition for legal equality was civil inequality, an end to customary tenure and holdings and the appropriation of land. But where the reach of capitalist relations was limited, and the law facilitated the retention rather than the appropriation of peasant holdings, a propertied franchise could not go hand in hand with colonial control. There, political inequality would have to be grounded in a legal dualism, rather than in market differentiation. It is this reality that the natal system symbolized in the operation of a dual judicial system, one modern, the other customary, neither quite separate nor quite equal. As the Cape reserves turned into the single largest source of migrant labor in South Africa, the Cape system lost both its liberalizing zeal and its consistency. 10 In the Cape Colony proper, the basic terms of a non-racial propertied franchise had been spelled out under the Cape of Good Hope Constitution Ordinance of 1852, and it still held. But this policy of assimilation was modified in the Transgean territories, where white officials administered customary law. This was reflected in the fact that the governor of the Cape did not rule over the Transgean territories as he did over the Cape, as presiding officer of a legislature to which he remained answerable. Rather, he ruled these protectorates as a high commissioner, with powers to legislate for them by decree. Whereas the powers of a governor of a colony were circumscribed by the rights of those he governed, however modestly the latter were defined. 70. Those of a high commissioner of a protectorate were not, for the essence of protection was not to guarantee rights but to enforce custom. A colony under direct rule, the guarantee of rights required the rule of civil law, however circumscribed racially. But in a protectorate under indirect rule, custom was enforced through customary law. In more than a century, native policy in the Cape went through 3 phases. Of these, only the first can be characterized as direct rule over a colonized minority comprising the indigenous Khoikhoi and Malayic slaves. The second period, one in which peasant communities were, partly disintegrated as settler farms were set up in British Kaffraria, was one dearly won of transition. Official claims to a single legal order were belied by an informal tolerance of tribal law in peasant enclaves in the Cape proper. The third and final period is indirect rule. Legal dualism obtained, relations among peasants were regulated through customary law. The key difference with the apartheid period was in the agents who enforced it, white commissioners at the outset and native chiefs under apartheid. What then were the differences between the Cape and the natal Sys Thames by the onset of this century? At first glance, they seem purely quantitative, with the difference one of terminology. In the Cape, the parameters of civil society were stretched to include a tiny minority of the colonized. Thus emerged the Cape Native franchise. Not that there were no natives permitted into the ranks of civil society in natal. There were. But they were exemptions, individually based and even more narrowly defined. The successful petitioner was exempt from the operation of native law only, not from discriminatory civil, modern, legislation imposed on all Africans. 11 Whereas those exempted in natal numbered 851 in 1890 and 5,000 in 1904, by 1905 only 3 had managed to become enfranchised. 12 The other side of individual exemption, natal, or a group-based civilized franchise, Cape, was the vast majority of those colonized, branded, and confirmed in a captive status as natives, natal, or uncivilized, Cape. The common presumption of the two systems was underlined by their acceptance of 2 key institutions, segregation and customary law. Segregation separated whites from natives. Customary law separated civil from uncivil society. In natal, non-natives from natives, except those few exempt individuals. In the Cape, the civilized from the uncivilized. In both instances, the content of customary law, the legal parameters within which native lives had to be lived, was sanctioned by the colonial state in the person of the Governor-General. In both instances, the Governor-General was the supreme dictator over natives, whether all or almost all. In the traditional nomenclature of natal, where he administered customary law through native chiefs, the Governor-General was 71. Called the paramount chief, entire modernizing jargon of the Cape, where the dispensers of customary law were white commissioners and not native chiefs, he was the High Commissioner. But in the Cape as in natal, he ruled with immunity from Parliament or the courts. It was, in modern parlance, an unfettered rule by decree. The 1927 Consensus. This shared premise of the natal and Cape systems was written into law in 1927. S.L. of the Native Administration Act designated the Governor-General as the Supreme Chief of all natives. S.25 allowed the Supreme Chief to rule all natives by decree, by proclamation in the Gazette, subject to neither parliamentary nor judicial restraint. He was given the powers to amend the Natal Native Code by proclamation, which he did in 1932. Not only could he divide or amalgamate tribes, as in the original Native Code of 1891, he was also given powers to constitute a new tribe S.5, L.A., literally at will. His edict extended to every individual native, for he could create and define pass areas within which natives may be required to carry passes or even prescribe regulations for the control and prohibition of the movement of natives into, within, or from any such areas, S.28. Not content with establishing colonial control over collective identity and individual movement, the lawmakers made it a crime to utter any word. With intent to promote any feeling of hostility between natives and Europeans. S.29, 1. To give teeth to these powers, the supreme chief could appoint a native commissioner, a white man, his assistant, or a chief. S.2, in other words, the entire native administration. He could confer power over civil and criminal jurisdiction to lesser chiefs. S.12. And so, for the first time, courts of chiefs and headmen were established throughout the country on the basis of authority given by government warrant. 13. The powers conferred on the Governor-General as Supreme Chief were despotic to the extreme. Their context was fast expanding resistance under the leadership of the Industrial and Commercial Workers' One Union of Africa, ICU, a trade union with growing support in rural areas. The ICU did not survive that decade, but the Native Administration Act held sway over all of South Africa, substantially unchanged, for the next 58 years. The 1927 Act was qualified in one respect when it came to its application in the Cape. The Governor-General did not rule as the Supreme Chid over Cape natives, he did so as their High Commissioner. The difference, we have seen, lay in the fact that the Supreme Chid ruled through native chiefs, and the High Commissioner through white commissioners. Thus, unlike in the other provinces, white commissioners and not native. 7.2. Chiefs administered customary law in the Cape Province. But then, commissioners in the Cape, unlike in other provinces, were subject to administrative control under the Department of Native Affairs, an executive agency, and not judicial supervision under the Department of Justice. It was the desperate opposition of the Cape authorities to any increase in the judicial powers of the chiefs, whether in Transkei or Ciskei, that was largely responsible for excluding the Cape Province from the aegis of the Supreme Chief. 14. We have seen that this separation was born of concrete historical experience. The tenor of Cape liberalism was largely shaped by the experience of protracted African resistance, the century-long Kaffir Wars. Cape liberalism was bent on fragmenting the colonized to the extreme. It combined racial exclusion with a village-level autocracy run through headmen. For the settlers in the Cape, tribalism was synonymous with resistance. Hence their desperate opposition to the restoration of chiefs, even if under the Supreme Chief. That desperate opposition held until the apartheid era, when the institution of chiefship was restored throughout South Africa as the dispenser of customary law. We will later analyze the conditions that made this possible, but the point at this juncture is that apartheid neither repudiated nor changed the basic thrust of the system of native control in place by 1927. For with the passage of the 1927 Native Administration Act, two elements of the triple consensus that would define native policy under apartheid were already in place: rule by decree and customary law. The first had held together the 1910 Union, and the second was effected through the 1927 Act. That Act generalized throughout the Union a system of controls that wore an indigenous mask and went by the benign phrase indirect rule over natives through customary law. It set up separate white and African structures, making customary law for native control a preserve of specialized lower courts, of chiefs and commissioners, subject to administrative control. In South Africa that control was through the Department of Native Affairs, but it was a system neither uniquely nor particularly South African. Indirect rule as colonial reform. How is one to understand the significance of indirect rule? As an inevitable response to prevailing circumstances, no more than a practical necessity that Lugard turned into a theoretical virtue? Or as a creative Colorado Nile response to the riddle that simply would not go away, the native question? Those who have argued that indirect rule was no more than bare necessity have stressed two aspects of the colonial situation in the early part 7-3 of this century, the lack of personnel that every colonial power faced and the extreme difficulty in communicating over long distances. Point 15. Both problems were real. In 1903, when Kano and Sokoto came under the control of the British, the population of northern Nigeria was estimated at a little more than 7 million. 16. To govern this population, Lugard had at his command 231 civil European officers in 1903 to 1904. For the next 2 years, the corresponding numbers were 241 and 266 respectively. In 1906, the ratio of European civil officers was something like 1 to 2,900 square miles and 1 to 45,000 Africans. Subordinate clerical and technical staff from Europe were hard to come by and were often absent. The death rate was high. In the 4 years from 1903 to 1907, 65 Europeans died and 264 returned home as invalids, victims of blackwater fever, dysentery, malaria, anemia, sunstroke, and bronchitis. In 1900, claims the Nigerian scholar I.M. Okonjo, the hopelessness of the communications system made the adoption of indirect rule all but inevitable. Given the tortuously slow and difficult pace at which available transport functioned, it was practically impossible for the High Commissioner or the various heads of department to visit more than a third of provincial headquarters in a tour of 12 months. Even then, 9/10 of the time of a journey was occupied in actual traveling. The result was a heavy delegation to residents and a large volume of correspondence. 17. The situation in other colonies and in other periods was not that different. We can take illustrative examples from two different periods, just after the First World War and roughly 2 decades later, before the onset of the Second World War. In Kenya, the tightest governed British colony north of the Limpopo, there were a total of 145 British administrative quarters in 1921, and even fewer, 114, in 1939. This gave a ratio of 1 per 22,000 natives. The corresponding ratio for Uganda was 1 for every 49,000 and for Nigeria 1 for every 100,000. 18. Writing at the onset of the Second World War. 19. The French colonial officer Robert de Lavignette gave figures for European officials and the corresponding native population in the African colonies. European officials' native population. British Nigeria 1,315 20 million. Belgian Congo 2,384 9,400,000. French Equatorial Africa 887 3,200,000. French West Africa 3,660 15 million. A form of decentralized administration came to be characteristic of every colony. The unit of that administration was the district in British Colorado, Nice, and the Surrey in French-controlled territories. The real man on the spot, the white officer who personified colonial authority, was the 7-4 British District Commissioner and the French Circle Commander. The former was the legendary colonial king in the castle, the latter an equally famed Leroi de la Brosse. 20. Both enjoyed an enormous latitude in the interpretation of policy. The administration of every district or circle was stamped with the personality, the style, and the point of view of its commissioner or commander. Anyone who has perused archival correspondence between the secretary in London and the governor in the colonial capital, and in turn the governor and the district commissioner in the field, cannot fail to be impressed by the division of labor in the chain of command over native policy. The colonial secretary usually confined himself to outlining the basic thrust of policy in the form of guidelines, the governor and his council established the main lines of policy, and the district commissioner was in charge of interpreting, modifying, and implementing policy in light of local conditions. Van Vollenhoven, the celebrated Governor-General of Africa Occidental Brand Pays, AOF, solemnly declared that only one's presence, personal contact counts. The circular is zero. Few general practitioners in human history, concluded Robert Huesler in his study of northern Nigeria, were as powerful and active in the whole sweep of community life. 21 Clearly, given this combination of circumstances, the paucity of European administrative personnel available to the colonial administration, the difficulty in effecting rapid and regular communication between administrative centers, and the diversity of ecological and social conditions on the ground, some form of decentralization was inevitable. Thus runs the above argument that indirect rule was a practical necessity for all European powers in Africa at the turn of the century. The facts are compelling, but only insofar as they underline the scarcity of European personnel. They ignore the African personnel recruited from educated middle strata and already available to European powers. They ignore the decisive shift in the policy orientation of European powers on the continent at the turn of the century, as they dropped the alliance with literate Africans and began a search for culturally more legitimate allies. For the scarcity of administrative personnel, the key argument in this logical construct, was artificially created, it was not inevitable. By 1860 the major European powers already controlled enclaves on the West African coast in the form of colonics, the French in the 4 communes of Senegal and the British in the Crown colonies of Sierra Leone, Gold Coast, Ghana, and Lagos, Nigeria. In the British Colorado Nicks were resettled the recaptives, 22 African slaves seized BV British naval blockade that lasted from 1807 until the 1860s and who were returned to these coastal enclaves as freedmen and freedwomen. They numbered in the hundreds of thousands, one estimate of those captured. 7.5. And resetted in a 26-year period is of 103,000 persons. The recaptives were ardent proponents of Christianity and civilization. They saw the European powers then on the continent as partners in a joint mission to civilize traditional Africa. Not only did they create forms of self-administration in the colonies, but the literate groups along the seaboard from Lagos Island to Gambia sent their sons and sometimes daughters to Fora Bay College, set up by the Church Missionary Society in Sierra Leone as early as 1827, and to London law schools and courts to acquire the education they believed was the beacon of a civilized life. Many returned to occupy leading positions in colonial administration. Among these educated Creoles could be found educators and militant intellectuals such as Edward Blitten and James Johnston, doctors such as John Africanus Horton and Broughton Davies, evangelist bishops such as Samuel A. J. Crowther, and barristers such as Samuel Lewis, Tyre, first African to be knighted by the Queen of England. 23 In the Gold Coast as in Lagos, Africans sat in the legislature and held senior offices from the 1850s on. In Egypt and Sudan, an even larger Turco-Egyptian administration was established. In the Portuguese colonies in the 19th century, the mestizos dominated commerce and provided military commanders and civil governors. Many were men of education. Their fortunes were eclipsed in the 20th century when their position was continually depressed. 24 In Sierra Leone in the early 1890s, nearly half the senior posts were held by Africans. From among the Africans domiciled in the 4 coastal French communes, it was possible for a general to emerge like Alfred Dodds, who helped conquer Dahomey for France. 25 The widespread belief among the educated strata that a partnership with colonial powers would lead them to independence and regeneration was understandable in the 1860s, since European powers appeared to be getting ready to abandon their colonial enterprise. But that was not to be. The close of the century saw a sharp reversal in trends as a furious rivalry was unleashed between the same European powers for colonial possessions on African soil. Instead of withdrawing from coastal settlements, the trend was to turn these into beachheads for inland penetration and control. Every little colony was turned into a gateway to huge inland protectorates. The partnership between literate coastal Africans and European colonial administrations turned sour in no time. The end of the 19th century saw, as the historian Aefigbo has shown, not only a systematic removal of educated Africans who held positions of responsibility in the earlier decades, but also a systematic tightening of conditions under which Africans could become French citizens in Senegal and elsewhere. As colonial powers began to exercise restriction on the recruitment of highly skilled LRI. 7-6. Cans into the administrations, they created the artificial scarcity of administrative personnel. Although Africans had held nearly half of all senior official posts in Sierra Leone in 1892, their share declined to 1 in 6 by 1912.27. The door that was shut in the face of the educated strata from the start of the scramble remained closed until the final chapter of colonial rule. In the Gold Coast, for example, it was not until 1942 that the first Africans, A.L. Adu and Kofi Bizia, came to be appointed to the Colonial Administrative Service. 28. We will later see the same trends surface in other colonies such as Tanganyika on the eastern coast, as German colonialism gave way to British rule. The scarcity of administrative personnel was not inevitable. It was really the byproduct of a larger political problem, the native question. To solve that problem, the educated strata of Africans, those who aspired to self-administration and independence, could be of little help. Ironically, this stratum had been the most pro-Western of any group. It had assimilated culturally while aspiring for administrative autonomy immediately and political freedom eventually. Estranged from the vast mass of natives, who often saw them as no more than cultural fifth columnists, only yesterday die spearhead of European penetration which they had championed as a prerequisite for cultural rejuvenation. The educated stratum was to be hurled into political oblivion while colonial rule stabilized over the next several decades. This marginalized educated stratum, excluded from the civil society of the colons but beyond the lash of customary law, articulated the first wave of Africanist thought in response to racism and colonial occupation. Blitten spoke of the need to herald the African personality in response to racism. Johnson advocated an Africa for the Africans, popularizing the demand for Ethiopianism whereby Africa would be evangelized only by Africans but not by Europeans. 29. This constellation of ideas about Ethiopianism, Pan-Africanism, and the African personality amounted to no less than an intellectual renaissance, yet its political import was by and large limited to the narrow educated stratum. Faced with the imperative of the native question and the cultural resistance of the African population to the policy of assimilation, the British understood better than any other colonial power the need for a policy that would harness culturally legitimate political allies and not literate Africans ambivalent or even hostile to tradition. By 1898 Sir George Goldie, the president of the Royal Niger Company, had formulated a dictum that all company officials were required to follow: the general policy of ruling on African principles through native rulers must be followed for the present. The indirect rule came to be predicated on a form of decentralization that was more cultural than territorial. More 7-7 than just a search for personnel to augment the few European officials available on the ground. It was a search for institutional forms of control anchored in a historical and cultural legitimacy, summed up in the words of General Jan Smuts. It was a shift from territorial to institutional segregation. Institutional segregation referred to a policy of native control that would be mediated through native chiefs working through native institutions. But neither the personnel nor the institutions they worked were simply available for the picking. Even where chiefs already existed, they had to be tamed. As usual, Luggard advised on the best practical solution: to thrash them first, conciliate them afterwards, and by this method our prestige with the native tribes would be certainly greatly increased, and subsequent troubles with them would be less likely. 31 In reality, native institutions were given life and substance through a policy diet combined a recognition of existing facts with creative modification and even outright fabrication. Whatever the mix, in every instance institutional segregation involved a shift in native policy from a civilized to a tribal orientation and a corresponding change in its social base from the educated strata to traditional chiefs. Simply put, as the link with traditional authorities was forged, so the alliance with the educated strata was severed. By 1920 indirect rule could be said to express the general thrust of British colonial policy on the native question. Because indirect rule meant that the real locus of colonial administration was the local state, the district run by the district commissioner, it was imperative that this man on the spot be carefully identified, groomed, and placed. Both Britain and France ended the local recruitment of colonial administrators between 1890 and 1914 and reorganized the colonial administration into a formal service along lines of the upper echelon of the metropolitan bureaucracy. 32 The corollary of district-level decentralization was that the agents of district administration were recruited, trained, and placed from the center. This was not simply a territorial shift, from local to metropolitan recruitment, but also a change in social emphasis. During the 1920s, the Colonial Office began to recruit administrators chiefly from Oxbridge. Applicants were screened through interviews and references designed to identify those qualities of character and personality so essential in dealing with native peoples. 33 The rationale for recruiting the new class of colonial officials from the upper classes at home was that they could be chiefs in their own country, men who conceded it their birthright to rule, and who did so by habit. Although Smuts may have expressed the political rationale and the theoretical gist of indirect rule most succinctly, it was Luggard who had 7/8 earlier characteristically summed up the new policy in terms that would make it accessible to the practically inclined administrator. By the time he came to West Africa, Luggard had already accumulated a significant African experience. His baptism had been in East Africa, in the service of Sir William Makinen's East Africa Company in 1888 and 1892. On its behalf, Luggard concluded a treaty in 1892 with the Quebecois of Bug and NDA, one that would become the basis of British indirect rule in the next century. This experience was reinforced by his next assignment, when as a servant of Sir George Goldie's Royal Niger Company in 1894–95 he secured the Borgu regions of northern Nigeria for the British against the French. As in Buganda, Luggard held the view that the highly organized native rulers in Borgu should be used as the main agency for administering the territory. 34 In the Lugardien scheme, indirect rule was a single and coherent edifice resting on three pillars: a native court, a native administration, and a native treasury. I will argue that an important complement to the judicial, administrative, and financial dimensions of this authority was a fourth: rule-making. Luggard saw this ensemble as dependent but autonomous. In his well-known 1919 report on the amalgamation of northern and southern Nigeria, Luggard explained the autonomy of this native authority in some detail. The policy of the government was that these chiefs should govern their people, not as independent but as dependent rulers. The orders of government are not conveyed to the people through them, but emanate from them in accordance where necessary with instructions received through the resident. While they themselves are controlled by government in matters of policy and importance, their people are controlled in accordance with that policy by themselves. A political officer would consider it as irregular to issue direct orders to an individual native, or even to a village head, as a general commanding a division would to a private soldier, except through his commanding officers. The courts administer native law, and are presided over by native judges, 417 in all. Their punishments do not conform to the criminal code, but on the other hand, native law must not be in opposition to the ordinances of government, which are operative everywhere, and the courts are under the supervision of the district staff. Their rules of evidence and their procedure are not based on British standards, but their sentences, if manifestly faulty, are subject to revision. Their prisoners are confined in their own native gaols, which are under the supervision of the British staff. The taxes are raised in the name of the native ruler and by his agents, but he surrenders the fixed proportion to government, and the expenditure of the portion assigned to the native administration, from which fixed salaries to all native officials are paid, is subject 7/9 to the advice of the resident, and the ultimate control of the governor. The attitude of the resident is that of a watchful advisor, not of an interfering ruler, but he is ever jealous of the rights of the peasantry, and of any injustice towards them. 35 Although this system was to be applied in its fullest only to communities under the centralized rule of a paramount chief, with some administrative machinery at his disposal, Luggard had no doubt that its underlying principles needed to be applied to the varying extent to which it is possible to apply them, even to the most primitive communities. Luggard's point was that the implementation of indirect rule would be greatly facilitated by the prior existence of a native state apparatus, but indirect rule did not have to be restricted to these areas. For it was possible to build a native state apparatus where none had existed before. The important point was to ensure that the parameters of the state authority corresponded with that of the native community, the tribe, and then to rule through it. Between culture and territory, the former must define the parameters of decentralized rule, the boundaries of culture would mark the parameters of territorial administration. This is why to install a state apparatus among communities whose lives had never before been shaped by one was literally to invent tribes. Not surprisingly, the tendency was for the tribe to be defined as the unit of indirect rule administration. As George Padmar noted in Nigeria, the Mecca of indirect rule, administrative units corresponded roughly to ethnic or tribal groupings. 36 The notion of tribe, argues the historian John Iliffe, lay at the heart of indirect rule in Tanganyika. 37 A 1930 Native Administration Memorandum on Native Courts, issued in Tanganyika, explained that tribes were cultural units possessing a common language, a single social system, and an established customary law. Based on the belief that every African belonged to a tribe, just as every European belonged to a nation, a provincial commissioner summarized official policy: each tribe must be considered a distinct unit. Each tribe must be under a chief. Yet most administrators knew that many peoples had no chiefs. The solution of this riddle was Governor Cameron's major contribution to indirect rule administration in Tanganyika. He gave to the chiefless peoples chiefs. Admonishing an official who could not see the trees for the wood, Cameron summed up the policy in a nutshell: Mr. Thompson must take the tribal unit. In other words, if there did not exist a clearly demarcated tribe with a distinct central authority, then one had to be created in the interest of order. As the mission to give the stateless communities a centralized administration under their own chiefs got underway, a clear demarcation 80 took place between German methods of colonial administration implemented in the pre-World War I period and British indirect rule. 38 Until 1925, the British had preserved the German administrative structure, which was based on a form of territorial decentralization served by a centrally organized civil service whose complexion was both European and African. The 22 district officers who reported to the Secretariat in Dar es Salaam used a gradation of officials trained in government-run schools. Initially, these school graduates were used mainly as senior, liwali, and intermediate, akida, administrative officers, particularly in areas where no administrative structure had existed prior to Colonialism. Later, however, they also came to replace those Arab and African chiefs who initially had served alongside them. In 1924, a conference of district officers unanimously recommended that administrative decentralization take a provincial form, with each area being run by an autonomous local native government having its own legislation, treasury, and authorities. To implement that agenda was the mandate of Sir Donald Cameron, appointed governor in 1925. "It is our duty," wrote Cameron soon after arriving in Tanganyika, "to do everything in our power to develop the native on lines which will not westernize him and turn him into a bad imitation of a European. The point, rather, must be to make him a good African." To accomplish that, however, required not to destroy the African atmosphere, the African mind, the whole foundations of his race, and we shall certainly do this if we sweep away all his tribal organizations. Like General Smuts around the same time, Cameron too was averse to the Europeanized Africans, those he had seen in Lagos. He viewed the political utility of indirect rule in clear terms: if we set up merely a European form of administration, the day will come when the people of the territory will demand that the British form of administration shall pass into their hands. We have India at our door as an object lesson. If we aim at indirect administration through the appropriate native authority, chief or council founded on the people's own traditions and preserving their own tribal organization, their own laws and customs purged of anything that is repugnant to justice and morality. WC shall be building an edifice with some foundation to it, capable of standing the shock which will inevitably come when the educated native seeks to gain the possession of the machinery of government and to run it on West Earn lines. If we treat them properly, moreover, we shall have the bears of RHE native administration on our side. As Cameron set about realizing his plans for installing indirect rule through native authorities, it became clear that the chief obstacle in his path were the stateless peoples. In time, three alternatives emerged as 81 ways of removing this obstacle. 39 One option, as pursued with the Sagara, was to subordinate them to a neighboring chiefdom. A second option was to convert religious leaders into administrative chiefs, as was indeed done with the Maasai. A third option, almost always disastrous, as with the Makonde, was to elevate one of several village headmen into a chief. In the process, however, several successes were registered in Creting tribes where none had existed before, the most outstanding being the case of the Nyakiosa around Lake Victoria. Tackling the tribal unit as the point of departure for setting up a unit of administration was no simple matter. More than just creating a tribal hierarchy where none had existed previously, this often involved working through a mishmash of ethnic affiliations to create purer and clearer tribal identities as the basis for tribal authorities. Early in the history of the two Rhodesias, the governor of Northern Rhodesia wondered in a communique to London as to why the number of native authorities could not be reduced. The Secretary of Native Affairs fell back on native tradition and yet argued without hint of contradiction that the same tribal boundaries and organization needed careful nurturing, for when colonial rule came to Northern Rhodesia the tribes were in a very disorganized state, but since then a tribal organization had been created. 40 The implication is that tribes are supposed to be in an organized state, each with its own territory, customs, and leadership. But should the opposite be true, it was clearly the duty of officialdom to create order out of chaos and tribal purity out of a tribal patchwork. This was not as formidable a task as may seem at first thought, for colonial officials were generally convinced that the tendency of commoners to run things into one another had a healthy counter in the tendency of rulers to ethnic purity. One only had to identify the leaders, the chiefs, and put them in place for the rest to follow. How things did fall into place, and order was created out of chaos, is illustrated by a study of the invention of the Ndeb ethnic identity in colonial Zimbabwe. 41 Prior to the British conquest, the Ndeb were not an ethnic group but a conglomeration of peoples who were members of the Ndeb state. Imagine the horror of the native commissioner of Malama district when he realized that the Ndeb did not behave as the Ndeb are supposed to. Deference is shown by no one to anyone. There reigned a state of anarchy in which the old vital and essential laws and customs were either forgotten or swept away, and, horror of all horrors, far from a woman being kept in her place, a girl may choose whom she likes, when she likes, and as often as she likes. The commissioner's remedy was to teach the Ndeb how to be Ndeb by bringing to them a version of the natal native code of 1891. Hor, reasoned the 82. Commissioner. Broadly speaking, it is an established fact that the laws and customs of Natal and Zululand are absolutely the same as in this country. It was an assertion that the assembled chiefs, attracted by the powers which the Natal Code allocated to them, were in no mood to dispute. The immediate similarity between the French and British colonial administrations was that neither could dispense with African middlemen. Even though the French had more of a metropolitan poor white problem to dispose of through emigration to the colonies, the number of French administrators were still few and far between. In 1912, 341 administrators were in service in all of French-controlled West Africa. In 1937, the number had increased to 385, but half of them worked in the main towns. The corresponding number in the general administration, administrators and civil servants, of French-controlled Equatorial Africa was 398 in 1913, going down to 366 in 1928.42 in French-controlled West Africa, 8 times the size of France and with a population of around 15 million by the late 1930s, the territorial administration revolved around 118 circle commanders who supervised 48,000 village chiefs with the assistance of 2,200 intermediate canton chiefs, 43 without the chiefs. Admitted the former Governor-General of Overseas France, Robert de Lavignette, 44. The French administration would have been helpless, not only because the chief represented his community in its dealings with the administration, but even more importantly, because he represented the administration vis-a-vis the community. As with the British, the mere scarcity of personnel could not explain a shift to indirect rule. When the French Republic abolished slavery in 1848, it also conferred citizenship on all the inhabitants of its colonies regardless of color. Colonies then referred to the French West Indies and the island of Réunion. In French-controlled Dakar, then but a collection of a few trading posts, the decree was of relevance to some 10,000 slaves. 45 Between 1890 and 1914, the French installed in the African colonies a system officially dubbed direct administration. To make up for the shortage in personnel, they looked to the native citizens of the 4 communes as allies who would mediate between them and newly conquered subjects in the interior. In another decade, however, both the policy of direct administration and the role of black citizens were under question. Key to understanding the shift of French policy from direct to indirect administration is a re-evaluation of the policy of assimilation undertaken after World War I. As the French responded to the balance of forces on the ground and learned from their own experience in Indochina and Algeria and the British example next door, they 8.3 came to appreciate the need for a native cultural policy other than assimilation. The experience of the 4 communes showed that native cultural assimilation led to a resurgence rather than to an effective subordination of native political demands. At the same time, the experience of peasant resistance, for example, the one under the leadership of the Islamic marabouts in turn of victory Senegal, showed that those culturally assimilated were hardly the most efficient mediators between colonizers and subjects. The search for traditional as opposed to civilist institutions through which to mediate colonial control was reflected in the shift from assimilation to association as the central thrust of French policy. Let us trace this shift historically. The difference between early British and French colonial experience is summed up by the following: unlike the British, who in Nigeria and Uganda worked out alliances and treaties with rulers of pre-colonial kingdoms, the French were more often than not in direct conflict with these great aristocracies. When the majority of the great African states like the kingdoms of Ségou and Sikasso and the state of Samory refused to submit to French claims, they were suppressed. In the words of Governor-General W. Ponty in 1910, the point of direct administration was to suppress the great native polities which are nearly always a barrier between us and our subject. 46 To flatten all mediation between the village and themselves to one, the village chief, came to be the key object of French policy. But in reality, this objective remained elusive. Caught between an acute shortage of European administrators who were concentrated in the main towns and a turn of policy away from the previous assimilationist bent, a de facto recognition of chieftainship beyond the village level became inevitable. By the early 1920s, this shift had gained a theoretical recognition. The older ideal of assimilation was shed as quickly as the newer notion of association was embraced. In his influential work Domination et Colonisation, the conservative colonial theorist Jules Harman distinguished colonies of settlement from those of domination in which European rule was exercised over a large indigenous population. In the latter, he argued, the social standards of the native inhabitants were too remote from those of France for assimilation to be practicable. 47 As an alternative, he proposed a policy of association, which he defined as indirect administration, with the preservation but improved governance of the institutions of the conquered peoples, and with respect for their past. The publication in 1923 of Sarraut's La Mist en valeur dcs coloniques fmupiiscas signaled that the policy had indeed received official sanction. 4K association, as opposed to assimilation, had originally been suggested for Indochina. Only later was the policy extended to Africa, where the test case was the North African colony of Morocco. The forms of the 8-4 Sharifian state were preserved throughout Morocco, as indeed they were by the Spanish colonists in the portion of Morocco they came to control. The practice in France's sub-Saharan colonies fell short of the liberty on stress on creating an autonomous native administration. The degree of autonomy varied from one situation to another, as did the level of mediation through native institutions and personnel. But the general situation was that chiefship could not be confined to the village level. A second tier of canton chiefs was also created, at first in French-controlled West Africa, later extended to French-controlled Equatorial Africa, where the chef de turn came to be in charge of a group of several villages 49 at the same time. Relations among natives came to be regulated under customary law, dispensed by various levels of chiefs under the direct supervision of the French circle commander. As indeed it was under the supervision of white commissioners in southern Nigeria or the Cape. All in all, indirect administration in France's sub-Saharan African colonies was more a Cape-like affair than a natal-type administration, closer to British rule in southern Nigeria than in northern Nigeria. Even in the coastal enclaves of Gori, St. Louis, Rufisque, and Dakar, which had received a full mandate as communes between 1872 and 1889, thereby granting its originators the right to elect a general council and to send a deputy to the French Parliament, the policy of assimilation was stiffened as black Senegalese organized to wrest the seat of the deputy from the coalition of whites and mulattoes who had held it until the election of 1913.50 out of a total population estimated at around 1.75 million, only 78,373 Africans were considered citizens. The rest were classified as subjects. But even the members of the four communes straddled assimilation and association, direct and indirect rule. Although they had the right to vote, their personal relations were regulated from 1936 on under customary law, Islamic or otherwise. 51 They were beyond the pale of the French civil code. The shift from direct to indirect rule was perhaps most dramatically illustrated in the volte-face in French relations with Islam, particularly in Senegal. Prior to the 1920s, the French perceived Islam as a militant but reactionary order with leaders the marabouts of the Sufi brotherhoods allied to an erstwhile feudal and slave-owning aristocracy. They feared the possibility of a militant Mahdiist opposition and responded to Islam in a manner both hostile and sharp. By the late 1920s, however, the French had cultivated a considerable stake in Islam, one so important that it had to be carefully protected. The remarkable history of Sufi Islam in colonial Senegal has been well synthesized in a study of its leading brotherhood, the Mourides. 52 In the early period of French expansion, the warrior marabouts led much of the most tenacious and 8-5 effective resistance to French rule. But the leading warrior marabouts were killed in battle. Even if they inherited prestige and followers, their less militant successors turned the energy of these devotees from warlike purposes to peaceful and economic ones. Although preserving the institutional autonomy of the Brotherhood, they changed its orientation, to migration and settlement of virgin lands so as to take full advantage of the newly built railway and to cultivating ground nuts for export so that both followers and marabouts may gain from it. Toward realizing this goal, the Brotherhood's major innovation was the Dara, a farming community of young men acting in the service of the sheikh. Historically a means whereby followers could collectively seize and settle unoccupied land, the Dara evolved into both a Quranic school and a farming group that became the Marabout's principal source of wealth. The monastic-type discipline of the Dara, however, applied to only a small minority of the followers. The great majority remained independent peasants who expressed their devotion through offering the marabout occasional labor a few days in a month or a year on the latter's fields or a regular share of the harvest. The authority of the marabouts offered something to all social layers of the colonized. To the poor and the downcast, the marabouts provided patronage of leadership in forms adjusted to the circumstances of colonial rule. To those from a richer station, they offered a possibility of recovering some of their lost prestige, through marital and other alliances with maraboutic families, and to all, the possibility of coming to terms with changes that they had been unable to prevent. From militant anti-colonialism at the onset of French rule, the brotherhoods grew into religious mutual aid associations, with economic aims. No doubt this turnaround in the orientation of the brotherhoods provided the context for a similar shift in French policy. 53 The shift became clear at the death of important Islamic leaders like El Hajj Malik Sy, Sheikh Sidiya, and Ahmadu Bamba. Instead of seizing their deaths as an opportunity to fragment their respective followings and divide the various Sufi orders into their component parts, the French did the opposite. There was an unprecedented degree of French intervention in the internal affairs of the Sufi orders in order to maintain a strong and unified command, p. 165. Instead of removing native mediation between the village and the French authority at the circle, as had been the policy only a decade before, they sought and cultivated intermediaries. Association found its way into the Held of Education with the decree of May 1, 1924, which gave lieutenant governors of islandized colonies the authority to establish Islamic religious schools, madrasas, with the essential aim of establishing a point of contact between literate Muslims and our administrators by the training of interpreters, judges and 86. Secretaries of native tribunals, p. 183. The first madrasa, established in 1930 in Mauritania, limited entry to the sons of the nobility and had no provision for teaching French. It set the tone for future initiatives. When a French education inspector objected that a thriving and dynamic system of Quranic education would be a very serious challenge to French secular schooling, the lieutenant governor underlined the broader justification of the policy. A Muslim intellectual foyer will help maintain West African Islam in its present mood, which renders it much more malleable and open to our administrative action than in any other region with a Quranic influence, p. 190. The lieutenant governor was right on all counts. In the kaleidoscopic reality of Islam in Africa, it would be difficult to find many instances of a lips and teeth relationship between an occupying colonial power and an indigenous Islamic hierarchy. Indeed, the near symbiotic alliance between French political and Marabout religious authority was testimony that the objective was realized in practice. 54 Not only did the followers in the Brotherhood take to groundnut cultivation, as French organized cooperatives provided Marabouts with easy access to seeds and tools, the Marabouts also obliged by organizing recruits in the hundreds during wartime. In the referendum of 1958, the Marabouts campaigned against independence with the help and the encouragement of the French administration. The final vote, overwhelmingly in favor of the French community, was popularly termed the Marabouts' Yes. The lesson was not lost on the post-independence leadership of Senegal. With a flimsy party structure inadequate to reach the mass level directly, they proceeded through the Marabouts. Crucial to President Leopold Senghor's move from a minority position in the Territorial Assembly to a commanding one in the post-colonial order was his ability to secure the allegiance of a few crucial Marabouts. The British example inspired many lesser colonial powers, from the Belgians in the Congo to the Portuguese in the colonies of Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea to the Italians in Libya and even to the Americo-Liberians. The Belgians introduced indirect rule institutions in the Congo in the 1920s. 55 The reorganization of the administration in 1918 was followed by the creation of a special legal category called native, subject to customary law and to whom the Code Napoleon did not apply. From 1921 on, all Africans were eventually required to return to the rural areas from which they were deemed to have come in the first place. The native must belong to his tribe. The notion of the native as permanently a peasant and only temporarily a worker was given legal reality through a series of decrees between 1931 and 1933. The Portuguese have a history of colonial assimilation of the civilized natives that predates the French Revolution. Royal Ordinances Nor. 87. Ders from 1755 on made it a criminal offense to refer to offsprings of mixed marriages as half-breeds or, by any other insulting term. If accompanied by a certain measure of education, the profession of Christianity qualified a native to be treated as civilized, and was conceded sufficient qualification for equal political and judicial rights. 56 Like the French, however, the Portuguese entered the century with a policy designed to reduce all mediation between their field officers and natives to the village headman. The exception to this tendency were the Balkango in Angola and the Fula in Guinea. Native policy was systematized in the late 1920s and put under charge of the local state, its functionaries being the chefs de posto, district officers, and the regidum, administrative chiefs. In time, there evolved a hierarchy of African chiefs, from the senior rapilos to the junior cabas. The African population was divided between the civilizados by 1950, 5,000 in Mozambique and 30,000 in Angola, and the Indígena, natives. The latter group was the proper concern of native policy, systematized as the Estatuto Político Civil y Criminal de Indígenas in 1929. The statute viewed the native not as an individual but as part of a community ruled directly by a chief, and subject in the first instance to African customary law. The native was granted access to communal land and, in return, paid the native tax and was liable to perform a variety of labor services. 57 Similarly, a royal decree in 1929 in Libya divided the nomadic peoples of the colony into tribes and sub-tribes at the discretion of the governor and on the advice of the regional commissioner. 58 In Liberia, where there was no racially distinct colonizer, civilized men were defined as those who can read and write English. 59 Indirect rule. Institutions were introduced with the implementation of the Barclay Plan in 1904.6 The plan contained two main features: administrative chiefs and a paramilitary force to back them up. The indigenous population was reorganized into clans, chiefdoms, and districts. Several clans constituted a chiefdom, and several chiefdoms made up a district with its own commissioner. At each level, executive and judicial functions were performed by the same officials. It was the duty of chiefs to maintain order, recruit labor, and collect taxes, a job they accomplished with the help of the newly formed Liberian Frontier Force. Where there was a significant settler presence, the transition from direct to indirect rule was usually an informal and protracted affair, with legal recognition following rather than clearing the ground for it. In such instances, the point of legal reform was to prune the worst excesses of indirect rule authority brought to light by popular protest. Take the example of Southern Rhodesia. The cornerstone of all Southern Rhodesian law was the provision that the law to be administered shall, as nearly as the circumstances of the country will permit, be 88. The same as the law for the time being in force in the colony of the Cape of Good Hope. 61 Here, as in South Africa, the president's power to appoint chiefs included the right to divide existing tribes into two or more or to amalgamate tribes or parts of tribes into one. 62 Likewise, the line of native authority ran from chiefs to headmen to messengers and heads of kraals. As in the French colonies, where the chiefs had no status, Southern Rhodesian law books contained hardly a reference to the powers of native chiefs and headmen, but there was no shortage of clauses on their duties or obligations. Yet even if Tyre law was entirely silent on this question, it had long tolerated chiefs and headmen dispensing customary justice as part of an on-the-ground reality. Thus, when the 1937 Native Law and Courts Act defined these powers formally and required that customary law be dispensed only by those chiefs or headmen possessing a warrant from Tyre governor, it was less to inaugurate a new era of indirect rule than to address its problems, by defining and limiting the powers of indirect rule authorities in the face of popular protests against their abuse. 63 Exactly that same reform came to Botswana through the Native Courts Proclamation of 1938, and for the same reason. As popular resentment built up against indirect rule authorities in the 1920s and 1930s, a government commission was appointed which confirmed the widespread abuse of powers by chiefs and headmen. To check it, the reform specified that only those chiefs and headmen issued with warrants by the resident commissioner could exercise judicial powers and enforce their decisions. 64 Similarly, the statute recognizing traditional native organizations dispensing traditional law in the Portuguese colonies was not passed until 1954.65. A complete reform of indirect rule leading to its full autonomy was possible only where the weight of settler interests was weak. That was, as one would expect, in the non-settler colonies. But it was also effected in those settler colonies where the relative strength of settler influence was weakened by other fractions of capital or a powerful peasant movement or some combination of the two. One example of where such a reform was effected in spite of a substantial settler presence was the British colony of Swaziland. Settlers had long opposed autonomous powers for Swazi chiefs, and the British-controlled central state had obliged in a context where Swaziland was assumed to be on a political course that would lead to its eventual absorption into the Republic of South Africa. But the unexpected victory of the National Party in the 1948 elections put into question this assumed trajectory. As the National Party consolidated its hold over the South African state, the Swazi colonial state effected a successful transition in the form of indirect rule from semi-autonomy to autonomy and then to independence. The shift is clear if 8-9. We compare two key legislations from 1944 and 1950.66. The sharply limited autonomy of native rulers was reflected in the Native Administration Proclamation of 1944 in Swaziland. It gave the British High Commissioner the power to appoint and depose all chiefs, including the paramount chief. The tide turned with Proclamation 79 of 1950. It recognized the Swazi king as the sole authority for issuing any of a wide variety of 29 orders enforceable in the customary courts. The king and chiefs were empowered to make rules providing these did not conflict with existing laws in the country. These rules could be enforced in native courts. Another proclamation, the 1950 Native Courts Proclamation, gave the king the right to establish Swazi courts, to prescribe their rules of procedure, and to establish courts of appeal, all subject to ratification by the British Resident Commissioner. A similar transition to autonomy, full-fledged indirect rule and then to independence was attempted in South Africa when the National Party came to power in May 1948. The Bantu Authorities Act, 68 of 1951, claimed to restore the natural native democracy to the reserves by creating a system of councils controlled by chiefs and headmen. For the first time, an autonomous native treasury and a native administration paid from it with powers to make rules in a native legislature were added to the administration of customary law, in Zululand, Natal, and in other homelands. The pace was set in the Transkei in 1956, when the Transkeian Territorial Authority was created, growing over the next 20 years from self-government, 1963, to independence, 1976. 67. The Transkeian example was emulated in three other instances: Ciskei, Venda, and Bophuthatswana. Whereas developments in Zululand stopped at the establishment of an autonomous indirect rule regime. Ironically, it is apartheid that brought to South African natives full-blown indirect rule, that system of control upheld in Equatorial Africa as testimony to the true colonial genius of British imperialism, and it was apartheid that tried to keep pace with imperial-style decolonization, particularly in migrant reserve territories like Swaziland, as the wind of change blew across the continent. But that is where the parallel ends, for although indirect rule was successfully reformed in colonies to the north of the Limpopo through a deregionalization of the state apparatus, such a reform was not within easy grasp of South Africa. Precisely that special feature in the colonial experience of South African natives, that it had come to be a colony of white settlement, a fact most often summed up in the phrase settler colonialism or internal colonialism, made such a reform difficult. For the deregionalization the system of indirect rule would require a reform of both native communities and hitherto white civil society. Entrenched in civil society and state institutions. 90. White privilege set apart South Africa and, to a lesser extent, Algeria and Rhodesia from the rest of Africa. To undermine that privilege and deregionalize the state would require a struggle of great depth. I will examine the main features of that struggle in a subsequent chapter. The following section explores the state reform that was possible in the context of racial privilege. South Africa, transition to apartheid. On the face of it, the debate on the most efficient mode of native control came to crystallize around two alternatives, race or tribe. The shift from race to tribe was pioneered by the British and articulated as the policy of indirect rule. It was a transition ultimately made by every colonial power. For this there were compelling reasons that flowed from the very nature of the colonial encounter. Occupying powers learned that if popular resistance could not be smashed frontally, it would have to be fragmented through reform. To be effective as a mode of control, reform would have to lead to a redefinition in the very mode of resistance. Race as the main way of defining the social status of the colonized had two important disadvantages. First, it defined the colonized as a racially oppressed majority, and second, it was difficult to legitimate this mode of control by anchoring it in any traditional practice. On both counts, racism tended to accentuate entire colonial context of rule rather than to assuage it. As the cutting edge of social life, racism compounded rather than eased the problem of rule in a colonial context, for its thrust was not to divide and rule, but to unite and rule. The alternative to racism as the main way of defining the social, legal, and political status of the colonized was tribalism. On the face of it, tribe as a social litmus had none of the disadvantages that race did. In fact, its advantages were obvious. Unlike race, tribe would dissolve the majority of the colonized into several tribal minorities. Furthermore, tribal identity could be argued to be both natural and traditional. Over time, those in positions of power came to realize that a debate on the mode of control was simultaneously one on the mode of representation. Control and representation were two sides of the same coin, which would eventually make for a single fit. The mode of representation, whether racial or tribal, would shape the lines along which natives would organize and in turn avail the state corresponding avenues of native control. Those who argued for tribe over race as the major determinant of native social status, however, did not have an easy ride. For the recognition of natives as belonging to tribes was not without its problems. This 9-1. More than anything else, had been at the root of the difference between the French and British systems of native control. It was also the crux of the century-long debate in South Africa between the Cape and the Natal on how best to control natives. The changing face of tribalism. To the early settlers on the South African landscape, tribes were the defining feature of social reality. Tribalism, settlers generally agreed, was a source of danger, and a great one at that. For tribes may have been subdued, even conquered, but they defined the parameters of an autonomous way of life. This autonomy was multifaceted. The tribal economy was a source of livelihood, tribal ideology a source of identity and common purpose, and tribal institutions a potential locus of peasant resistance. In the face of the tribal way of life, settlers became militant advocates of a civilized policy that would emancipate ordinary tribesmen from the tyranny of chiefs, and tribeswomen from female slavery. The wives of a man are practically his slaves, argued Natal Scover Norpine, and the more a man has the richer he is. To draw out the practical significance of this moral crusade, the governor added, "How can an Englishman with one pair of hands compete with a native man with 5 to 20 slave wives?" To drive the point home, the Kaffir Commission of 1852-53 argued that although the Kaffirs were rapidly becoming rich and independent, this was evidence of the increasing means of sensual indulgence available to the males. Their prosperity would be welcome if it were the fruit of men's regular and honest industry, but it flowed in fact from polygamy and female slavery. And so the Commission made its most enlightened recommendations, that polygamy and lobolo, bride wealth, be prohibited by law. 68 The early Boer republics were the most resistant to recognizing any sort of customary law. For to sanction native law was to underwrite native autonomy, and that would offend not only their Calvinist consciences but also their more urgent and practical demands for land, labor, and security. The Orange Free State did sanction the customary law of inheritance, but only in administering estates of de facto monogamists. Settlers petitioned the Orange Free Volksraad to prevent evils arising from tribal marriages, evils such as the exchange, akin to slavery, of women and children, ill-treatment and the theft of cattle for lobolo. Never mind that these memorialists came from a community that habitually raided tribal villages for child labor. 6. The Transvaal Volksraad actually legislated against tribal marriage. Law 13 of 1876 declared in lofty terms, in furtherance of morality, the 9.2. Purchase of women or polygyny among the colored races is not recognized in this republic by the law of the land. The Supreme Court ruled that polygyny was inconsistent with the general principles of civilization. 70. Similarly, a directive of 1895 barred lobolo claims. In the Boer republics, as in the early Cape, the accent of native control policy was on race, not tribe, and the reason was patently obvious: tribal autonomy had to be destroyed, both to flush land and labor into settler hands and settler-controlled markets, and to destroy the capacity of tribal organs to act as vehicles of resistance. Once land and labor were firmly pushed into settler-controlled markets, the pendulum swung in the opposite direction. Now that tribal autonomy had indeed been compromised, settler opinion became increasingly concerned with the need for tribal stability. Let loose from age-old tribal bonds, the laborer, the professional, the trader, and the intellectual came to symbolize a threat instead of a promise. These products of a civilized native policy made equally modem and civil demands, parity of treatment and equality of civil status. The tribal customs that yesterday were seen as still cementing the bonds of resistance now appeared in a new light, in the words of the South African Native Affairs Commission of 1903 to 1905, as keeping young people in check. Just as the British had done at the close of the 19th century, the French and the Belgians in the 1920s, and the Portuguese in subsequent decades, Tyre rulers of South Africa too came to see the culturally civilized native as a growing political threat. To check that threat, the state would try to shore up customary law and tribal chiefs precisely when changing conditions were fast eroding their role and status. Now that tribalism seemed a spent force, no longer a threat to settler security or a viable alternative to the labor market, new virtues would be discovered in a renewed tribalism. From the early 20th century encounter of shriveled tribal authorities and anxious colonial rulers would be born yet another tribalism, one that should be understood more as the outcome of a specific historical encounter than of a historical residue. To grasp the significance of this shift, we need to recognize that even when Colorado Nile governments had earlier recognized customary law, as had the government in Natal, it had defended this as a necessary evil, not a virtue. Even Shepstone's rudimentary form of indirect rule, evolved in late 19th century Natal, came under question with the turn of the century Bombay. The rebellion in Natal. The 1906 to 1907 Native Affairs Commission, appointed to underline its causes and draw lessons, wondered aloud why at this date, after more than 60 years of occupation, we should be in search of the best methods of governing the natives. Simons, African Women, pages 42 to 43. Understandably, that Commiss. 9.3. Zion recommended that means should be found for its tribalism's silent and unobserved disintegration. The shift from race to tribe as the main determinant of native social status took decades to be effected. That evolution makes sense as part of a wider search for effective forms of native control. To understand how tribalism, once seen as the focal point of native resistance, could now be looked upon as an efficient mode of native control, we need to place changing terms of the debate in the context of a shifting social and political landscape. The race option. The cutting edge of liberal segregationist policy was more obvious in urban areas, where a racial mix obtained on the ground. The liberal Cape pioneered the segregation of African urban residents in separate areas called locations. 2 locations were set up in 1903, one in Ndabeni, Cape Town, and the other in New Brighton, Port Elizabeth, following the passage of the 1902 Native Reserve Location Act. The Transvaal followed suit in the same year, as did Natal in 1904.71. This initiative was generalized on the recommendation of the Stallard Commission of 1922. Deploring the miscegenation and the tendency for mainly unemployed poor whites and blacks to live cheek by jowl in squalid locations and shanty towns, the Commission spelled out the thrust of urban native policy in words that have since been chiseled in stone in the annals of South African history. The native should only be allowed to enter urban areas, which are essentially the white man's creation, when he is willing to enter and to minister to the needs of the white man, and should depart therefore when he ceases so to minister. 72. And for those who do get the privileged urban entry, the Commission recommended a thoroughgoing municipal segregation on top of the already effected segregation in workplaces and in industrial conciliation. But the Stallard Commission went a step beyond calling for racial segregation. It made segregation the basis of representation. It recommended that each local authority set up a Native Affairs Department to administer its own segregated residential location. At the same time, this administrative unit would be a unit of representation, being a Native advisory board staffed by African legal residents but chaired by a white superintendent of locations. These recommendations were formalized in the 1923 Natives, Urban Areas, Act, a piece of legislation that for the first time crystallized not only residential segregation but a compare. 94. Of administration of urban Africans along separate racial lines, thus constructing a Chinese wall between native and white civil society. 73. We must remember that race and tribe were seldom seen as mutually exclusive alternatives in the debate on representation and control. The two were always joined together in a single policy, with the debate focusing on where the primary emphasis should lie. This was most evident in the countryside. A race policy would call for racially specific African forums, councils, in which individual representatives would have tribal constituencies. Alternatively, a primary emphasis on tribe would lead to the creation of separate tribal forums, native authorities, entire overall context of racial segregation. An African council may be elected in some measure, but its role would be advisory. Native authorities, however, always functioned with appointed officials, who either had a hereditary claim to status or were conferred such a status. The home of the race option was the Cape, and its high point in South African affairs, also considered a major liberal victory, was the passage of Smuts's Native Affairs Act in 1920.74. The act implemented a cardinal principle of liberal segregationist policy: consultative forums for Africans under the trusteeship of whites. A shift of opinion from race to tribe can be discerned in the 1920s. As racially separate councils were set up in the years that followed the passage of the 1920 Native Affairs Act, there was a buildup of concern within the Native Affairs Department, NAD, about the wisdom of instituting tench tribal representative institutions that would lead to the disintegration of tribal bonds. So that while the entire native population of the Transkei, with the exception of Mount Olive, was included in the Transkei Bunga by 1923, the view that the Bunga would break down tribal barriers and tend to produce a bond of interest among the black vis-a-vis the white began to gain the upper hand within the NAD. 76. Enthusiasm for councils waned. No new councils were established between 1920 and 1926. Even though an amending legislation was introduced that year substantially reducing the powers of councils, no general trans-tribal council was established outside the Transkei. 76. Liberal white opinion too came to share doubts about the wisdom of a civilized native policy whose inevitable effect was to loosen tribal bonds. We have seen that General Smuts was unequivocal on the issue by the time he came to give the 1929 Rhodes Lecture. At the root of the color problem in South Africa, he argued, were urbanized or tribalized natives. These lessons were summed up in the 1927 Act, whose key provisions also reflected the general drift of opinion in favor of the tribal option. For the 1927 Act generalized, for the first time, a dual legal order throughout South Africa. It created separate native courts to administer 9.5. Customary law to natives. It put in place a semi-autonomous form of indirect rule, one where customary law was administered by white commissioners, and where native authorities administered single or multiple villages as would headmen or canton chiefs in a French colony, but not the tribe as would a paramount chief in a British colony. We are told that the act was received in Parliament with a degree of enthusiasm that General Herzog, the Minister of Native Affairs, found gratifying to the point of being almost an embarrassment. The focus of that enthusiasm was the incitement clause, which made it a crime to act with intent to promote any feeling of hostility between natives and Europeans. Members called for repressive measures against the communists and leaders of the Industrial and Commercial Workers' Union of Africa, ICU. There was a growing feeling that the cutting edge of African resistance was no longer tribal, rather, the very processes that were undercutting tribal isolation and autonomy were giving rise to modern forces with strongly egalitarian demands. The incitement clause, argued Simons, sharpened the realization that tribalism might be a bulwark against radical movements. 77 Not until 1951 did South African ruling circles move decisively to subordinate race to tribe in the formulation of native policy. That move was a recognition that the real threat to racial supremacy came from new class forces engendered by the modern economy, forces that cut across tribal lines and would therefore flourish in the context of a racial mode of representation and control. The answer, argued the architects of apartheid, was to try and rebuttal these forces within tribal confines, where they would surely be better contained by traditional authorities backed up by the armed might of the settler state. So the new post-1948 apartheid regime set about implementing a comprehensive program for the restoration of fully autonomous tribal authorities. It was a blueprint whose agenda could have been taken from any British manual on indirect rule in colonial Africa. How could one explain that although the early 20th century Boer republics had been uncompromising opponents of tribalism, the Boer intelligentsia organized in the Broederbond would only 3 decades later champion tribalism as a form of native democracy that must not only be tolerated as a necessary evil but positively be encouraged to flourish? This change of heart is easier to understand in the context of a changing situation. If the impetus behind the 1927 Parliament's appreciating the virtue of customary law in containing natives within bounds of tradition was the sight of the ICU and its communist allies in the 1920s, the learning impetus 2 decades later would connect from an urban resistance that seemed to grow rapidly in the teeth of bloody repression. 9-6. Key to that lesson was the realization that in the final analysis race and tribe ought to be seen as complementary and not exclusive methods of native control. Exclusive reliance on race had led to a superficial mode of control, while strictly demarcating natives from white civil society, it left the former as a majority. To deepen and stabilize the rule of a racially defined minority, it was necessary to split the majority into compartmentalized minorities. But that division could not be an arbitrary invention. To be believable and to stick, it had to be anchored in a historical and cultural experience. To consolidate racial rule required that it be anchored in a tribal mode of control, by defining every native as a Bantu belonging to a particular tribe, subject to regulation under its own customary law. It would be possible to divide natives into a number of tribes, each a minority on its own, and thereby contain all within the parameters of separate tribal institutions. If racial superiority required a form of the state to be enforced and reproduced, so did the tribal separation of the natives, only, that state the local state, the native authority would be autonomous but dependent. A solution that British imperialism had arrived at as more of a preventive measure in its African colonies, all other colonial powers in the continent arrived at as a curative measure. In learning that lesson, the framers of apartheid were the last, not the first, and certainly not the only ones. Apartheid, the tribal option. The crisis of native control exploded with great intensity in urban areas. This urban revolt was both work and community-based. Its dimensions were marked by events ranging from the 1946 mine workers' strike to squatter and commuter struggles. The miners' strike was the most dramatic of this chain of events. Between 60,000 and 100,000 miners stopped work, bringing between 17 and 21 mines to a virtual standstill. 78 This largest strike in South African history was the doing of migrant workers. It was countered by a massive show of force. Compounds were sealed off under armed guard as 1,600 police were called to special duty. 12 Africans were killed and more than 1,000 injured. The strike, which began on August 12, was over by the 17th, in spite of a call on the 13th by the Transvaal Council of Non-European Trade Unions for a general strike of black workers. Yet this apparent failure turned out to be a milestone in South Africa's social and political development. In dramatically bringing to the surface the changing weight and alignment of forces old and new, it triggered a process that forced all groups into a re-examination of their position and responses, producing important political shifts. 79 The shift in post-war politics was not just from rural to urban resistance. It was also a shift from work-based to community-based action. There was a marked slowdown in strike activity once the miners' strike ended, but at the same time there was an escalation in community-based organizations and protests. These centered either on the provision of poor services, mainly housing and transport, or on the administration of pass laws. Some of the most dramatic ones were transport struggles in the township of Alexandra, outside Johannesburg. Year after year, from 1941 to 1944, building through 4 boycotts in as many years, the Alexandra bus boycotts displayed a tenacity that was to make of them a legendary phenomenon. Whereas commuter boycotts were sustained by township-based workers, migrants were more likely to be the moving force behind squatter struggles, whose context was twofold. On the one hand, municipal segregation required that African people be moved from inner-city slums to locations. On the other hand, there was a rapid inflow of migrants into urban areas. Within a decade and a half, between 1939 and 1952, the urban African population doubled. 80 To contain this growing inflow of rural and inner-city immigrants, the municipalities needed to expend more resources in the construction of locations. But white municipalities were seldom willing to allocate resources, always considered limited, toward that end. The result was the squatting epidemic of the 1940s. A growing stratum of urban Africans had access to jobs but not to housing. 81 Others simply could not afford the available housing, given their meager earnings, and migrants' families could not gain access to hostels. Resource poor but concentrated, squatters proved to be a militant group. As the numbers of squatters grew, city councils despaired. OFFIHL figures, whose tendency was to underestimate the problem, indicate that the squatter population, defined as those lacking approved and serviced accommodation, had by 1947 grown to more than 1 million, constituting at least 57.5% of the urban African population. 82 Because most squatters were legally employed, they could not be easily removed to rural areas using pass laws. However, municipalities could not just evict them from where they were unless they had a place to which to evict them. Several municipalities simply rescinded location regulations restricting one family to a house. But where they did not, squatters organized to keep municipal administrators and police at bay. The resulting movement highlighted the speed with which municipalities were losing control over both the housing issue and the squatting epidemic. 97. 98. The first large squatter movement was organized by James Sofasenke Mpanza, at one time a court interpreter and at another a convict murderer. Mpanza had the bold idea of breaking through an apartheid-defined urban geography by simply moving en masse to the open veldt where houseless families could build themselves a shelter. 8 Exiting from Nuclear and Kliptown onto vacant land in Orlando, Mpanza's Sofasenke, "We shall all die together," party required all those who wanted to set up shelter on an allocated piece of land to swear allegiance to Mpanza and to pay a 2d entrance and a weekly rental fee of 2.6d. In return, squatters were organized into committees that appointed camp guards and provided crude sanitary conveniences. The squatters' movement began in March 1944. Mpanza's Sofasanki party became the precursor of several efforts organized around similarly flamboyant individuals. 84 The squatter epidemic soon turned into an explosion, with camps emerging in peri-urban areas around the country, outside the scope of any legislation. The rising tempo of urban protest in the post-war period compelled every force, whether on this or that side of the fence, to take stock of a fast-changing situation and to rethink its strategy. For the African nationalist movement, this led to a dramatic change in the center of gravity from rural to urban areas, from a focus on chiefs to urban strata as the locus of resistance, and from a preoccupation with constitutional methods to passive resistance and popular campaigns as the principal methods of struggle. Decades later, a free Nelson Mandela would reminisce on South African television that the squatter struggle was catalytic in setting off the debate within the ANC on the question of the focus, the methods, and the objectives of the struggle. As the partly elected but chief-dominated Native Representative Council adjourned its meetings indefinitely in the wake of the miners' strike, lamenting, "We have been talking into a toy telephone." 85 The ANC became the locus of a wide-ranging debate on the strategy and tactics, principles, and methods, of resistance. The debate on the identification of an appropriate social base for resistance and the efficacy of its methods centered in the Youth League of the ANC. Two developments within the ANC marked the onset of a new phase of resistance. The first was the adoption in 1949 of the Programme of Action, the most militant statement of principles adopted by the ANC to date. 86 Reflecting this broad shift in geographical focus, program, and methods was a change in leadership, one that took place rapidly. The final point in that swing came a decade later, in 1958-61, with an organizational split that led to the formation of the Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC. In the dialectic between resistance and repression, the municipalities had clearly lost the upper hand. The central state had to step in. Grow. 99. Urban resistance exposed the inability of separate municipalities to cope with changing realities. The centralization of urban native administration was the state's attempt to overcome the weakness of separate and uncoordinated local authority responses to a resistance that no longer seemed to be a collection of discrete local phenomena. But there was no clear agreement on either the form or the program of that intervention. Differences crystallized in the form of two documents issued by two commissions, Fagan and Sauer, that preceded the 1948 election. Both agreed substantially on the immediate program but diverged fundamentally on the medium-term goal. The agreement was around the need to control African urbanization through a national pass system effected by means of a national labor bureau and population identification. But that is where the agreement ended. The Fagan report saw African urbanization as inevitable, as it did the increasing dependence of Africans on wage labor because the reserves could not support a growing population. Recognizing the emerging class divisions within the urban African population, it called for promoting this trend within the framework of urban residential segregation. The Sauer report called for reversing the trend toward African urbanization both by preventing it and by removing the surplus population from towns. 87 The National Party came to power in 1948 on a manifesto based on the Sauer report. But the practical apartheid it implemented over the next decade could not just be a translation of Sauer's recommendations into policy. 88 To hold together the apartheid project, it had to take into account the interests of varied constituencies, particularly the labor requirements of the fast-growing manufacturing sector. Along the line, the National Party appropriated important elements of the Fagan strategy. Thus, as Evans has argued, the linkage that Verwoerd established between die trinity of housing, employment, and influx controls to combat the squatter epidemic ended up retrenching rather than eliminating the permanent section of the working class. 89 But the more practical apartheid accommodated the accumulation needs of different sections of capital, the more it widened the gap between economic strategy and its political project. For the economic strategy was modified to include the acceptance of a permanent African working class, whereas the political project became ever more rigid as it denied the legitimacy of expression of Bantu interests outside the framework of the many indirect rule authorities ranged across tribal reserves. In the process, it unleashed a tide of urban protest that it failed to contain. By 1948 the Board of Trade and Industries was warning that racial and class differences will create a homogeneous proletariat which will ultimately lose all its earlier ties with rural community groupings which previously had influence and meaning in their lives. The result yield only be the detribalization of large numbers of natives, the accumulation of fruitless masses concentrated in the large industrial centers was surely a matter which no government can sit back and watch. This point of view was echoed by the First Minister of Native Affairs entire National Party government, THIRD-WORLD. Declaring that the position in the urban areas has become intolerable, he warned of the social danger of detribalization, which had removed the tribal form of control but left nothing to replace it. When the Native Affairs Department translated these injunctions into elements of practical apartheid, the attempt was to freeze the process of detribalization. Classified as temporary urban residents, migrant workers were, in the language of an explanation given in Parliament, periodically returned to their homes to renew their tribal connections. 90 The point needs to be made over and over again that the slim victory of the National Party in the 1948 elections signaled a strategic shift, whose significance was much larger than just a change in labor policy in response to changing employer needs. More than just tightening the grip on migrant labor and introducing measures to stabilize the core of industrial labor, apartheid involved a decisive shift in perspective as to how to come to grips with the problem of native control. The cutting edge of that shift was more political tighten economic. At the very time that the development of a militant nationalism signaled a shift from tribe to race as the locus of oppositional politics, statecraft moved in an opposite direction, from race to tribe as the guiding point in adapting its strategy of native control to a new situation. It was a change marked by two simultaneous moves, one involving a radical shift in the physical location of the native population, the reorganization of the state apparatus for native control. Those natives considered unproductive were flushed out from white farms and black spots in the rural areas, as from urban townships and shanties, to the reserves where homeland authorities were reorganized to administer fast expanding populations through a traditional and autonomous system of rule. Meanwhile, the control of those who remained in the urban areas was removed from under disparate local authorities and was centralized under an apparatus of the central state, the Native Affairs Department. Apartheid had finally caught on to the secret of colonial control in Africa, indirect rule. A comparison of native administration policy in the two eras, known in South African historiography as segregation and apartheid, will help make the point. In the era of segregation, though mediated through chiefs and headmen in different tribal areas, the administration of reserves was centralized under the NAD. Its writ covered every aspect of social life, from the allocation of land to the regulation of mobility to the administration of justice to the supervision of the domestic affairs of 10.1. households to the relocation or reconstitution of entire communities. By law, the powers of the Supreme Chief could be devolved on any official employed by the department. In practice, it was the department that was the Supreme Chief in the reserves. In contrast, a decentralized form of administration by separate municipalities obtained for urban Africans. In the urban areas, the NAD was simply one of several authorities, and not the dominant one at that. In practice, local authorities were autonomous in the administration of native affairs, for they regulated the entry, residence, and employment of Africans in urban areas. And they were far more susceptible to pressure from local employers eager to secure access to an expanding pool of cheap labor. The reorganization of the state under apartheid was principally the recasting of the relationship between the central and the local state through two simultaneous and seemingly contradictory moves, but moves that made sense if understood in light of the overall problem of control over native affairs. Both moves are summed up in the dramatically altered position of the NAD. Apartheid removed the Native Affairs Department from rural areas and replaced it with a decentralized form of native authority administration. Together, the 1951 Bantu Authorities Act and the Bantu Laws Amendment Act of 1952 went about systematically increasing the powers of the chieftaincy while giving them financial powers to levy and collect taxes to finance their own costs. 91 Instead, the NAD emerged full-blown in the urban areas where it effected a reverse development, replacing the decentralized form of control by municipalities with its own centralized control. In the process, it first subordinated and then entirely displaced local authorities in the administration of all aspects of Bantu affairs, all, that is, except health. 92 From a native point of view, apartheid combined a decentralized despotism, indirect rule, in the rural reserves with a centralized despotism, direct rule, in urban areas. But the NAD did not come to administer urban Bantu affairs with a clean slate. It brought to bear on its new task the entire battery of lessons it had accumulated in the course of supervising indirect rule authority in the reserves. This is why the NAD did not simply forge a separate and racially distinct form of urban administration, it really altered the very basis of that administration. As administrative imperative expanded at the expense of the judicial process, judicial authorities were circumvented. As the institutional separation between the department as an administrative agency and the police was blurred, means of coercion came to be centralized within the department. The NAD even created sub-departments of labor and housing to tighten its administrative hold over township natives. Without underlining these institutional modifications, it is not possible to understand the incredibly enhanced capacity of 102. The apartheid state to effect the expanded program of influx controls and expulsion procedures, a program summed up in two fearful words: forced removals. The systemic terror unleashed by apartheid in urban areas was the fist behind rolling waves of urban removal. Its point was to reverse the decades-long process of African urbanization. The grand design, wrote Tom Lodge, was to restructure the industrial workforce into one composed principally of migrant labor. First set into motion in the Western Cape in the late 1950s, this process unfolded on a national scale over the next decade. 93 One needs to remember that apartheid South Africa was a country artificially deurbanized. By 1990 half of South Africa's black population lived in Tyre Bantustans, which together accounted for only 14% of the land in the country. 93 A large slice of this population was the victim of forced removals. It is estimated that forced removals uprooted more than 3.5 million people, or more than 10% of the South African population, labor tenants, farm squatters, and city residents between 1960 and 1985. 94 In addition, a further 327,000 township residents were brought under the control of indirect rule Bantustan authorities as entire townships were incorporated into the boundaries of neighboring Bantustans, mainly KwaZulu. Nearly two-thirds of the country's African townships actually declined in size over the 1960s. 95 This is why, unlike in the reserves, where apartheid seemed more an administrative reform designed to restore the autonomy of tribal authorities, there could be no mistaking apartheid in the urban areas as anything but a frontal assault on the residual rights of the African population. My point is that this institutional modification, which fused power administrative, judicial, and police in a single administrative agency and its officers, was no institutional innovation. It amounted to creating white chiefs in urban areas, personnel who would dispense an administratively driven justice, a practice hitherto considered the hallmark of the administration of customary law in the reserves. It is helpful to recall that the introduction of indirect rule was a colonial reform. Faced with peasant resistance to colonial occupation, a resistance often led by clan leaders or chiefs, indirect rule was meant to hitch compliant sections from the traditional leadership of Africa to the Colorado Nile wagon and thereby broaden its social base. This reform mainly unfolded in the period between the two world wars. Its potential was exhausted in the aftermath of the Second World War when nationalist movements successfully linked urban protest against racial exclusion in civil society to rural movements against the uncustomary powers of native authority chiefs. Faced with a political opposition that bridged the great gulf created by the bifurcated character of the colonial state, the rural and the urban post-war colonial powers embarked on the first great reform of indirect rule. The point, once again, was to broaden the social base of rule by incorporating into the governing alliance the new social force on the colonial horizon, the native middle class. The method of the reform was electoral. Its program was to open the door to middle-class representation in the local state. The social objective was to weld together a coalition of traditional native authorities and elected middle-class representatives while keeping in place the customary authority of chiefs over peasants. In countries where its point was either to preempt, Ivory Coast, or to sidestep, Kenya, the growth of militant nationalism, the reform survived independence. But where great nationalist movements successfully straddled the rural and the urban, a second phase of reform opened up after independence. Its point was to replace the native authority chief with the single-party cadre and thereby substitute an administrative with a political link between the urban and the rural. It is only when this political reform degenerated into a state edict that the accent shifted from party to state as the institutional basis of that link. With that, the intended reform of decentralized despotism degenerated into a centralized despotism. Early resistance against the imposition of colonial rule was usually organized by clan leaders, who were often in direct conflict with missionary ideologues of the new order. But the agenda of such resistance was limited to restoring the independence of the clan, the ethnic group, or at most forging a localized united front of such groups. The best-known example from the period is the Maji resistance against German colonialism in Tanganyika, 1906 to 1909. 96. Like others, this resistance too was defeated. There followed in the period after the First World War a time of great popular demoralization, a crisis of civilization as it were. This was also the period of the triumphant proselytization of Christianity among peasant masses. Dubbed in official history as a period of stabilization of colonial rule, it was actually a period of defeat, of demoralization, and of the partial ideological incorporation of peasant masses inside colonial structures. The period of stabilization was not without protests. These were widespread. Peasant movements blossomed, against administrative forms and cadres brought in from outside. Depending on circumstances, they took on a variety of forms, usually ethnic or religious, but they were often neutralized by a simple reform. That reform was a simultaneous change in the institution of native Con. 103. 104. Trawl and in the face of its personnel, indirect rule. Later, as colonial rule consolidated, the point of reform was to deflate the institution of chiefship as the central state took direct charge of appointing and dismissing chiefs at all levels. Starting with the French after the First World War, the Belgians in the 1920s and 1930s, and the Portuguese last of all, indirect rule had become the generalized mode of native control in the colonies by the 1950s. But the seat of indirect rule, the local states, was under great popular pressure by that same decade. The high points of anti-colonial resistance were inevitably in places where peasant resistance built up against native authorities. Whether with the Convention People's Party, CPP, in Ghana, the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, RDA, in Guinea, or the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, only those urban nationalists were able to forge a credible anti-colonial movement that could incorporate grievances against the local state into a wider movement and thereby rally peasant support to a countrywide cause. It is not really the central state but the decentralized despotism that was the local state that came under siege as the anti-colonial movement surged ahead through the 1950s. This is why the first wave of reform of indirect rule structures preceded independence and was the initiative of colonial powers. Key to this post-war reform was the introduction of elections so as to make room for middle strata in the local state. Elected representatives rubbed shoulders with appointed traditional leaders in ethnically defined district councils. Meanwhile, on the ground administration remained a chiefly affair. The point of the reform, after all, was to weld together a coalition of traditional leaders and middle strata through a process of concession and conciliation short of doing away with ground-level despotism. The nature of that process is brought out in a recent study on local government reforms in Nigeria. 97 The Nigerian reform is said to have been triggered by a dispatch from London on the subject of local government, requiring colonial authorities to introduce electoral reforms in the shortest possible time. From the time it was implemented in the 1950s, the Nigerian reform proceeded as a single countrywide agenda that set a different pace for the North than for the South, so that while the electoral principle was introduced in the entire country, elected representatives were confined to a minority in the North but were allowed a majority in the South. The balance between the chief and the council in the range of native authorities was captured in two separate formulations, chief in council and chief and council. In the former, although the emir was required to consult and act in accordance with the decision of his council, he could as its chair still act against the majority in the interest of order. 105. And good government. But in those native authorities constituted as chief and council, the emir as chair always had to act in accordance with the council majority. Both types of native authorities enjoyed considerable powers. The Land Tenure Law of 1962 gave them powers to issue rights of occupancy over customary land. Armed with a police force and a judiciary, they were empowered to make subsidiary legislation of three types: orders over persons in their locality, rules with respect to services in the locality, but only with government approval, and finally, instruments that concerned representation in subordinate councils. The electoral principle held sway in the eastern and western regions of the South, where powers were transferred to elected councils and local government created as an autonomous structure. Although the central government appointed a divisional officer to serve as a guide and teacher in the early stages, that officer was withdrawn by 1955. The result of this comprehensive decentralization, writes A.D. Yahya, was no less than a disaster. Elected councillors never lived up to expectations. Once control from the center was relaxed, councillors misused their powers. As a result, local government came to be associated with acts of widespread impropriety, inefficiency, and corruption. Could it have been otherwise in a context where village-level chiefs continued to exercise absolute authority, Diarabi ensuring that decentralized councils operated with a minimum of popular constraint? The corruption was documented by various commissions of inquiry. The result was public outrage. Following it, central control was reintroduced everywhere. When the military intervened in January 1966, its first act was to remove all elected councillors from councils. States were created and local government was reorganized. With the federal government embroiled in a civil war, the states had a relatively free hand in organizing internal matters. In the resulting diversity, one could still identify some common features. The mood was to break with the past, even if symbolically. In parts of the former northern region, the posture of the native authority was said to be irreconcilable and repugnant to the basic norms of democracy. Its name was changed. For the first time, traditional leaders found themselves a minority in council. In the former eastern region, community councils were created. Composed of elected or selected members, they were supervised by a field representative of the state government who wielded enormous powers. In the former western region, a council manager was introduced following popular riots against local government corruption and unaccountability in 1968. In this arrangement, the council manager was the chief executive of local government and was to run it as a general manager would a private limited company. Everywhere, the new authorities lacked the power to hire and fire staff. In response to widespread corruption, 106. The decentralized and elected councils of the pre-Civil War period had given way to tight control by newly created state authorities. Local government was reorganized by the military in 1976. For the first time, a uniform system was created. Local government now formed the third tier of government, after the federal and the state governments. In all councils, elected members were in the majority. Nevertheless, local government officials lacked administrative powers on personnel matters. As in the colonial period, the central state kept firm control over the hiring and firing of local personnel. At the same time, local government administration remained a dual and pyramidal affair. At the apex, elected officials consulted with traditional authorities, say before appointing the chair of council, and subordinate traditional authorities ran village and district level administration at the base more or less as they always had. When the military handed power back to civilians in 1979, local government was for the first time constitutionally entrenched in the Nigerian political system. Yet the irony is that local government elections were never held once civilian rule was restored, even though the term of office of all councils elected in the military era expired in January 1980. In spite of the legal stipulation that new councils be immediately elected, they were replaced by appointed caretaker committees in most instances and sole administrators in some. What had been achieved in these 3 decades of reform? To begin with, the social base of indirect rule was broadened with the entry of die middle strata. At the apex, rural traditional authorities were gradually restricted to symbolic and advisory functions as room was made for urban middle strata, whether through elections under the military or by appointment under civilian rule. Meanwhile, peasants on the ground continued to be administered as before, by a regime of chiefs and headmen. Second, electoral reform was never applied consistently to all levels of the state. Military rulers abrogated the electoral principle in the central state, but they introduced and upheld it in the local state. Civilians did the reverse. Both, however, practiced village-level governance as a customary administration of chiefs over peasants. In the period after independence, the Nigerian path was broadly followed in the conservative states, where reconciliation between traditional leaders and middle-class nationalists was the order of the day. In Ivory Coast, this took on the character of a grand national coalition of urban educated elites and rural native authorities. In a few instances like Sierra Leone after the anti-chief riots of 1955–56, this turned out to be a rescue operation for the native authorities. 98 Alongside the localized coalition building was some degree of centra control. Local authority elections were held in many countries, from Tunisia to Zambia, 107, and Senegal to Sudan, but the new councils or committees were restricted to an advisory role. Even where electoral reform was given some teeth, as in the Senegalese administrative reforms of 1960 and 1972, its bite was blunted by the central appointment of prefects and sub-prefects through whom the central government maintained its tutelage over elected local councils. 100 All in all, it was a reform very much in step with modifications to indirect rule administration introduced by the British in the 50s. The rhythm of reform in the conservative states was a variation on the Nigerian theme. Notwithstanding the partial introduction of electoral reforms by civilians at the center and the military at the local, the customary administration of chiefs over peasants continued. What appeared as a game of musical chairs, a back-and-forth movement between civilian and military regimes, represented a change within a broader continuity, from a decentralized civilian despotism to a centralized military despotism. Whereas the shift to a centralized despotism appeared as a naked military regime in the conservative states, it was much more the effect of a failed effort to uproot and transform indirect rule in the radical states. Whereas conservative states followed the direction of the post-war colonial reform, radical states moved to erase the legacy of colonialism that was indirect rule. So in countries like Guinea and Tanzania in the 60s and Mozambique in the 70s, chiefship was abolished and replaced by centrally appointed party cadres. Many observers have argued that the administrative change was formal. In Tanzania, for example, the chief, Jumbe, was simply renamed the Divisional Executive Officer, DEO, or the Village Executive Officer, VO. One like the chief, his duties were to enforce laws and to collect taxes. As the chief had done, he could take peasants to court for failure to pay taxes or failure to follow district bylaws on cultivation. But the change was not just in name. Alongside went a redefinition and limitation of powers. The newly established executive officer was an enforcement officer. Unlike the colonial native authority, he lacked the power to introduce bylaws or to adjudicate cases. Those powers belonged to the party cadre. Yet the shift from the colonial native authority to the post-colonial single party was neither just formal nor simply nominal. The real shift was in the subordination of state administration to the will of a political party. It is not until this reform failed, until party supremacy over the state gave way to state party rule, and a political process degenerated into administrative edicts, that the party cadre appeared as a double agent, also a state agent, and overreached and extended his, and at times her, powers, simultaneously a representative of a political power and an enforcement officer. It is such a moment that was illustrated by a ground-level study in Rungwe district, Tanzania, which 108 found 102 that the powers actually wielded by TANU cell leaders exceed greatly the instructions received from Dar es Salaam, local government officials and TANU leaders. The cell leaders not only set TLE cases, but also impose fines and charge fees for arbitration. People dissatisfied with the judgment of their own cell leader may turn to a court of appeal, only to find that the court is the same cell leader alone, or in combination. As brought out in hearings to the recent Commission of Inquiry on Land, these village-level officials even used to detain peasants for up to 48 hours. Like the agent of the native authority, the party cadre too came to exercise a fused power. If the Achilles heel of the Tanzanian reform was that it elevated the single party above society, as its unaccountable representative, the same cannot be said, at least not formally, of the Mozambican reform, which began in the second year after independence. 103 Here the abolition of chiefship was coupled with the direct election of representatives to people's assemblies in localities or subdistricts. By 1980, more than 1,300 elected assemblies had been formed in administrative localities and communal villages over the whole country. The limits of the reform became dear as it moved beyond the village level. All elections beyond the village were turned into an indirect affair. If the Mozambican reform expanded popular participation, it simultaneously limited representation to a narrow village-defined limit. Indirect elections went hand in hand with a key feature of indirect rule: fused power. From the top down, the party head was also the head of government in the locality and the president of the corresponding People's Assembly. The party had a key role in the selection of candidates to any organ. Fusion of power was the principle around which the party state was constructed. As custodians of a militant nationalism that had successfully bridged the urban-rural divide and posed colonialism hitherto its most serious challenge, radical leaders tried to institutionalize the political gains of the nationalist struggle into a single party. However, this attempt to reform the bifurcated state from above did not succeed. Lacking in democratic content, it carried forward the colonial tradition of fused power and administrative justice. We will later see how, faced with a peasant resistance to a top-down development program, persuasion and politics degenerated into extra economic coercion. As that happened, the center of gravity of the radical party state shifted from the party to the state. The bitter fruit of a failed attempt to transform decentralized despotism turned out to be a centralized despotism. Customary law, the theory of decentralized despotism. Chapter 4 Colonialism claimed to bring civilization to a continent where it saw life, to borrow a phrase from a context not entirely unrelated, as nasty, brutish, and short. Civilization here meant the rule of law. The torchbearers of that civilization were supposed to be the colonial courts. The courts were intended neither just as sites where disputes would be settled nor simply as testimony to effective imperial control, rather, they were to shine as beacons of Western civilization. Yet no sooner was this claim made than it lay in shreds as power was forced to find ways of controlling multitudes on the ground. The history of that moral surrender was one of a shift in perspective and practice, from a civilizing mission to a law and order administration. The judicial system that evolved in the colonies bore a remarkable similarity. Though names may differ, it was everywhere a bipolar affair. At one end were the courts of chiefs and headmen, courts of the first instance to which natives had ready and easy access, courts that dispensed justice according to customary law. At the other end was a hierarchy of courts cast in the metropolitan mold, courts designed to solve disputes involving non-natives. The intermediate category consisted of tribunals staffed by white officials, called commissioners in British Colorado-Nice and commanders in French ones, who listened to appeals from chiefs' courts and who were charged with the general administration of the native population. In this bipolar scheme, customary justice was dispensed to natives by chiefs and commissioners, black and white, modern justice to non-natives by white magistrates. The dualism in legal theory was actually a description of two distinct, though related, forms of power, the centrally located modern state and the locally organized native authority. The hallmark of the modern state was civil law through which it governed citizens in civil society. The justification of power was in the language of rights, for citizen rights guaranteed by civil law were at the same time said to constitute a limit on civil power. The key claim was that this form of power was self-limiting. Against this description was the reality: the regime of rights was limited and partial. Citizen status was not conferred on all within the ambit of civil society. The primary exclusion was based on race. In contrast to this civil power was the native authority. It governed on the basis of ethnic identity. The native authority was a tribal authority that dispensed customary law to those living within the territory of the tribe. As such, there was not a single customary law for all natives, but roughly as many sets of customary laws as there were said to be distinct tribes. Customary law was not about guaranteeing rights, it was about enforcing custom. Its point was not to limit power, but to enable it. The justification of power was that it was a custodian of custom in the wider context of an alien domination. Against this description was the reality: customary law consolidated the non-customary power of chiefs in the colonial administration. It did so in two ways that marked a breach from the pre-colonial period. For the first time, the reach of the native authority and the customary law it dispensed came to be all-embracing. Previously autonomous social domains like the household, age sets, and gender associations, to cite three important instances, now fell within the scope of chiefly power. At the same time, and this is the second breach with the pre-colonial period, any challenge to chiefly power would now have to reckon with a wider systemic response. The native authority was backed up by the armed might of the modern state at the center. We will later see that just as civil society in the colonial context came to be racialized, so the native authority came to be tribalized. To the racially defined native as the other in civil society corresponded the ethnically defined stranger in the native authority. In this chapter, I will be concerned with three issues. The first is the domain of the customary. Who were the natives who were supposed to live by custom? What were the courts through which custom came to be enforced? And what were the sources of this customary law? My second objective is to understand the process by which the customary came to be defined, particularly so in a context marked by a rapid shift in both the perspective of colonial powers and the situation of different groups among decolonized. Confronted first by the need to create order and then to enforce development among conquered populations, the ruling concern with law rapidly gave way to a preoccupation with locating and boosting those who would enforce the law. At the same time, this late 19th century transition from slavery to colonialism turned out to be a period of radical dislocation for different strata among the colonized. Instead of a traditional consensus about custom, it signified a time of rapid change and much contest over the customary. Yet colonial powers presumed an implicit and unchanging consensus over the customary. Who then really came to define custom and how? Third, given this divided legacy, of laws modern and customary, what was the promise and the limit of the legal reform effected in the post-colonial period? The domain of the customary. What did customary mean? And who were the natives to which this jus tice was to apply? The answers to both questions are indeed revealing, for legal pluralism in this instance was more an expression of power relations in a colonial society than a recognition and tolerance of any multicultural diversity. Colonial pluralism was basically dual. On one side was a patchwork of customs and practices considered customary, their single shared feature being some association with the colonized, on the other side was the modern, the imported law of the colonizer. In countries like Nigeria, where external influence was not limited to European powers but included Islamic sources, the law sought to remove all ambiguity. Section 2 of the Native Courts Law of Colonial Nigeria provided that native law and custom includes Muslim law. 1 Conversely, native was used not to mean a person whose life had historically been governed by the customary law in question, but as a blanket racial category. It is instructive to look at how the courts in Nigeria define the term native. At first glance, there seems to be a range of definitions. According to the Western High Court law, a native was simply a Nigerian. The Northern High Court law distinguished between natives and non-natives and remained silent thereafter. The Eastern High Court law revealingly defined a native as a person of African descent too, but all ambiguity was removed in Section 3 of the Interpretations Act, which applied to the Federation and Northern Nigeria. According to this act, the statutory definition of the term native included a native of Nigeria and a native foreigner. Further, a native foreigner was defined as any person, not being a native of Nigeria, whose parents are members of a tribe or tribes indigenous to some part of Africa and the descendants of such persons, and shall include any person one of whose parents was a member of such tribe. 3 The point was no doubt to cast the net wide enough to catch within its fold every person with any trace of African ancestry. The objective was to arrive at a racial definition, not a cultural one. Similar racially governed formulations were found in other colonies. In Lesotho, Section 2 of the General Law Proclamation spoke of customary law as African law to be administered to all Africans. Following a survey of the operations of Swazi customary courts according to the terms of Section 3 of the Swazi Courts Act 80 of 1950, Kumalo concludes that these courts have civil jurisdiction over all Swazis, meaning a member of the indigenous population of Africa who is a Swazi citizen attached to a chief appointed under Section 4 of the Administration Act 79 of 1950. Pointedly excluded all Swazi citizens of non-African descent. In Botswana the law simply defines the jurisdiction of customary courts as covering all tribesmen. 112. Yet customary law was not a racial catch-all. The native and the tribesman were not the same. Natives were disaggregated into different tribes. Each tribe had its own customary law, which the leadership of the tribe had the power to enforce. The notion of the ethnically defined customary was both deeper and more differentiated than the racially defined native. It grounded racial exclusion in a cultural inclusion. The natives denied civil freedoms on racial grounds were thereby sorted into different identities and incorporated into the domain of so many ethnically defined native authorities. The domain of customary law was confined to customary courts, being the lower courts. Native customary law, in my view, opined a British judge in a West African case, is more or less in the same position as foreign law, and it must be established by an expert before courts other than the native courts. 7 Who, then, had the authority to establish this matter of fact rather than matter of law? What were deemed to be the authoritative sources of customary law? On this question, there was no clear agreement and often an amusing confusion. In both British and French-controlled territories, superior court judges, whether European or African, often sat with African assessors who informed them what was the customary law in question. 8 That, however, still begs the question, who would qualify to be an assessor? Opinions varied. To Golden and Gelfand, authors of African Law and Custom in Rhodesia, for example, the answer was obvious: the African knows his laws, not as a result of study, but by virtue of being and living as an African. 9 Yet the matter was hardly as simple and straightforward. As Governor Cameron confided to a visitor to Tanganyika, the difficulty after a period of disintegration is to find out what their system was. They know perfectly well, but, for one reason or other, they may not tell you. 10. A Portuguese authority on the subject thought he had found a way out of the dilemma. Unlike the common law, which should be applied by a qualified jurist, he argued, the questions relative to usages and customs should be judged by the administrator, because it is he who is conversant with the local custom and the dominant mentality. 11. The same authority was compelled to add, for this purpose he is assisted by 2 natives who inform him on the local law. The famed British administrator anthropologist Rattray agreed. In calling for the retention of all that is best in the African's own past culture, Rattray admitted, the main difficulty lies in the fact that we and the educated African alike know so little of what that past really was. 12. But those few who possess the requisite knowledge are illiterate, and in consequence generally inarticulate for practical purposes, except when approached by the European who has spent a lifetime among them and has been able to gain their complete confidence. As to why that should make the literate European indispensable but rule out the literate African, he never explained. Presumably the illiterate native was the more pristine, just as the literate African was the more contaminated by alien worldly influences percolating through the written word. But even if the anthropologists considered the illiterate native a more reliable authority on customary law, that authority was surely seen in the nature of a primary source, to be sifted through, analyzed, its internal contradictions smoothed over, its gaps and lapses filled in, all to arrive at a coherent, consistent, and comprehensive secondary formulation. Still, it was not every native, not even every illiterate native, who was presumed to know customary law. For as many an experienced administrator and knowledgeable anthropologist suspected, it was more or less a truism that real customary law was in the mind of the oldest men, or even of the dead, and that the new elders did not know it properly. 13. With modern law there was no such problem, it was easily imported and read. For the British brought with them the common law, the doctrines of equity, and the statutes of general application that were in force in England at a particular cut-off date, in the case of Ghana, 1874, Kenya, 1897, Nigeria, 1900, and so on. 14. The French exported their civil code and other sets of legislation to their possessions. The Belgians went so far as to enact a simplified version of the mother code, calling it the Code Civil du Congo. On top of this imported law, there was the body of statutes promulgated by the colonial state. 15. This dual system of justice was at the heart of indirect rule, and some variation of it came to be in every African colony. The pace-setter in these matters, as in others related to indirect rule, were reforms Lugard introduced in northern Nigeria. 3 key statutes define the nature of the judicial system in colonial Nigeria. 16. The first was the Native Court Proclamation. Under it, the resident in charge could set up 4 grades of native courts, with the highest sitting under the presidency of the paramount chief. The paramount chief's court had full and unlimited jurisdiction to adjudicate in all civil matters or to try all criminal proceedings in which the chief's subjects were parties. For the subjects, there was to be neither a right of representation nor a right of appeal to a court presided over by a British judge or a political officer, no matter how serious the charge or the penalty involved. The paramount chief who presided over this court as the supreme native judicial authority was, in addition, the same paramount chief who sat as the supreme native administrative authority under the Native Revenue Proclamation. The second statute defining the judicial system in the colony was the Provincial Courts Proclamation. A provincial court was set up by the High Commissioner of the Protectorate and was empowered to hear all 114 cases involving non-natives. Required to administer English common law, the doctrines of equity and the statutes of general application in force in England on January 1, 1900, these two were no-nonsense courts that neither admitted lawyers nor were required to follow strict English legal procedure. To the non-natives basking under the tropical sun in a non-settler colony, they offered an English version of African customary law. The pride of place, the jewel in this thorny crown, was the Supreme Court of Northern Nigeria, set up under a third statute. As befits a crown jewel, it was required to follow strict legality and strict technicality, complete with the right of legal representation for all parties involved, but its writ was limited to only the two cantonment areas of Lokoho and Zungeru. The crux of the matter was that more than 99% of the judicial work in the protectorate was carried out beyond its purview, in courts run by non-legal administrators, whether native or European. In French colonies, too, there were two parallel court systems, one French, the other native. 17 French courts were presided over by French magistrates, who judged according to French law, and were used in all cases involving a French citizen. Cases involving only subjects were the preserve of native courts. Under the era of direct administration, however, chiefs gradually were deprived of judicial powers, which were transferred to European administrators. A 1903 decree limited police powers of chiefs to a fine of is francs and 5 days in prison. Another decree from 1912 limited their competence only to matters of conciliation, and yet another decree from 1924 conferred the chair of the court of first instance to a European official, usually a clerk. The native court of the second instance was presided over by none other than the circle commander, this all-powerful administrator judge, or his deputy or any other European official designated by the governor. Although customary law continued to be dispensed in these courts, it was given legal recognition only by the Court of Appeal at Dakar, the Supreme Court of French West Africa, in a 1934 decree. The court recognized the African village as a legal entity with customary rights and the village chief as the defender of those rights. 18 In the Italian colony of Somalia, state recognition of the customary came much earlier. Royal Decree No. 695 of 1911 stipulated that Italians be governed by Italian law and Somalis by customary law. 19 The dispensers of customary justice were the qadars known as chiefs. The term needs to be understood in a broad sense, stripped of all racial connotations. Chiefs were really non-specialized, non-legal administrative personnel whose broad portfolio also included judicial functions. As such, they should be seen to include both native chiefs and white commissioners, British, or commanders, French. Unlike magistrates' courts, which were staffed by professional lawyers and cordoned off by high tariff walls, fees, and a remote location, the commissioners' tribute. 115. Nals were an informal affair, with easy access and nominal fees. Like the courts of chiefs and headmen, of which they formed the upper tier, the commissioners dispensed a form of justice that was informal, inexpensive, and efficient. Defined by the powers and role of the office they occupied, the commissioners were really the white chiefs of colonial Africa. Defining the customary in a changing context. If the customary law dispensed in the courts of chiefs was presumed to be known by the African, by virtue of being and living as an African, golden and gelfand, by the administrator because it is he who is conversant with the local custom and the dominant mentality, Marera, by illiterate natives as transmitted to the European who has spent a lifetime among them and has been able to gain their complete confidence, Rattray, or by the oldest of the elders, who then define the substantive law. There were at least three sets of contenders with claims over defining the customary: the central state, the officials of the local state, the chiefs, and a range of non-state interests. Everywhere, the claim of the central state set the limits to the customary in the form of a repugnancy clause. Under French and Belgian systems, this limit was set unambiguously as the requirements of public order and morality. 20 In some instances, the formulation came close to being crass. A law passed by French authorities in Senegal in 1912 stipulated that colonial law replaced traditional law when the latter was contrary to the principles of French civilization. 21 The Portuguese, too, had a formulation that clearly spelled out their claim to being both the custodians of humanitarian principles and the holders of power. The decree of 1954 that formally subordinated natives to custom and non-natives to the common law required that custom not be contrary to public order, that is, to the principles of humanity. the fundamental principles of morally or to free exercise of sovereignty. 22 In British-controlled Africa, the colonial power simply claimed to be a custodian of general humanitarian notions of right and wrong. The standard formulation thus required that customary law be applicable if not repugnant to justice and morality, Kenya, Malawi, not repugnant to natural justice and morality, Southern Rhodesia, not repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience, Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, or not repugnant to justice, morality or order, Sudan. Point 23 Rarely did the British admit that the law must also safeguard the exigencies of power. Such a rare instance is found in the F.Vidance Act in Nigeria, which stated that no custom contrary to public policy would be enforced. Point 24 Similarly, the charter issued to authorize 116. The colonization of Rhodesia required the High Commissioner to respect any native civil laws and custom, except so far as they may be incompatible with the due exercise of Her Majesty's power and jurisdiction. 25 The same illuminating phrase can be found in the Native Court's proclamation of 1942 in Bechuanaland. Point 26 What kind of limit did the repugnancy clause set in practice? The overriding constraint stemmed from the reality of defending power. At the beginning of colonial rule, a clear distinction was made between the civil and criminal aspects of customary law. The former was to be tolerated, the latter to be suppressed. The official justification was that humanitarian consideration to eliminate evil required that chiefs be deprived of any criminal jurisdiction, for chiefs were no doubt the source of much evil in Africa. Not only did this appeal to Victorian sensibilities, it also made much practical sense, for any attempt to restore the old institutional order was bound to be chief-centered. The colonial power understood very clearly that dealing with crime was first and foremost about social control and the exertion of power. Criminal law, pointed out the Minister of Justice and Defense in Rhodesia, is all about wrongs against the government and against the community, whereas civil law deals with relationships between individuals. Even if the criminal law does not conform to the ideas of the people who are ruled, the real point was that the government could not tolerate any attempts against its own custom, its own law, against itself, that is to say. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland agreed, "This is a matter in which we feel our law should prevail, because we feel that when it is a question of something which wrongs the whole community and that roughly is the definition of the word crime, it should override all other considerations, and that is why we distinguish between criminal law and civil law." 27 Rhodesia was a colony with a difference. Even when the existence of native law and courts was officially recognized in 1937, the courts were expressly denied criminal jurisdiction. This was different from other British colonies, where once the question of law and order was settled and colonial rule became relatively stabilized, chiefs did indeed receive limited criminal jurisdiction. For indirect rule, as Luggard recognized, would mean little if it did not give chiefs the power to punish. Rhodesia, however, was much more like the Cape or those French colonics where native resistance to colonial rule had been intense and sustained. The specter of the Matabele Kingdom and the resistance it spearheaded continued to haunt settler memories. The problem was not just to crush such a resistance, but to prevent its resurgence. From the point of view of the settler-dominated state, the exercise of criminal jurisdiction was thought to be, and in fact is, a significant instrument of social con. 117. Trawl, and its removal could go far towards making Ndeb resurgence impossible. 28 It is not that Victorian notions of right and wrong played no part in setting practical limits to customary law. They did, in matters such as slavery, mutilation, polygamy, and bride price, but they were subordinate to political considerations, and for that reason, they were always negotiable. French colonial authorities made a distinction between the end of the slave trade and that of slavery. The former was adhered to more or less strictly, but not the latter. After all, as we will see, the end of slavery was followed by the Rosy Dawn of compulsions. The abhorrence of mutilation, and this too we will see, did not stop any colonial power from resorting to corporal punishment as an integral part of customary law. The Boer and the British authorities in South Africa, who righteously denounced polygamy as female slavery and bride price as purchase in women, had no qualms about legislating a customary code that treated women as perpetual minors subject to a patriarchal chief-dominated authority. We are, after all, talking of an era when English common law gave husbands controlling power over wives and the state and judicial authorities extraordinarily severe powers over those categorized as vagrant, idle, or disorderly. Some colonial administrators, like Robert de Lavignette in French West Africa, thought an arrangement that coupled customary law with the repugnancy test was riddled with contradictions. What are these principles of civilization to which native law must not run counter, he asked, if not those of the Code? 29. In other words, if the repugnancy test were consistently applied, so ran the logic of de Lavignette's argument, the Code would sooner or later have to govern all relations, whether native or non-native. But one thing should be clear. The repugnancy test was never construed as requiring that the law in the colonies, common or customary, be consistent with the principles of English law or the Code Napoleon. Such a requirement would have sounded the death knell of administrative justice. The point of the repugnancy test was to reinforce colonial power, not to question it. One study of court cases in colonial Nigeria concludes, it is clear that the courts decide whether a particular rule is to be rejected for repugnancy largely in an ad hoc manner. 30. Conflict over the customary. If in practice the repugnancy clause was a way of enforcing the exigencies of colonial power, does it mean that within those limits substantive customary law was really decided by the colonized, was really the 118 reflection of a traditional consensus that preceded die imposition of colonialism, and continued through it as the result of some kind of benign neglect? This could not have been, if only for one reason. Die dawn of colonialism was a time of great social upheaval through most of the continent. Its most dramatic manifestation was the rise of conquest states in the 19th century. Their defeat liquidated the political power that had stabilized conquest-based claims. The end of slavery eroded or made uncertain an entire range of claims on the services of subordinates, from formal slavery to slave marriages. The onset of migrant labor provided young men with ways of earning cash and thus with an alternative to service marriage, an institution through which elders who controlled access to wives could claim a range of services from young men as prospective suitors. Instead of a consensual traditional notion of custom, the colonial era really began in the midst of conflicting and even contrary claims about the customary. The content of customary law is difficult to understand outside this context of conflicting claims, many reflecting tensions hardly customary. These tensions were grounded in two intersecting realities. On the one hand, while an old regime of force, legal slavery, was eroding, a new one, colonial compulsions, was just as surely taking its place. On the other hand, while 19th-century commodity markets in slaves and artisanal products were fast shrinking, new colonial markets in wage labor and export crops were expanding just as quickly. Both those with and without claims entire old order sought to establish claims in the new one. The onset of colonial rule combined with new conditions increased mobility and increased stratification to generate new and contradictory claims. Not surprisingly, every claim presented itself as customary, and there could be no neutral arbiter. The substantive customary law was neither a land of historical and cultural residue carried like excess baggage by groups resistant to modernization, nor a pure colonial invention or fabrication, arbitrarily manufactured without regard to any historical backdrop and contemporary realities. Instead, it was reproduced through an ongoing series of confrontations between claimants with a shared history but not always the same notions of it. And yet, and this is the important point, the presumption that there was a single and undisputed notion of the customary, unchanging and implicit, one that people knew as they did their mother tongue, meant that those without access to the native authority had neither the same opportunity nor political resources to press home their point of view. In the absence of a recognition that conflicting views of the customary existed, even the question that they be represented could not arise. To get a sense of how deep-seated was the conflict over the customary, we need to grasp how radical were the dislocations that marked the 119 onset of colonial rule. At least three sets of tension-producing developments interlocked and made for a single overarching process. The source of this triple dislocation lay in broad political, economic, and social changes, the process of state formation, the development of markets, and far-reaching changes in gender and generational relations. The impact of colonial rule in each instance was nothing less than dramatic. We have seen that nowhere in 19th century Africa had the territory-based claims of the state singularly triumphed over kin-based claims of lineages. Everywhere, and not just in the non-state societies, kin groups contested with and balanced the claims of state authority. The onset of colonial rule tipped the balance decisively in favor of state authority. This was particularly evident in kin-based societies, where every person had depended on kith and kin to protect life and property, for there was no other authority to turn to before colonial rule created one. It was also true, however, where hierarchical authority, chiefship, had preceded colonialism, for the consolidation of colonial power went alongside setting up a parallel court structure that would not only recognize individual rights, but also do so with a sweep so exclusive as to include even the domestic realm. In her study of the Kilimanjaro region in Tanzania, Sally Faulkmore argues that customary disputes brought to the chief's court in the colonial period were probably decided in pre-colonial times at home, that is, in the social fields in which they arose. 31 Whereas the practice in the pre-colonial period was for chiefs simply to announce the decisions of the age-grade assembly, the colonial chief presided over the assembly and made the decisions, in the process phasing out the role of age sets. With the onward flow of colonial rule, the tendency was for chiefly power to become consolidated, if only for one reason. The operation of the chief's court was permeated by the knowledge that the colonial government could be relied on to supply excessive force behind chiefly authority. The chief could turn any recalcitrant over to the colonial authorities by falsely accusing him of breaking the rules of the colonial government, or he could manipulate those rules to deprive individuals of opportunities to work for cash by executive fiat. If native courts provided an alternative authority to that of the kin group, the cash economy also made it possible for some to escape obligations to one's kin. The beneficiaries of the new legal order came from diverse social strata. At one end were new and relatively prosperous peasants whose springboards were offices in the local state and opportunities in expanding market agriculture, and whose vision often coincided with a more individualized notion of rights. At the other end, the expanding money economy and market-based relations often generated a rising spirit of independence among those women and junior men 120 who but yesterday were locked in servile relationships. Sometimes this led to a coalition of old victims and new beneficiaries around commonly advanced claims. Take the example of kin groups where households, persons and property used to be inherited upon the death of the husband, but where women and children often refused to be so inherited. Among the Langi people in northern Uganda, as among many others, such an inheritance used to be the right of the male sibling of the deceased. The former wife Lako, once inherited, was known as the Dako. Although inheritance broadly continued to be practiced, women struggled for the right to choose a partner, even if within the confines of the kin group. In time, widows won the right to refuse to be inherited by the husband's brother, in favor of a preferred, usually a better-off member of the larger kin group. 32 Consider also the typical circumstances of the migrant laborer who remitted his earnings home to his mother's brother, who invested them in the purchase of cattle. The resulting conflict as to whether the cattle belonged to the individual whose earnings bought them or to their matrilineages was often resolved by the new courts in favor of the younger man alone. As new property demanded new rights, old institutions, chiefs, newly recast recognized them, in the process emerging triumphant over other similarly traditional institutions. Kin groups, more or less bypassed in the constellation of a new power. As Martin Chanak concludes in his brilliant study on law, custom, and social order in colonial Malawi and Zambia, economic individualizing and jural individuation went hand in hand. 33 The spread of market relations, however, did not always lead to greater individual freedom for all concerned. When it came to conflict-producing and tension-ridden relationships, freedom for one could be only at the expense of another. This was often the case with the marriage bond between male migrants on the move and female agriculturists bound to village communities under the grip of a chief. As migrants appealed to tradition, chiefs often, as in southern Rhodesia 34, imposed punishments for adultery and enforced paternal control over marriage. In migrant labor zones, women could and did turn into cash crop producing peasants, but their workload often increased alongside diminishing freedoms and increased compulsions. In spite of the tendency of colonial texts to collapse the customary and the tribal into a single non-contradictory whole, there was seldom a clinical separation of tribes or even a homogeneous internal culture in these times of great change and tension. The tendency was for a more or less mixing of tribes and an internal differentiation that went alongside varied and even conflicting practices within the same tribe. Not only 1-to-1 were the boundaries of ethnicity blurred and elastic, there was often little that was traditional about tribal boundaries drawn by colonial administrators, as we have already seen. As Chanak asks, with reference to those conquest states where patrilineal authority had often incorporated many matrilineal peoples into expanding state systems, whose custom was considered law, the patrilineal rulers or the matrilineal subjects, and therefore a reference point for the tribe. A customary relationship between the sexes came to be forged gives a better idea of the nature of forces whose interaction shaped that outcome. The beginning of colonial rule was marked by a combination of forces predisposed toward improving the position of women, even if each had its own reasons. Missionaries were appalled at the institution of polygamy and bride price. Settlers, too, were convinced that polygamy allowed Tyre native male to live in sloth and idleness and was at the root of their labor problems. An astute writer in the Natal Witness of 1863 poked fun at the alliance between the missionary and the labor-needing colonist, to alleviate the sufferings of the native woman, and suggested that both were interested in the abolition of a custom which materially interferes with the object for which they have respectively left their mother country. 35 This alliance, however, did not last long. Once again, as law sought to establish order and the central state looked for allies to consolidate its hold over local spaces, perceptions changed. By giving rights to sons and women, wrote the British administrator Charles Dundas in 1915, European law falls like a thunderbolt in the midst of native society, all precedent and custom are cast aside, and the controllers of society are disabled. The British had loosened the ties of matrimony, freely granted divorces in favor of frivolous girls, and permitted them to run from one man to another, heedless of the bad example thereby set. 36 As they sought out the controllers of society, the search for good laws gave way to one for effective authorities. As they came to appreciate the possibilities of control in the customary, their interest focused more on customary authorities than on customary law. As the substance of the law was subordinated to the quest for order, the claim to be bringing the rule of law to Africa became handmaiden to the imperative to ground power effectively. With this slide into pragmatism, colonial powers were usually content to let customary authorities define the substantive customary law. These authorities were the officials of the local state, with some variation between settler and peasant colonies. Where customary law was not codified, local initiative was inevitably greater. In the settler colonies there was great interest in codification. In the free peasant economies, this interest did not surface until after the Second World War. It 1-2 is in the latter that, subject to the repugnancy clause, customary authorities came to have a disproportionate influence in shaping the substantive law. Chiefs as customary authorities. The customary authorities were the chiefs. Stripped of military power and losing control over long-distance trade, chiefs faced the new era with great anxiety. Take the example of Chaga chiefs' entire Kilimanjaro region of Tanganyika. 37 As most of their old sources of income dried up from warfare to cattle raiding, from slave trade to ivory trade, chiefs desperately looked for and created new ways of earning extra income. Court fees were one means, extra economic and extra legal exactions were another. Whatever the combination, a German observer of the pre-World War I period estimated that the chief was paid 7 times as much as the colonial government in this process. Alarmed at how old service-yielding claims were disintegrating, chiefs were in a strategic position to seize the initiative under the new order. To do so, they claimed as customary every right that would enhance their control over others, particularly those socially weak. Central to this was the right of movement or settlement, and sometimes even the right to claim children. In the increasingly stagnant pool of freed persons that this created over time, chiefs could glimpse multiple possibilities. The old slavery, with its innumerable gradations, from outright control to slave marriage, was giving way to the new clientelism, also with its multi-ple gradations. The chiefs were not alone in this quest. At different times, they were joined by different strata seeking to protect or gain privilege: free men in relation to women, the propertied in relation to the propertyless, seniors in relation to juniors, those indigenous against migrant strangers in their midst. The fact that custom should be shaped by those in control of customary institutions was nothing new. The new thing about the Colorado Nile period was, to begin with, the privileging of a single institution chiefship as customary. Conferred the power to enforce their notion of custom as law, chiefs were assured of backup support from colonial institutions and direct force, if need be, in the event they encountered opposition or defiance. Customary law thus consolidated the non-customary power of colonial chiefs. Should it be surprising that this power came to enforce as custom rules and regulations that were hardly customary, such as those arising from a newly expanding market economy? The courts in Kilimanjaro thus penalized as a violation of the Cus. 123. Tomari any failure to pay taxes or school fees, to observe price controls or obtain a marriage certificate, to terrace certain lands or to keep away from cultivating land alongside streams. 38 As they were turned into an enabling arm of the state power, the courts not only enforced authority as such, but were often key to setting up a colonial export-import economy. The orders of agricultural inspectors and veterinary officers on the Kilimanjaro were enforced by native courts through fines and jail sentences. Take, as one instance, the case of peasants who were fined in 1947 because they failed to plant cotton with seeds provided by the native authority. The case of colonial Malawi and Zambia illustrates the incredible range of rules that gave native authorities criminal jurisdiction. 39 These rules did not only control drinking and the carrying of weapons and freedom of movement, they went so far as to regulate villages' cleanliness and sanitation, control of infectious diseases, control of fire, road making, tree felling, limitations, tax registration, reporting of deaths, grass burning, the killing of game and other administrative matters. The rules were often technical to the point of minutiae. Rules on tree cutting, for example, encompassed and defined such matters as the width of tree which could be cut and permitted distances from roads and rivers, and similarly with rules on the use of streams and control of diseases. The more technical the specification, the more objective would seem the justification and the more infallible would appear the authority in question. The administration and the courts moved like a horse leading a cart. As administration became established, its demands were enforced under the threat of penal sanctions. More and more activity previously considered civil now became criminalized, with a corresponding increase in the number of criminal prosecution in the courts. The number of convictions in colonial Malawi rose from 1,665 in 1906 to 2,821 in 1911 to 3,511 in 1918. Two-thirds of the latter were for new statutory offenses that had nothing to do with custom. Of 8,500 convictions realized in 1922, 3,855 were for offenses against the Native Hut and Poll Tax Ordinance of 1921, 1,609 for leaving the protectorate without a pass, and another 705 for offences against the employment of natives ordinance. A decade later, a second category of convictions appeared alongside those for failure to pay tax, breach of a labor contract, or insisting on free movement. That year, 776 were convicted for offences against the forest laws, 387 for violating township regulations, and 227 for breaches of the tobacco and cotton uprooting rules. Could there be a better illustration of the law functioning as an administrative imperative? By the late 1930s, administrative control had taken on the proportions of a stranglehold. In one colony after another, peasants were being ordered to leave their homes in the interest of soil conservation, to destroy, destock, herds so as to restore the balance between livestock and grazing land, and to uproot sub-quality coffee trees to improve crop husbandry. None of this was being done by the central state, all of it was being enforced on the command of native authorities, everywhere instructed by European advisors. Take, for example, colonial Tanganyika, where native authorities were given powers to make orders, Section 9, and rules, Section 16, for the peace, good order, and welfare of the natives under the 1927 Native Authorities Ordinance. In agriculture, the power to make orders covered not only the protection of trees and grassland and the control and eradication of animal and human diseases, but also the increase of food production. In 1930 these powers were greatly added to by specific orders of the governor. The regulation related to every conceivable aspect of farming practice and land use. There were orders on everything, from anti-erosion measures, compulsory tillaging and terracing, destocking, control over grazing, etc., to improved methods of cultivation, destruction of old cotton plants, mulching of coffee, etc., and from the practice of animal husbandry, cattle dipping, etc., to methods designed to prevent famine, compulsory production of some famine crops such as cassava or groundnuts. The fiction was that rules were locally formulated and imposed by the relevant native authority in response to local conditions and needs, but the fact that so many of the individual orders were couched in more or less identical terms led at least one analyst to conclude that they were issued invariably at the instigation of the administration. 40. Not surprisingly, complaints against regulations went hand in hand with criticisms of chiefs and the chiefly system. And revolt brewed as enforced agricultural change gathered pace. 41. Whereas the rationale was inevitably technical, the effect was life-draining. Behind the mask of indirect rule lay the day-to-day routine customary violence of the colonial system. Should it be surprising then that enforcing custom became a euphemism for extending colonial administration and developing a colonial economy? Run by native administrators, native authority courts were supervised by another set of administrators, only they were European. The Native Courts Proclamation in Nigeria, for example, set up native courts without spelling out their procedure or practice, except for empowering the district commissioner to make the relevant rules. When the rules were so made, they were not exhaustive, so the courts were left to the district commissioner's administrative guidance. 42. It was the administrator in charge who defined the uncodified customary law. Lawyers 125, however, were kept at bay, out of courts. The whole point of indirect rule was to find a chief and build a court around him. 43. Customary law was never concerned with the problem of limiting state power, only with enforcing it. Liberal theory emphasized the double-sided character of law, that while it came from the state it also restrained power. Power was said to be grounded in consent. State command was presumed to be rule-bound, not arbitrary. This was the meaning of the claim that civil society was framed by the rule of law. None of these claims, however, sounded sensible where power sought to secure order through conquest, not consent. In such a context, the triumph of techno-administration under the guise of indirect rule through customary law was nothing but a retreat into legal administration. That retreat was indirect rule, the separation of judicial and administrative power, rationalized Lugard at one point, would seem unnatural to the primitive African since they are combined in his own rulers. And at another point, just a few pages later, he conceded the necessity, in a country recently brought under administration, and in times of political difficulty, occasions may arise when the strictly legal aspect may give way to expediency. 44 Under colonial conditions, respect for the law was really respect for the lawmaker and the law enforcer, often the same person. Consider, for example, the daily routine of the British District Commissioner of Tunduru in southern Tanganyika. D was in the habit of going for a walk every evening, wearing a hat. When, towards sunset, he came to the point of turning for home, he would hang his hat on a convenient tree and proceed on his way hatless. The first African who passed that way after him and saw the hat was expected to bring it to D's house and hand it over to his servants, even if he was going in the opposite direction with a long journey ahead of him. If he ignored the hat, he would be haunted by the fear that D's intelligence system would catch up with him. 45 In the French colonies after the Second World War, for example, a native who passed an administrator and failed to salute him risked the confiscation of his headdress and its deposition in the office of the Circle Commander's office. 46 The 1920 reforms in Ghana made it a crime to insult a chief, to drum, or to refuse to pay homage to a chief. 4 In a similar vein, the KwaZulu Legislative Assembly proposed in 1976 to increase the fine for insolence from R4 to a maximum of R100. In the event, the central state actually outdid the chiefs, it permitted the ceiling to be raised even higher, to R200. But a member of the Assembly argued that increasing fines would not change the insolent behavior which exists in the community because we normally find that people 126 who are disobedient to their chiefs are poor people. Not being in a position to pay fines, he argued that the poor should be meted out corporal punishment for insolence. 48 The injustice that commissioners and chiefs administered was infinitely flexible. If a transgressor had property, he would be fined, if not, he would receive lashes in the nearest marketplace. Corporal punishment was not only an integral part of the colonial order but a vital one. In the Portuguese colonies, the palmatoria, a punishment delivered by means of a beating on the hands, became the symbol of the colonial legal system. 49 The French, the British, and the Boers preferred to administer the strokes of a hippopotamus hide called the manigolo in Malinki, the kiboko in Kiswahili, and the shambok in South Africa on parts of the body less exposed but more sensitive. Much has been written about the French colonial system of the indigently, but inevitably it has been exceptionalized as a specifically French practice, and an early one at that. Its origin lay in an early Colorado Nile presumption that almost all the whites had the authority to inflict punishment on any native. Formalized as the indigenat in Algeria in the 1870s, the system was imported into French West Africa in the 1880s. 50 A decree of 1924 limited this generalized white privilege to officials representing the public powers, administrators, and their clerks. The privilege was then extended to non-administrative chiefs for whom the ceiling was fixed at 5 days imprisonment and a fine of 25 francs. The decree limited the offenses for which subjects could be penalized to 24, but their variety was such and their definition so loose that the effect was arbitrarily to cover anything. It gave the administrator a list of motives, among which he could simply take his pick, and be sure of finding one that would suit a subject he wished to punish. In Guinea, for example, it included a penalty for anyone appealing the decision of an authority, complaints or objects, knowingly incorrect, repeat in front of the same authority after a proper solution has been found. In Senegal it included penalties for negligence to carry out work or render aid as demanded, for any disrespectful act or offensive proposal vis-a-vis a representative or agent of authority, including a failure to salute a passing administrator, or for speech or remarks made in public intended to weaken respect for French authority or its officials, including songs or false rumors. One so marked was popular outrage against the indigenat by the time of the Brazzaville Conference in 1944 that de Gaulle felt obliged to acknowledge publicly the need to abolish it. Call it white privilege, rule by decree, or administrative justice. The point about the indigenat that set it apart from normal practice in the colonies was only that it crudely and brazenly put on the law books as rules the gist of day-to-day practice in the colonies. For was not the whole point of administrative justice to let administration operate unfettered by judicial restraint? Take, for example, the following list of charges taken from the Fort James Court Book: 4 lashes for wasting time instead of buying food, 5 to 10 lashes for sitting around fire instead of working. One man was fined for absenting himself from hospital while under treatment, another man was fined for singing near the native church at 11:30 p.m., some were fined for being late to work, others were fined for gross disrespect, 2 men were fined 5 shillings each. For constantly running away at the approach of the Boma official. 52. How different was the practice in a British colony from the French indigenat? Was not the point to teach the recalcitrant a lesson, to ensure they learned to respect authority the next time around? Listen to the testimony of those with direct experience of this rough and ready justice. A Dahoma newspaper reported in 1935, everyday men and women, even those who owe nothing to the fiscal authorities, are arrested, lashed together and beaten under the pretext of refusal to pay their taxes. Many of them, to comply with the payment of their taxes, pawn their children. 53. Around the same time, a Senegalese journal illustrated the land of customary authority which it was a crime to oppose. 54. Salif Fall was a canton chief whose way of recovering overdue taxes was to tie up all the natives who could not produce a tax receipt during his inspection tour. These unfortunates were then whipped inside of the whole village till they bled, and, as a more effective reminder of the canton chief's authority, their sores were smeared with wet salt through the good offices of the DRF. In words not very different, another newspaper described what it meant to live in a British colony, with its denial to natives of the principles and procedure of British courts while subjugating the judiciary to the executive. Under an authority that invest-fed district commissioners otherwise innocent of English law and practice with powers of life and death in the provinces over natives of whatever standing without any trial by jury or the right to retain counsel while detesting educated natives as the bête noire that haunts its political and autocratic dreams, under an order that prescribes public floggings of general offenders stripped naked in the public markets while maintaining so-called white prestige at all costs. This powerful indictment of administrative justice in colonial Nigeria was published by a 128 native paper, the Lujo's Weekly Record, in its official tribute to Sir Frederick Lugard, the architect of indirect rule, on the eve of his retirement in 1955. 2 decades later, another Nigerian newspaper reported a meeting of the resident with representatives of various tribal unions and societies in the district, held in the Enugu High Court to discuss the question of the Enugu Native Court. It is noteworthy that the general feeling of the meeting was against having anything to do with the native court for Enugu. We ourselves have always been entirely lacking in enthusiasm for these so-called native courts. In our opinion, the scandal of bribery and corruption permeates the whole system, and we see little likelihood of there being any improvement in this respect. 56. But having a native court was hardly a matter of choice, for written into the legal system of every colonial power was the distinction between subject and citizen. The prototype subject was the free peasant, ruled indirectly through an administrative cadre that was both native and European, purporting to work through traditional institutions that in reality were a mishmash of practices severed from their original context, imposed by the colonial power, or initiated by office holders dispensing a customary justice that should more appropriately be understood as a form of administrative justice. Deracialization as post-independence reform. If customary law and die office of the chief, native, or white, cannot be seen as a simple continuation of indigenous, pre-colonial forms of control, it is also true that this ensemble, the system of indirect rule, did not simply cease to be with independence. Nor was it just reproduced thoughtlessly or without restraint. The anti-colonial platform of the 1950s often combined a demand for a unified legal system with a newfound respect for customary law as the embodiment of a much maligned tradition. In this context, the call for a unified legal system meant a creative blending of customary and modern law and a single hierarchy of courts open to all as citizens. Such, indeed, was the agenda set by a conference of judicial advisors who met at Makerere University in 1953-A7, but legal reform did not await political independence. It came as part of a larger reform of the colonial system undertaken in response to the great anti-colonial movement of the post-war era. Anti-colonial protest brought to center stage a debate that had been going on for decades within metropolitan circles, pitting administrators against lawyers, and conservatives against liberals. While administrators stood for efficiency, and in its name a simple and speedy justice, lawyers called for the transplanting of the technicalities of English criminal law and prose. 129. Durs. Professional legal criticism of administrative justice came to a head in the early 1930s with the appointment of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into the Administration of Justice in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanganyika Territory in criminal matters. Chaired by H.G. Bushi, the legal advisor to the Colonial Office, the commissioners found it fundamentally unsound that district officers should rest their prestige on their powers to judge and punish, and should base their judicial functions not on legal training and strict application of the laws of evidence but on their general knowledge of African life. 58 The rising wave of anti-colonial protest tipped the scales in favor of lawyers. The post-war reform of customary law proceeded along two lines: codification to blunt its arbitrary edge and professionalization of legal cadres, while introducing a single unified appeal procedure to soften its administrative edge. Codification had been the preoccupation of settler regimes, concerned with limiting the autonomy of local state officials. It clearly had a double edge. While narrowing the scope for local initiative, codification also put the initiative in the hands of the central state. Codification as colonial reform began in 1938 when the government of the Bechuanaland Protectorate commissioned Chapeau's Handbook of Tswana Law and Custom * 9 more books on African legal rules followed in the post-war era. Prominent among these was the work of Kori, who developed a method of recording customary law while working for the Tanganyika Colonial Administration. 60 This trickle of reform turned into a stream in the late 1950s as Britain moved into the decade of independence. Based at the University of London and inspired by earlier restatements prepared by the American Law Institute, an ambitious project, the Restatement of African Law, was launched in 1959. It covered the countries of Commonwealth Africa and aimed at codifying the core of customary law, the law of persons, family, marriage and divorce, property, including land, and success. Zion. 61 A parallel initiative attempted to build linkages between customary and modern courts, almost completely isolated from one another in the interwar period. Attempts were made in the 1950s to give high courts a revisionary jurisdiction over native court proceedings while attempting a shift of personnel of the native courts from the traditional chiefs and elders to young lay magistrates with some basic training in law. 62 To the radical leadership of the anti-colonial movements, however, these appeared as no more than timid efforts at a late window dressing. Nothing less than a surgical operation that would unify the substantive law, customary and modern, into a single code would do. The militant edge of the anti-colonial movement would be satisfied with nothing less than equal citizenship for all under the law. But soon it became clear. 130. That this was a Herculean task, daunting and even utopian under the circumstances. Ironically, the first step in post-independence legal reform was a continuation of the pre-independence reform process. Its starting point was the narrower agenda for the unification of courts and not the substantive law. Broadly speaking, the reform of the court system proceeded along two lines. The minimalist tendency was content to stay with the colonial reform, retaining the dual structure of customary and modern courts while providing for a single integrated review process. The resulting linkages between the two court systems could be limited to the apex, as in Chad, the Central African Republic, and Zaire in the 1960s, or they could be effected at various levels, as in Togo. 63 The native courts were renamed, as either African courts, Kenya, or simply lower or primary courts. A variation of the reform was effected in Nigeria, where the supervisory and review powers of administrative officers were done away with and lawyers were admitted to top-grade customary courts and to customary appeals in higher courts. But lawyers continued to be barred from most customary courts, which were the vast majority of tribunals in the country. The maximalist reform aimed at a unified court system. This was the major tendency in the former French colonies and in the more radical of the Anglophone countries. Niger, Mali, and Ivory Coast simply abolished all customary courts. So did Senegal. Ghana followed suit in 1960, and Tanzania in 1963. The Tanzanian reform is perhaps the most far-reaching. The language of the primary courts is Kiswahili. In theory, it has jurisdiction over all cases. Also, in theory, lawyers are admitted to all courts. Yet in practice primary courts, the lowest level in the tripletiered hierarchy of the unified court structure, have broader competence in cases of customary law than in those of modern law. 64 Similarly, in Senegal, a country considered a pace-setter in progressive legal reform in Francophone Africa, no special court is set apart for entire adjudication of customary cases, but the jurisdiction of the courts of the justices of the peace is limited to minor cases in modern law, while it extends to all cases of customary law. A unified court system without a simultaneous unification of substantive law was clearly still a long way from realizing the nationalist dream of equality before the law. Neither did a unified court system mean that its several levels were now governed by a single and uniform set of procedures. To effect that would require a vastly expanded body of professional jurists. Not surprisingly, the managers of independent states soon discovered the advantages of customary courts in terms of their non-professionalism and accessibility. The problem was that the agenda 131 of creative synthesis that would transcend the limitations of both customary and modern courts, while incorporating advantages of both, had been replaced by a triumphant modernism. The modern court was considered the desirable goal, but so long as resources were beyond reach and peasants remained backward, the customary was accepted as a compromise, inevitable but hopefully temporary. Thus the Restatement Initiative, based at the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, in London, began to gain adherence among African governments. By 1966 these included Kenya, Malawi, Gambia, and Botswana. 65 The SOAS initiative was very much a continuation of colonial notions of the customary. Restatement retained its tribal flavor. In Malawi, for example, even where two or more ethnic groups inhabit the same district, an attempt was made to present significant difference between their laws and to represent the material by ethnic groups. 66 Also, although the law was restated in written form, it was not codified, leaving a degree of initiative in local hands. But the restatement was seldom so simple an exercise as to involve no more than a transcription of oral into written custom. Anthropologists who examined the restatement process, as in Kenya, argued that the outcome was more a set of ideal statements as to how the law should be administered than a reflection of contemporary Kipsage's customary law. 67 This was even more so in Tanzania, where restatement was part of a wider reform process. A single unified body of customary law cutting across ethnic boundaries was written and codified. Restating thus involved ironing out differences between ethnic practices and arriving at a single norm restated in a single law. 68 Henceforth, unification referred not to a process whose object was to arrive at a single body of law applicable to all, whether customary or modern, but to a more restricted process that aimed only at a unified body of customary law applicable to all ethnic groups. Yet a third variant obtained in countries such as Ghana and Senegal. 69 Both attempted to arrive at a single body of law enforced by a single system of courts. Yet in both cases the written law contained customary alongside modem rules. In Senegal, for example, 78 officially recognized bodies of customs, chosen from 33 different ethnic groups, were applicable in the courts. 70 In African legal discourse, this attempt to join the customary and the modern into a single body of law was termed integration. All three variants, however, shared a common dilemma, for all tried to overcome the colonial legacy formally rather than substantively. Whether customary rules were simply restated in writing or were also codified through unification, or whether they were integrated into a single body of law, the distinction between the customary and the 132 modern remained. Both the courts and the parties to a dispute had to choose between two sets of rules in case of conflict. On this score, African countries divided into two, those which continued with the colonial tradition of a presumption in favor of the customary, and those which reversed it. 71 The latter group were the modernizers. Among their ranks were found a corps, the radical anti-colonialists, determined to bring to an end the colonial legacy with the proverbial surgical stroke. More than any other states, two officially Marxist-Leninist states exemplified this tendency, Ethiopia and Mozambique. Whereas the Mengistu regime in Ethiopia simply abolished the customary by implementing a radically modern civil code. 72 The example of Mozambique under Frelimo is of greater interest, for it claimed to have employed a strategy of reform more political than administrative, arriving at a uniform judicial structure, applying a uniform set of legal norms, but through a process that depended to a large extent on a flexible and non-coercive relationship between the formal and the informal sectors of justice. This claim is made in an eloquent defense of the Mozambican road by two of its participants, Albie Sachs and Gita Welch. 73 The secret, argue the authors, lies in understanding change as the result of a process, a protracted struggle, in which the objective is never seen to be that of destroying the old, but of transforming it, of developing the aspects that are positive and eliminating the aspects that are negative. The point, we are told, is to ensure as far as possible that the people should be at the center of the process, so that the rate of advance in creating new structures is conditioned by the capacity of the people to assume new values. But can a democratic political process result in a uniform outcome, not only a uniform judicial structure applying a uniform set of legal norms, but more so the remarkable achievement of the community courts applying a uniform family law throughout the country? 74 Under an incredible diversity of conditions, both historical and contemporary. Part of the answer lies in the modified version of revolution from above summed up in the earlier claims. The people are said to be at the center of the process only to the extent that they condition its rate of advance, not its outcome. The outcome, the substantive law, is a given. What facilitates the attribution of a single set of rights and duties to all, Albie Sachs assures us, is that the substantive law sums up no more than the demands of simple justice. After all, the problems which tend to give rise to family conflict tend to be the same independently of how the family was constituted: men abandoning their wives, excessive drinking, physical abuse, sexual problems, financial stress, st.e. incompatibility of temperaments, and so on. In such situations, 133. Simple justice means recognizing that a wife-beater is a wife-beater, and it does not matter whether he paid lobolo, or is a Christian or a Muslim or a non-believer. 75 The demands of simple justice are then summed up as a series of orientations that judges receive on how to deal with family disputes, and these constitute the principles equally applied to all unions. One such principle, for example, is to facilitate the departure of a wife from a polygamous union. To be sure, since the relationship between the formal and the informal sectors of justice is said to be flexible and non-coercive, there is no attempt to penalize practices regarded as wholly incorrect such as polygamy and child marriage, but the orientation contains a strong presumption against these. In all parts of the country, Sachs and Welch assure us, independent of what was permitted by local tradition, the judges will regard it as wrong for a man to take a second wife. He will not be punished for so doing, but his first wife will have a judicial remedy if she so chooses, and any determination in divorce proceedings made about the division of property or the custody of children would not be influenced by any claim he might make or imply to the effect that his religion or ethnic background permitted polygamy. 76 The consequences of this simple justice are hardly this simple, for a presumption in favor of the first wife in a polygamous marriage is not simply a presumption against the polygamous husband. it is equally a presumption against the rest of the wives in the polygamous marriage. To entrench the rights of the first wife is simultaneously to erode the rights of the rest. This lesson can be drawn both from Victorian attempts of Boer republics to abolish polygamy in turn-of-the-century South Africa and from radical nationalist attempts to reform tradition in post-independence Ghana. The Volksraad of the Orange Free State recognized die customary law of inheritance but only in administering estates of de facto monogamists. Tribal marriages were invalid in both the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. The Supreme Court in the Transvaal ruled that polygyny was inconsistent with the general principles of civilization 77. None of this was very different from the eventually abortive post-independence bill in Ghana, which sought to withdraw legal recognition from all but the first wife, 75, and so on, with the so-called non-coercive wave of abolishing lobolo, bride price, for although there is no legal prohibition of the payment of cattle by way of lobolo, at the same time no one can go to court to argue that cattle so promised have not been paid, or cattle so paid should be restored. Sachs concludes with a straight face, the state does not interfere. What is to be the likely consequence of such an orientation? Surely, the flourishing of the informal sector of justice, with its provisions, at 134. Least in the patriarchal societies, for ensuring that lobolo is both paid when customary and returned when customary. If that is the case, one would have reason to doubt the claim that the law on judicial organization, passed in 1978, had within a decade been the instrument of realizing a uniform family law within all of Mozambique, from the Rovuma to the Maputo. To be sure, our authors also do concede a non-uniform outcome. The new court system and the new forms of family law are most deeply rooted, we are informed, in the areas where new relations of production and new forms of social organization are most evident, namely in the communal villages in the countryside, and in the more strongly organized residential areas in the towns. 79. The communal villages constitute more than 10% of all inhabitants of the countryside. In some of these villages, in Nampula, for example, where the family system was matrilineal, women were reluctant to leave their traditional family villages where they could count on a degree of protection from their kinfolk. To move to a communal village, however, meant entering a mononuclear relation with their husbands. One does not have to read much more to get to the root of the women's reluctance. In some villages, some men left their original wives and children behind and entered into new monogamous marriages in the communal village. In this case, monogamy becomes just another name for male license to shed a wife as a snake would shed its skin. And the new forms of social organization turn out to be a transition from a matrilineal to a patrilineal family organization, and the orientation of presumption against matrilineal. 81. The Mozambican reform was not without its positive side. But the gain was very much local. In the People's Tribunal at the lowest level, the system of chiefship was eliminated, and the judges were elected from among the local population on the basis of their common sense, feeling for justice and their knowledge of the revolutionary principles contained in the Constitution. 82. As with colonial courts of chiefs, no lawyers were allowed, all procedural formalism was reduced to the minimum. But not so in the higher courts, in the district, provincial, and national levels. 83. This means that poor people who won a case in a people's tribunal could easily find the tables turned in case of a review in a higher court if they could not afford a lawyer. But even if the lower court was no longer the customary court oriented by the chief, it was now a people's tribunal oriented by a judge whose knowledge of the revolutionary principles contained in the Constitution was an important qualification for election. That orientation and that knowledge, part of the revolution from above, was the key to the substantive justice administered in the new tribunals. As our authors disarmingly state, the state sector at its best should represent all that is new, that 135 transforms, that helps to establish a new consciousness. 84. Indeed, a far cry from the principle that the people should be at the center of the process. A less dramatic but no less drastic legal reform from above was introduced in post-independence Tanzania. Both family law and land law were the subject of special legislation which either wholly or partly removes them from the jurisdiction of the normal court system. The reform channeled land disputes to land tribunals, 4OF whose 5 members were appointed by the ruling party, TANU, and the Ministry of Law and Settlement. Appeals were to go directly from the tribunal to the line ministry without passing through any other courts. Family controversies, however, were to be handled by arbitration tribunals, all of whose 5 lay members were appointed by the TANU branch committee having jurisdiction over the ward. 85 I will put the legal reform in its wider political context in a later chapter. My interest now is in exploring the thread that links together the experience of the radical African states. This was the presumption that all one needed was a proclamation from the summit to change the flow of life on the ground. Were not the radical African states the true inheritors of the colonial tradition of rule by decree and rule by proclamation, of subordinating the rule of law to administrative justice so as to transform society from above? One radical regime after another carried out drastic changes, but mostly on paper. This is how Ghana tried to end polygamy and Ethiopia decreed an end to customary law. In a similar spirit, Tanzania proposed, as did a conservative state like Malawi, the replacement of a matrilineal system of succession by a patrilineal one. 86 If the vision of change was audacious, the presumption that all that was needed to effect it was the stroke of a pen was breathtakingly naive. If the conservative regimes held up one part of the colonial tradition, recognizing African society as no more than an ensemble of tribes, each with its own customary law and thus with the right to be judged by its own law, the radical regimes took their stand on the ground that for all persons to be equal before the law must be modern. It was a perspective best summed up in Samora Madid's well-known call, for the nation to live, the tribe must die. 87 Just as they decreed a unified society in the form of a single party, a single trade union, a single cooperative movement, and a single movement of women or youth, the radical regimes decreed a single body of substantive laws. Whereas the conservatism states were content with continuing the colonial legacy of a customary decentralized despotism, radical states tried to reform that legacy, but in the direction of a modern centralized despotism. The result, predictably, has been an ever-widening gulf between what is legal and what is real. One cannot remove matrimony or polygamy or 136. Bride price by legal fiat. One cannot even do it with matters that lacked a deep historical standing, so that, whereas legislation required that the law of contracts of England be generally applicable throughout Kenya, in practice the customary law of contracts is still recognized and enforced in African courts. 88 Not surprisingly, matters reached a point at which some jurists were alarmed that if judgments are based upon principles dictated by the central government and at odds with well-established and recognized rules of the local customary law, there is good reason to expect less resorting to the state judiciary. The nullification of the judicial process on entire part of a substantial element of the rural population, concluded this particular jurist, is a serious danger. 89 This, however, is not to say that no meaningful legal reform took place with independence. It did, but the main tendency of the reform was not toward the democratization of the legal system inherited from colonialism, but toward its deracialization. Racial barriers were dismantled and a formal equality was observed. Often chiefs and commissioners courts were abolished, and their functions were transferred to magistrates' courts. All litigants were formally given a status of equality before the courts, and the debate on legal reform was restructured in the erstwhile colony as in the metropolitan countries around the question of access to justice. It was a reform that summed up progress in the first phase of African independence, as it did in the independent homelands of South Africa. Deracialization meant that the social boundary between modern and customary justice was modified. The former was in theory open to all, not just to non-natives, the latter governed the lives of all those natives for whom modern law was beyond reach. Although independence deracialized the state, it did not democratize it. Although it included indigenous middle and even working classes within the parameters of the modern state and therefore potentially in the ranks of rights-bearing citizens, thereby expanding the parameters of civil society. It did not dismantle the duality in how the state apparatus was organized, both as a modern power regulating the lives of citizens and as a despotic power that governed peasant subjects. One needs to grasp fully both the general achievement of post-independence reform and its outer limit, and within those boundaries the different outcomes. Deracialization signified the general achievement. It was a tendency characteristic of all post-independence states, conservative and radical. The outer limit of post-independence reform was marked by detribalization, a tendency characteristic of only the radical states. Whereas customary law continued to be ethnically flavored in the conservative states, enforcing an ethnic identity on the subject popula. 137. Through ethnically organized native authorities, customary law in the radical states was reformed as a single law for the entire subject population, regardless of ethnic identity. The decentralized despotism characteristic of the conservative states was deracialized but ethnically organized, whereas the deracialized and detribalized power in the radical states tended toward a centralized despotism. We will see that the latter has turned out to be the more unstable of the two, generating a demand for decentralization which, if pursued in the absence of democratization, is likely to lead to a despotism as generalized and as decentralized as it was in the colonial period. The situation of those subjected to customary law and indirect rule through the institution of chiefship cannot be grasped through a discourse structured around the question of legal access. Unlike the urban poor who live within the confines of the modern civic power, the law-defined boundary of civil society whose predicament may be grasped as a de jure legal equality compromised by a de facto social inequality, a formal access to legal institutions rendered fictional in most cases by the absence of resources with which to reach these institutions. The situation of the rural poor is not that of lack of access or reach, but tire actual law, customary law, and its implementing machinery, native authority, that confront them. Their problem can be grasped not through an absence or remoteness of institutions, but through institutions immediately and actually present. That ensemble of institutions, the deracialized regime of indirect rule, is best conceptualized as a subordinate but autonomous state apparatus. The native authority and the free peasantry. Chapter 5. I have argued that the notion of the customary was not unique to the African encounter with Western colonialism. Distinctive to that encounter, though, was the scope of the customary. Stretched beyond personal law to include land and thereby rounded off into a complete circle, the customary provided the basis of a political despotism. Assured of customary access to land, the free peasant household was only partly subject to the influence of market forces. Beyond that, nothing short of force customarily sanctioned would breach this partial autonomy. The native authority in charge of enforcing custom came to signify the seat of a decentralized despotism. A distinctive feature of this form of the state was that market and force appeared as complementary twins, trot as alternative ways of organizing economic life. Customary land tenure. Could it be that in defining land as a customary possession, colonial powers were simply acknowledging the existing state of affairs in their newly acquired possessions? After all, was not private property in land more the exception than the rule in pre-colonial Africa? To answer these questions simply in the affirmative or the negative would be misleading, for to acknowledge the absence of an institution such as private property is not the same as to come to grips with an existing institutional context. The absence of private property in land needed to be understood contextually. In most parts of Africa, land was relatively plentiful, easily taken up and as easily abandoned. In such instances, it made little sense for rulers to reward officials and followers by gifts of landed estates. This does not mean that private estates tied to state offices did not develop, they did. Where livestock flourished, for example, estates in cattle supported state officials. Where special conditions encouraged generations of men to cultivate the same land, however, as in some of the West African states where agricultural settlements had existed for perhaps 4,000 years and where systems of agriculture based on long-term fallow rotation were commonly practiced or in 139. Some of the intralacustrine kingdoms of Eastern Africa or the Loza Kingdom in Central Africa landed estates did develop as attachments to office. The important point is that changing conditions often made for changed practices and notions, thus, for example, where shifting cultivation gave way to settled agriculture, a family usually farmed a land holding for generations, in the process consolidating exclusive rights of cultivation over it too. Similarly, before the imposition of colonial rule, much of the arable land in the most populated regions of West Africa had been turned into estates controlled by descent groups. 3. The point is that there was no necessary contradiction between notions of community rights and corporate and individual rights. The existence of one did not necessarily preclude that of others. This is why in trying to grasp rules of access simply in terms of the absence of private property in land, colonial powers ended up with the customary notion of tenure that involved at least three important distortions. The first was a notion of community rights so one-sided as to be at loggerheads with any meaningful understanding of individual rights. Colonial powers brought with them European concepts of legal tenure which they were prone to interpret as universal legal principles applicably everywhere, and in particular, concluded the anthropologist Elizabeth Colson, they assumed that the full range of land rights covered by the concept of proprietary ownership must exist in Africa as in Europe, for from this point of view, a right had to be exclusive. It was difficult to entertain the notion of multiple rights in land. Thus, if no private person appeared to hold such rights over a given area, then they assumed that the rights must vest in the political unit whose members used the region. Thus arose a notion of a community right in land as a right both proprietary and exclusive. If the community was the customary proprietor over communal land, then who was to exercise this right of proprietorship? The definition of customary authorities who would exercise the right to allocate community land for household use involved a second distortion. Hitherto ritual powers were confused with proprietary rights. Throughout 19th century West Africa, there were found earth priests representing the first settler, who in transforming unoccupied waste into human habitation and cultivation was assumed to have come to terms with the power of the earth. These earth priests were acknowledged both in highly developed states and among people who recognized no other form of community office. The tendency was for communities to recognize ritual offices reflecting the different uses to which land was put. In Central Africa, there were earth priests, priests of the bush, and priests of the waters. In East Africa, there were also priests of tire cattle. An interpretation that earth priests were holders of the land rights of the community misrepresented their role, for they were leaders of ritual and not allocators of land or rulers of men. 5. However, as Snyder put it with reference to colonial Senegal, the notion that priests had proprietary interests in land was really ideological. It formed the basis of a larger colonial construct, that the power to allocate use rights in the land belonged to chiefs. 6. And finally, there was a third distortion, which identified the community with the tribe and thus defined all migrants not belonging to the tribe, all strangers, as without a traditional right of access to land. In 1903, for example, Tire Laws of Laratholly, named after the then paramount chief in British Basutoland, prohibited the allocation of land to non-Basotho. 7. The Native Reserve Commission of 1927 in colonial Zambia explained its perspective as follows: in selecting the reserves we are recommending we have endeavored to adhere to the principle that they should be tribal or for a portion of a tribe. 8. Similarly, reserves in Kenya, as in Rhodesia or South Africa, were demarcated along tribal lines. The native authority, control of alienation of farmland to strangers, rules of 1948 in Nigeria required strangers to obtain a license from the relevant native authority before they could farm. 9. Yet in most pre-colonial African societies where status and wealth accrued to those who could attract dependents or followers, strangers were welcomed as wives, clients, blood brothers, settlers, or discus pleas because they enhanced the prestige and often the labor force of the head of a household, kin group or community. 10. As a result, communities were more often than not multi-ethnic. In such a context, to identify community with tribe was to sow the seeds of much tension. These three distortions: the community as customary proprietor of land, its appointed political leaders as holders and executors of that praetorship, and the right of access to community land on a customary basis as tribally defined and therefore excluding strangers, in fact turned into many pivots around which developed a specifically colonial notion of customary land tenure. It now became policy that all owners of land should be found and that such owners must be protected against exploitation by being denied the right to dispose freely of their interests. It also became axiomatic that only a community could own land. Elizabeth Colson called this body of law governing the allocation and use of land customary, though untraditional. 1. In grounding the powers of chiefs in the right to allocate customary land for use, customary law tended to fortify the position of native authorities. This much became dear in time. And inasmuch as it stood the passage of time, customary land tenure must be understood as not simply the result of a set of conceptual confusions, but as a policy that was 1 reproduced because it was politically warranted. Let us take one example to underline this point. 12 When the West African Lands Committee was convened in 1912, evidence was brought before it that Yoruba chiefs had no claims to land other than that belonging to their own families. Yet the committee, whose report was never published, stressed the political importance of upholding pure native tenure. For land tenure, it argued, was the foundation of native rule, so much so that together they stand or fall. Although the development of a customary land tenure was the main trend in colonial Africa, it was not the only one. There were also curative moments in Africa's colonial encounter. Customary law regulated access to land in the vast plains that stretched between the Sahara and the Limpopo, but there were also pockets and enclaves dominated by landlords and agrarian capitalists. Whereas the agreements that created a landed class had an Indian resonance to them, the shrinking reserves from which settlers pumped out land and labor had very much a New World ring about them. Indigenous landlords. The best-known Indian-style land settlement in Africa was the Uganda Agreement of 1900, which transformed a section of the pre-colonial ruling class of the Buganda Kingdom into a landed aristocracy. 13 The agreement covered all land then in use and some not in use. 10,034 square miles were distributed among the royal family and the greatest of the chiefs, and another 8,000 square miles were to be divided among lesser chiefs and notables, initially numbering 1,000 but increased to 3,700 persons. In 1905. Through this transfer, large masses of peasants living on that land were turned into rent-paying tenants of mile-owning, landlords. Besides the landlords, there also mushroomed a class of European planters for whom every peasant who grew cotton for sale was one fewer laborer for hire on the cheap because he had another way of earning cash to pay tax. But the days of planters were limited. On the one hand, the crash of commodity markets that followed the First World War taught the colonial state that planters could survive adversity only if they were granted lavish subsidies. On the other hand, peasants proved to be a far more reliable and cheaper source of long staple cotton, a commodity in great demand by the Lancashire textile industry in the decades following the American Civil War. In another decade, the growth of peasant production had run against the wall of landlord. 142. Ambitions. As landlords took to extracting ground rent, obusolu, and commodity rent, nvujo, from tenants, the latter began to reduce the cultivation of commodity crops, cotton, and en masse joined a movement of clan heads, the Bataka, demanding a revision of the 1900 agreement. The colonial response was to clip the wings of the landed class through a land reform law that both limited the rent landlords could collect from tenants and gave tenants security of tenure, including the right of inheritance. That protection, however, was limited to 3 acres. Its social consequence was not an agrarian bourgeoisie, but an internally differentiated free peasantry. That land reform bill, the 1928 Busolu and Nvajayo law, was a corrective measure by a stabilized colonial power. The land reform law was the product of a decade-long rethinking over land policy, organized as a series of official conferences beginning in 1914. By 1922 the governor felt confident enough to conclude a dispatch to the colonial secretary on the Malo system in Buganda. It has become clear that the system is a dangerous one. That same year, the Conference of Provincial Commissioners resolved as follows: the provincial commissioners consider that it is a matter for deep regret that the idea of freehold and landlordism should have been introduced into the protectorate by the Uganda, Ankole, and Toro agreements, and would urge that this disastrous mistake should not be perpetuated in districts where the government has not committed itself by such unfortunate contracts. 14 By 1931 the Colonial Office was able to crystallize the cardinal points of land policy in Uganda and communicate them to the governor. A. Noon to have grants of land in freehold. B. No grants of official estates from the occupants of which tribute can be expected by the holder of office. Instead, peasants must pay tribute to the protectorate government, by which it is returned to the native administration and used together with the normal rebate of poll tax as a fund for the payment of salaries and pensions to chiefs, and c. peasants to be secured in their holdings. In a nutshell, the policy reform aimed at neither freehold nor landlordism, but a land-secure free peasantry paying tribute to the state. When the French moved to indirect rule policies in the aftermath of the First World War, they too introduced corrective measures where earlier they had reinforced indigenous landed property. In the Shriaian state of Morocco, where the social base of colonial rule was a landed class, indirect rule was introduced alongside customary tenure in land. To date, more than 5 million of 7 million hectares of total arable land are made up of so-called collective lands. At the same time, a dual system of rule cordons off the collective areas from the rest of the country. 15. 143. Settler capitalists. The free peasantry faced social extinction where it was confronted by a land and labor-hungry agrarian bourgeoisie of settler origin. Such a bourgeoisie, however, failed to get a firm hold over political power and thus over the institutionalized apparatus of force. Its aspirations were checked by a double barrier: peasant resistance and the conflicting demands of other sections of capital. In a colony like Kenya, the ambitions of an agrarian settler class seeking to appropriate a free peasantry were checked by a peasant rebellion, the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau may have lost militarily, but the settlers were defeated politically. At the heart of post-Mau Mau settlement was the Swinnerton Plan, a corrective program of land redistribution whose social objective was to expand the ranks of the peasantry. But the redistribution the Kenya Land Commission recommended, and the government accepted, was not mainly to dispossessed individuals or groups, but involved adding blocks of land to tribal reserves. The final solution of the Kikuyu-European land conflict, Sorensen summed up in his study of the Swinnerton Plan, was seen in tribal terms. 16 In the Portuguese colony of Mozambique, the colonial state mediated between the conflicting demands of Portuguese settlers for land and labor, and those of South African mines for reserves that would be homey to migrant-supplying peasant communities. The 1929 Statute on Native Policy in the Portuguese colonies defined a native as part of a community ruled directly by a chief, and subject in the first instance to African customary law. Part of that custom was access to communal land. The communal reserves, inalienable to private owners, had been demarcated by law in 1918. Their size was increased fourfold in 1927.17. The reason there were so few civilized Africans in the Portuguese colonies, 5,000 in Mozambique by 1950, is not just that it was difficult to attain that status, it was also that an African civilizado lost all rights in communally held land. Unlike settler farmers who sought to flush out land and labor from peasant communities through an ongoing and endless series of Kaffir wars, the demand of mining capital was for self-reproducing peasant communities, reserves, which would at the same time supply them with migrant labor in ongoing cycles. The point about the South African Land Law of 1913 is not just that peasant communities were confined to 7.13% of the land area, an allocation doubled by the Native Trust and Land Act of 1936, but that there was a repeated effort to create and hold reserves in which land was held in customary possession. The Natives Land Act of 1913 was the occasion of a wave of forced removals of 144. Africans from white land, graphically described at the time by the black intellectual Sol Plaatje.18 contrast this with Kenya, where the trigger to the Mau Mau uprising was settler attempts to appropriate squatter land and turn it into farm-tied labor. Not surprisingly, then, when the Tomlinson Commission recommended in 1955 that freehold tenure be granted to the African population in the homelands on condition that it be adequately used in the interest of development, the government rejected the proposal. In the words of Verwoerd, it would undermine the whole tribal structure. 19 This political imperative made for a stark tenurial dualism. 20 Between peasant reserves and settler farms. In the labor reserve colonies, in the farms, tenure was freehold or long-term leasehold; in the reserves, it was customary. The point of the customary was to contain migrant labor within a communal hold. Central to die labor policy of apartheid in the 1950s and 1960s was a consistent endeavor to expand the scope of migrant labor beyond servicing mines, to serving manufacturing establishments, so that it would periodically and finally return to reserves, now upgraded to 10 homelands. 21 The complement of a free peasant is migrant labor, not a full-blown proletariat. It is customary access to land that defines the free peasantry in Africa as distinct from small peasants elsewhere. It is also this ongoing access that gives it autonomy and makes it a self-reproducing free peasantry. Although the fact of this autonomy is captured in the literature on exit option, its meaning is not. For a customary access to land does not mean that such a peasantry is uncaptured. It means rather that its productive activity is only partly shaped by market forces. To subordinate that activity further to an external demand but without turning land into a market-governed commodity is possible only through force. The other side of autonomy in this case is a regime of force. The fact that this regime is labeled customary does not make it any less coercive. To understand the nature of forces that shape the system of free peasant production, we need to understand the combined impact of markets and compulsions, two influences that VVE habitually tend to see as opposites. In this arrangement, however, force is not the prehistory of markets, it is its complementary twin. The regime that enforced compulsions was known as the native authority. Its agent was the chief. Sanctified by customary law, the power the chief wielded was organized as fused power. To unravel and differentiate it would be to evoke suspicion, to keep it intact would be maintain trust. Such was the logic of the high priests of indirect rule. The holders of this power, however, should not be understood as mere functionaries who simply translated into executive action directives re. 145. Sieved from above. In a way, the autonomy of the free peasantry was reflected in the autonomy of the power to which it was directly subject, the native authority. The chiefs who were in charge of forcibly extracting labor and its products from free peasant households were also in a position to extract tribute from the same households. Besides the salaries they earned from the central state, the chiefs also had an autonomous source of revenue, personal tribute. To say that the chiefs were autonomous is not to say that they were independent. It is not to claim that they did not act as intermediaries in implementing directives from the center, nor that they were not supervised by organs of the central state, even closely. Their claim to independence was embedded in the demand that they be recognized as traditional and therefore hereditary authorities. This was a claim rejected by every colonial power as soon as its rule was stabilized, for every colonial power jealously guarded the right to appoint and remove a functionary. But once appointed, the personnel of the native authority were left to their own devices, unless die failed to keep order, to carry out orders, which included the demand for public labor and compulsory crops, or to balance die books. The autonomy and the power of the native authority came to be crystallized in a decentralized despotism. Markets and compulsions. Historians used to assume that commodity production in Africa began with colonial rule. Prevailing notions took it for granted that indigenous economies were of a subsistence character and that trade began as the result of an external impact, Arab, Indian, and European. Seldom did they ask how it was possible for foreign traders to exchange bulk at the coast without the presence of internal traders who could first accumulate the bulk to be so traded. Post-independence historical work has effectively criticized this assumption, in the process retracing the history of trade and markets in Africa before colonialism. 22W had, then, was the impact of colonialism on the market economy. At first glance it would seem to be in the deepening of markets, particularly for export crops and imported necessaries. This one-sided, outward-looking integration into the world economy was emphasized by dependency theorists. But dependency theorists also tended to turn the historical fact of the external character of capitalist relations introduced in the colonies into some sort of a theory of original sin, whereby capitalism, not only in its origin but also at every step in its development, must continue to be an external imposition. This attempt to read the develop 146 ment of processes into their origin is not only reductionist, but also ignores an important historical fact. Commodity relations in Africa predated colonialism. Yet dependency theorists grasped an important historical fact. As die exchange economy developed, peasants came to depend on markets in varying degrees for their survival. This was true of their day-to-day need for manufactured consumption goods, ranging from humble items such as salt and soap to relatively more sophisticated ones like sugar, cloth, medicine, and formal education. In turn, they came to depend on foreign markets, in which they sold industrial crops, cotton, coffee, tea, pyrethrum, and ground nuts. The dependence was even more pronounced of their productive activity. Although in lean times a peasant could forego the use of manufactured consumables, even salt and soap, this was not as easy with producer goods, like the ubiquitous hoe, without which the cycle of production could not be set into motion. Walter Rodney wrote that the African peasant went into colonialism with a hoe and came out of it with a hoe. 23 He should have added that the hoe with which the peasant went in was locally made, the hoe the peasant came out with was imported. The other side of this partial dependence was a partly eroded tendency toward self-sustenance. The sway of market forces was limited so long as land tilled by peasants remained a customary possession, for on that land, alongside the crops they sold, peasant households also harvested the staples they ate. Like everything customary, access to land was in practice subject to a tug of war, in this instance between traditional kinship authorities and the newly appointed chiefs. Notwithstanding this tussle or the requirement to pay a customary tribute, the free peasantry retained access to the land it cultivated. The partial dependence on markets was not uniform throughout the peasantry. The commodity economy was also the soil that differentiated the peasantry into various strata. Initially accidental features, whether demographic, size of the family, topographic, soil fertility, or locational, nearness to markets or lines of communication, could spin off into cumulative processes leading to either advantage or handicap, enrichment or impoverishment. Each step in this contradictory development presented different peasant households with either an opportunity or a constraint, depending on whether the household had a labor surplus or was labor deficient, enjoyed a surplus of implements, or farm animals, or was implement poor, could marshal a surplus of land or was land deficient. Thus peasant households were divided on the basis of those who employed extra hands to supplement family labor and those who did not even have the number of hoes needed to set all available hands into simultaneous motion and were compelled to sell some of 147 their laboring capacity to meet immediate needs, between those who rented out oxen and plow and those implement poor who hired them, and sometimes between those who rented out surplus land and those who leased land because they did not have enough. Several commentators on the African countryside have assumed that there could be no meaningful social differentiation within the free peasantry so long as land remained plentiful. But land is only one component of the labor process, whose other ingredients are labor and its implements. My studies in Uganda show that peasants with formal access to sufficient land may still find themselves land poor because they do not have access to the implements necessary to set into motion all the labor at the disposal of the family. Thus peasant households owning roughly similar plots of land may still find themselves in different socio-economic locations because some are implement poor and others are not. 24 The process of differentiation did not develop entirely on free rein. Both the tempo and the direction of development were shaped by the character of political, state, power. The differentiation of the peasantry was the end result of two related processes, the competition characteristic of local markets and a variety of impositions forced on the peasantry that tended to accelerate the impoverishment of the rural poor in particular. Just as in the realm of the political and the juridical, so in the economy, too, the non-market was hardly traditional, the sum and substance of kinship relations, it was kinship relations subordinated to the demands of a new authority. The productive activity of peasants was shaped not by the market economy and the economy of affection, to use Goran Haydn's quaint phrase, but by the force of the market and the compulsion of force. The overall impact of colonialism in economic relations was contradictory, both facilitating and constraining market expansion. The free peasant economy lay at the interstices of markets and compulsions. The distinction between market relations and direct compulsions is not quite that between force and its absence. After all, the dull compulsion of market forces assumes the presence of force in the last instance. It is possible only where a legal and political authority, institutionalized force, guarantees the reproduction of property rights and the sanctity of contractual obligations. The distinction is rather between the direct intervention offeree into the very process of production, extra-economic coercion, and its indirect and external presence to ensure the legal basis for the reproduction of commodity relations. Neither should the history of force be taken as the prehistory of markets in their infancy, as assumed in much of the literature on African economic history. So long as the peasantry remains in customary possession of land, it retains a degree of self-sufficiency that can be breached only from without, by 148. Organized force or a chance catastrophe. When I asked a capitalist farmer in northern Uganda to identify the critical period in the family's accumulation in the village, she responded, "What helped us was the famine of 1980. People were hungry and they sold us things cheaply. That is when we really started buying." 25 Catastrophe, however, is irregular. The period between catastrophes is punctuated by force. It envelops peasant households like a web of exact ions, ranging from forced labor to forced crops to forced contributions to forced removals. Force and the state. Given that economic life in the African territories was generally pre-capitalist at the end of the 19th century, there was hardly a labor market from which to employ workers. Still, it is ironic that in a period whose moral thrust was defined by a growing campaign against slavery, all colonial powers seem to have arrived at the same solution in die face of this dilemma, unfree labor. If international convention had abolished die slave trade, they reasoned, this was not quite die same as abolishing slavery. If an end to the slave trade diminished local supplies of labor, the shortage would be filled by various types of unfree labor, and so it was. Resort to unfree labor marked the practice of all major colonial powers, Belgium, France, Portugal, and Britain. It was none other than Mark Twain who drew popular Western attention to this organized system of plunder and outrage built on the most diverse imposts in labor or in kind in King Leopold's Congo. 26 However, these did not end with the termination of King Leopold's personal overrule. Belgium's passage to direct colonialism served only to rationalize and institutionalize these practices in law, not to eradicate them. Early colonial legislation permitted 60 days of forced labor a year, reduced in 1955 to 45 days, it could be called upon for compulsory cultivation or for public works. 27 The provision was rewritten into law after independence. The 1969 ordinance required every peasant household to contribute 45 days of labor a year for educational work. Furthermore, this limit could be exceeded if there is urgent work to be done. 28 Besides the Congo, Belgium controlled the twin colonies of Rwanda and Burundi. How the ensemble of forced practices shaped the daily misfortunes of a peasant is clear from the following observation: BV a missionary at Rugari, Burundi, in 1932, during the visit of the resident. I remarked that the rains being a month and a half late and the natives having waited impatiently to plant 149 their crops, it would be unwise to stop them from doing it by imposing numerous labor levies which would do nothing to prevent an immediate famine, coffee campaign, manioc campaign, eucalyptus campaign, buckwheat campaign, public works, the dispensary at Kainatsi and elsewhere, etc., etc. I pointed out that in addition there was in the area an epidemic of abscesses, condemning sometimes as many as 5 people in a household to inactivity. 29 From 1887 onward, Tyre French began to establish freedom villages along the length and breadth of occupied Sudan. To these villages, they brought all categories of slaves, those who had escaped from enemy territories, those taken from their masters either as punishment or for political reasons, those paid for by the French exchequer but not yet sold, and finally those few set free by the more liberal of the planters. For these wretched occupants, the emancipation from slavery was hardly the end of unfree labor. A note penned in 1894, found in the Bamako archives, described their condition: gangs of wretched men dying of hunger or on the brink of death, tired and yet, for example, forced to provide all the forced labor for the post and circle porterage. 30 Another French commentator noted that freedom villages in reality provided an excellent solution to the problem of finding porters and labor gangs. In any case, it was greatly superior to the system of going out armed looking for people every time they were needed, only to have them escape the first moment they were not being watched. 31 These villages were widely used to supply labor for individual Europeans and for the missions and to provide wives for soldiers. When the supply from the combination of unsold, captured, and freed slaves could not meet the prevailing demand, the French administration was not averse to forcing labor from the surrounding free population. G. D. Herm, traveling through French-occupied West Africa in 1908, recorded one such instance. In one district that I passed through, a custom had arisen that when a village could not or would not give the whole sum imposed as taxes, a child would be taken and placed in the so-called Freedom Village until the tax was paid. 32 Not surprisingly, the appellate Freedom Villages did not stick with the local population, they called these villages the commander's slaves. To get an idea of how widespread unfree labor was at that time, one only has to look at French statistics of the period. A report issued in 1904 estimated that 2 million out of the 8,250,000 inhabitants of French West Africa fell under the category non-free. 33 freedom villages were progressively disbanded between 1905 and 1910, not because forced labor was done away with, but because it was successfully generalized as colonial occupation was consolidated. In the 150 French colonies of West and Equatorial Africa, all taxpayers were required by law to do statute labor, unless they could buy themselves out. Recorded in the books as basically 10 to 12 days a year, this official limit was rarely adhered to. Because every canton was taxed according to its registered population, labor days owed by those absent or deceased were divided among those present. Should a task be considered of urgent necessity by the authorities, it could always be added on. A refusal by the population was sure to invite collective punishment. In the early decades, forced labor was required not only for cultivation and public works, but also for head porterage. Because of inadequate and scarce means of transport, all export goods were produced in zones situated less than 300 kilometers from the coast. Coloradonese farther inland were organized as labor reserves. Thus the farther inland a location, the more the accent on forced labor for head porterage, the pipe heads, têtes de pipe, as the forest exploiters called them. In those inland subsistence economies, there came into being a category of forced labor that was in addition to the obligation of statute labor. It met the demand of companies and big public works and became a way of fulfilling assorted taxes. This phenomenon was particularly marked in the concessionary economies of French Equatorial Africa, where as much as 40% of the male population between the ages of 20 and 40 were recruited for work in the forestry and mining concessions in the 1920s. Coerced labor went alongside high mortality rates. In one 3-year period, of 1,000 men recruited from a single division in Gabon, 182 died and a further 395 failed to return home. 34 The central state, the plantations, and the mines do not exhaust the list of those who devoured coerced labor. Yet another category was made up of those demanded by the local state, personified by the native chief and the white circle commander. In each agricultural area, peasants were required to till a communal field whose produce went to maintain the chief and his men. Over and above this traditional field of the chief, the police also demarcated another, the commander's fields, which the peasants were required to cultivate and which the police periodically checked at different stages of the agricultural cycle. 35 Every time a European in charge at the local district office issued an order for recruits to be rounded up, it was open season for the local hierarchy, from various grades of chiefs to messengers to doctors and nurses. The following account, written in 1942 and found in the National Archives of Cameroon, makes the point graphically. Tli office DTT Travail said to The head chief, "Youmust give me 4 men." His eves shining, he called to the village chiefs to pass on the mess. 151. Sage, they want 60 men from me. Give them to me, quick. The village chiefs decide among themselves how many each should give to supply the 60 men. I can give 10. Then he calls his messengers and tells them in secret, give me 15 men. Then the messengers, armed with their trusty whips, set upon the villages and seize anybody they meet by day or night. In huts and in fields, they hunt men. Showing no pity, they hit and wound, but so much the better. You want to be freed? Then give me a chicken. Give me 5 francs. You haven't got any? Hard luck. They take as many as they can in order to free as many as possible in exchange for remunerative presents. How they enjoy the recruiting season. The demand for labor grows as it is passed down the chain of command. The office du travail calls for 50 men from the head chief, who asks for 60 from his 6 village chiefs, who in turn demand 90 from their messengers, for whom it is an opportunity for an open season to take as many as they can in order to free as many as possible in exchange for remunerative presents. But the opportunity for gain is not yet exhausted. It reopens as men are taken up the chain of command, and those who can afford to are invited to buy themselves out. Let us pick up the story with the 60 men assembled before the head chief. Then the same business of buying out starts all over again. Who would like to give me a present? Anybody who gives me a goat will be free to return home. Even if the sacrifice is enormous, people prefer it to the certain ruin of going to work in a plantation. Me, I'll give you a goat, says one man. I don't want your goat, replies the chief, who for a long time has had his eye on the wife of the wretched man. Those who have managed to buy themselves out do not go free, not that easily, and not yet. Freedom is conditional, and the new condition is a stint in the head chief's plantation before they can be let go. As the price of their freedom, they spend between a fortnight and a month working in his own coffee plantations, where they are locked up at night, are very poorly fed, and are given a daily fee of 0.30 francs. Meanwhile, the recruits who are being marched to the office du travail must go through a medical examination before they can be put to work. Like every other, this step in the recruit's journey is a minefield. The doctor, if he is unscrupulous, sees all these terrified men arrive and says to himself, the nurse can do this lot. What an opportunity lot the nurses! For they too can say, I'll pass you unlit if you give me a chicken. Another will be visited by a concubine who says, this one's my brother. Don't take him. You can replace him with one of the sick men you have rejected. 152. Failing the medical, 2, cannot provide instant relief. Those who failed will be picked after the medical, and instead of going home die men with rickets and hernia, and the old man will go and work with the others who have bought back their freedom. This is how the head chief is able to recruit his workforce as if it were a European plantation. But just in case one thinks this is the end of the saga, Keep in mind the man who passes the medical and goes to work in the European plantation, he is told by the policeman under whose watchful eye he must work, if you give me 2 francs, I'll replace you this evening with another. Sooner or later, every recruit must realize that he is caught in a catch-22 type dilemma. Without buying yourself out, you cannot escape the regime of forced labor in the European plantation, but if you buy yourself out, you cannot go free without a stint of labor in the chief's plantation. 36 In the Portuguese colonies of Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea, 2. Obligatory labor, Zibalo, on roads and harbors was combined with heavy taxes on the rural population, designed to force peasants to leave their lands and to work for the central state, the plantations, or individual settlers. The colony of Mozambique, for example, was divided into 3 regions, the south, the center, and the north. Over time, these came to coincide with 3 distinct economic zones, Tyre North, Cabo Delgado, Nisa, and Nampula provinces, a predominantly peasant economy, the center, Zambezia, Manica, Sofala, and Tete provinces, a plantation economy, and the south, in Hambane, Gaza, and Maputo provinces, a settler farm economy. River Save, the dividing line between the south and the central regions, also marked the northern limit for legal recruitment of migrant labor for South African employers. Labor migration from Mozambique to the south began in the middle of the 19th century. Then it was a relatively minor affair, directed at first to meet the labor needs of natal-based sugar plantations. But after 1897, labor migration became the subject of interstate agreements. The Agreement of 1914 restricted the monopoly labor recruiting organization, the Witwatersrand Native Labor Association, WENALA, to recruiting in the 3 provinces south of the River Save, parallel 22. Historically, the 3 southern provinces were nurtured as labor reserves, for both internal settler farms and for South African mines. In exchange for hiring Mozambican workers on a large-scale and long-term basis, the Transvaal received access to the port of Maputo, which came to service its gold-centered mining and industrial complex. Portugal, in turn, collected an emigration tax on each migrant. In addition, 1/3 of a worker's salary was directly paid to the Portuguese state, which proceeded to double the hut tax, demanding that it be paid 153 in sterling, and gave the remainder in local currency when the worker returned to Mozambique. Between 1908 and 1975, the annual recruitment of migrants from Mozambique fluctuated between a low of 74,000 and a high of 118,000.37. These figures account for legal migration. There was also an illegal flow, substantial because it was attractive to both parties. The employer found it cheaper because he could evade taxes and formalities and in the bargain have extra control over workers, and the workers could choose their place of work and avoid administrative supervision. No one knows the exact size of this flow, but one scholar estimates that the numbers involved may well have been as many as went through legal channels.